All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call this a regular meeting. We've had 4 special meetings, and now we're back to our regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order and to begin so that we can once again make sure we're at full strength, I guess I should say, as if we're a sports team. We're going to begin with the ceremonial swearing in of newly appointed board member Elizabeth Smith. So if you would, please. And we have family members here, flowers, awesome. And I believe your husband's going to do the swearing in.
Yes, he is.
Come on up. What's your name, sir?
Sean Smith.
Sean. All right, Sean, thank you. The microphone is on, and you have the script in front of you. And we do have people taking pictures, so we'll make sure that you get some of those, so don't worry about it. Raising your right hand, sir, whenever you are ready, Sean, into the microphone.
I, Elizabeth Smith, do solemnly swear that I will support, protect. and
Okay, Sean,
defend-
you might give pause a little. Or I'm over here, right here, over here. You can't tell because of the mask, right? Like okay, sorry, over here. Okay, go a little bit at a time so she can repeat after you.
Gotcha.
So a little phrase and repeat, little phrase, little repeat. You know.
I, Elizabeth Smith, do solemnly swear
I, Elizabeth Smith, do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding,
to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee,
all the duties of the office of school trustee,
of which I'm about to enter, so help me God.
on which I am about to enter, so help me God. Thank you.
All right, it is official. Come on, there we go. Fantastic. You want to get a picture with all your family?
Yes,
Why
I
don't
would
we
love
go ahead
that.
and do that? Yes. We'll take a moment to do that. When the brother police officer is taking off his vest,
We don't need any of that in this picture.
we don't need any of that.
My brother was trained by Trustee Rodriguez as
All
well.
right, awesome. Okay, look at there's Charles right there. Look at there, right there, right behind you. There's Charles right there. There we are, back of the room.
Oh, back here.
Yes. Okay, get yourself positioned.
I'm sorry.
Come here. I think they're running back and forth. Get a pen. A school district pen. Thank you. All right. Thank you, family, for being here, and thank you for agreeing to share your wife, your mom, your sister, your daughter with the Washoe County School District and the community for this time. We're very excited to have her and very proud to welcome her to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
All right, and you're certainly welcome to stay for as long as you like. Or if not, then this bit. Mom's like, okay, I'm out. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
She's gonna be a minute.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
See you tomorrow. That was good. That was good. All right, so why don't we go ahead to agenda item 1.03, roll call, Madam Clerk.
All right, thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
All right. Trustee Calvert. Trustee Church.
Here.
I am here. Trustee Nicolette. Trustee Rodriguez. Here. Trustee Smith.
Here.
All are present, and we have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And as appropriate, we're going to have our newest trustee, Trustee Smith, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I think we need to, is this our time, Colleen, Michelle? Is this our time to take the picture? Why don't we do that? We need to take just a new board picture. So we'll we're in your hands. How would you like for us to?
Actually, we can get the trustees to kind of come to the front here.
To the front in the circle?
Actually, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. Alrighty, now we're jump on to, thank you everybody, and thank you for your indulgence as we do that. Now we'll go down to agenda item 2.01. This is approval of consent agenda items. We have many consent agenda items before us today. Primarily, because one, we always have a lot in the summertime, and two, this is one meeting in July, so this is 2 meetings worth of consent agenda items. Agenda items 2.02 through 2.49 before us, and I think you have some items you'd like Trustee Church to discuss. Do you have questions on some items?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to pull the following items. About up to $7 million in spending. I think myself, the board, and the trustees and the community would like to know, and a couple others that are rather important. These are all twos: 2.08, 09, 10, 18, 32, 36, 37, 44, and 49, and then consolidating the following three: 2.39, 40.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Go back to the consolidating part.
So I went through, going back, I'd like to consolidate 2.39.
39?
Yes. 39, 40, and 41. They seem related. And in many cases, it just may be a matter of explaining to us, as well as the community, exactly where that money goes. It may be real simple, but like the OPED one, that's a big issue for consent, and I don't remember which number that is, but I'm certainly okay because of the time constraints and the new trustees if we want to postpone any of those at your discretion, that's okay too.
Okay, so you're also requesting a pull of agenda items 2.39, 2.40, and 2.41. You like to pull those,
Well,
right? Or help me understand the consolidation.
sure. And bear in mind, I'm relatively new as far as polling and who has the discretion to poll. If it was up to me, the one that deals with OPEB and the one that deals with the pay incentives for the employees, I believe that's 2.39, 2.40, and 2.41 would be the incentives. And then the OPEB is 2.37.
Okay, so your request, I just want to be clear on what's your request around.
Well, again, I'm not sure as an individual trustee how much authority I have, but
I mean, if you'd like to pull something, we're gonna, I'm not gonna not do that. That's
yeah,
okay.
so I'd like to pull the 2.37, 2.39, 2.40, 2.41 for future, because I think those might be a little time consuming.
You'd like to pull them for consideration on another agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we start with this? Why don't we start with,
But I want to pull everything off the consent for discussion.
okay, so let me review. Okay, 2.08, 09, 10, 18, 32, 36, 37, 44, 49, 39, 40, 41.
Yes.
Okay, so you have questions on those, so when we have staff come, then they'll be prepared to answer whatever questions you
Yes.
have on that.
Yes.
Okay?
And then again, to consolidate 39, 40, and 41, because they're all related, so.
You mean that staff comes forward, you can
Yes,
deal with that?
staff come forward to share them all at
in
once.
whichever way you can deal with that, whichever way you like. Any other trustees like to, yes, Trustee Nicolette?
Is this the time to request something being pulled?
From the consent agenda.
Yes, exactly, from the consent agenda.
Uh-huh.
I'm requesting 2.29 and 2.32 to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, 3.2 is already on trustee.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with my colleagues, so I just want to make sure that,
Yeah, he's requesting that they be pulled, that those as listed be pulled from the consent agenda, and that's what you're pulling, that's what your request
yes,
is?
2.29 and 2.32.
Yeah, 2.32 was already requested.
Okay.
Okay? But we will add 2.29 to that.
Thank you.
Okay? Any other trustees? Okay, that being the case, and what I will do is ask for staff for those items, as mentioned, 2.08, 09, 10, 18, 29, 32, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 44, and 49. Staff will be available, we'll go that in order when we get to that point to answer questions that you may have on those. Okay? Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the items to be pulled from the consent agenda. 2.08, 09, 10, 18, 29, 32, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 44, and 49. Okay? So that being the case, what I am looking for then, if it's the we'll do that after we get we can go public comment first, sure. Let's go ahead. We have some public comment on the consent agenda?
On items not pulled.
On items not pulled. Okay, great. Let's go ahead.
James Bentham.
Can we get what agenda item number it is?
This is just on consent.
Oh, just on consent generally, okay. Welcome, Mr. Benton. Let's get your mic on before you start. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Today I wish to speak out against the large number of items that are put together under this one item. I'm not sure who selects these items, but I believe that this appears to be governing by fiat. I can understand wanting to do this to enable as much business to be taken care of at one time as possible. If this was just your money, I'm sure the voters would not care. But in these items, there are thousands and millions of dollars. and we would like more transparency. Also, I don't know who's allowed to put these items on the agenda and to put them together, but I would like to have my personal trustee be able to put items on any agenda. Last year, trustees were able to put items on agendas. This year,
Mr. Benton, I need you to stay to the consent agenda, if you would, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm concerned that trustees can't put items on the agenda. For example, 2.18, $500,000 to be spent to move some education buildings. Another 2.35, $4 million for devices. I believe that before this is done, parents should have the ability to give more input and the ability to review any information that's put on these devices. With Infinite Campus, I believe that files are being made and secretly kept that parents aren't allowed to review. So I would ask the board to deal with these issues, provide transparency, give parents relief if they're interested in these secret files. So I think that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Bruce Parks for agenda item 2.03.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Parks. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, Bruce Parks, your consent agenda item, or rather your entire consent agenda, is reminiscent of what happened in New Mexico at the end of one of their legislative sessions when they had a stack of bills there waiting to be heard. Most of them hadn't even made it through committee. They put their hand on the stack of bills and said, all those in favor say aye, all those opposed say nay. And they became law for that state. Where's the discussion? Where is the transparency? When you have this many consent agenda items that you just intend to say, all in favor say aye, come on. That doesn't pass muster, at least not for your constituents, the people that you're supposed to be representing. How about we have a discussion about this with the general public before all these items appear on a consent agenda like this? What's wrong with having a town hall where there's a two-way exchange of information? It can be controlled. There can be rules. Why can't we do that? What are you afraid of? Stop with these 40 consent agenda items in the future. How about let's stick to just those that have been discussed, that have been approved by your constituents, and then you take a vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Shannon Coley for agenda item 2.05.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi. I want to talk about agenda item 2.05, and I ask that any board member of the board request that this item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed, and act upon separately. Consent agenda item, specifically 2.05, board policy 1505, visitors to district property. Under item 2, prohibited activities, specifically the phrasing surreptitious, secret, or unauthorized electronic surveillance according to any school property, recording on any school property without the knowledge or person being observed is prohibited. I object to this phrasing on the grounds that unauthorized electronic surveillance recording on any school property without the knowledge of the person being observed is prohibited is too broad. and it would severely impede the legal rights of any person recording an unanticipated or spontaneous event, such as a teacher being harassed or physically assaulted, or in the other, which I've seen many, many times, a teacher actually verbally assaulting a child. So I don't think it just has to be completely prohibited. So I would like someone to talk about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
John Eppolito on various items.
2.14. Do you want to do them in order, or how do you want to do them, Big Joe?
The ones that have not been pulled, 2.14, 2.30, 2.31, 2.33, 2.35, and 2.43.
Welcome, Mr.
So
Eppolito.
my name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. On 2.14, I would like to mention the this 2.14. This is funds to counsel kids that the Child Protective Services have deemed as high risk. So I guess the goal is to keep them in school. So I guess my concern is, what about the other kids? That's 2.14.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
The board received an email from Lynn Marklin related to agenda item 2.35. That's all on the items that are on the consent agenda for now.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have comments on other consent agenda items, different ones. I have a few comments.
Well, I think they're on the agenda. Help me. They're on the agenda as one item. Yep. Help me, counsel.
So the consent agenda items are clear that if it's not pulled from consent, you have 3 minutes to speak about the item, which is a single item, item 2.01. If it's pulled by the board, then each item gets its own 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. So according to the interpretation then from a legal standpoint, if any items that have not been pulled from the consent agenda, then the consent agenda then as it still stands as one agenda item.
Here's
let me say, hang on.
I'm sorry, Angie.
Okay, so it stands as one agenda item. Now, if an item has been pulled, then it will take it. Basically, it's public comment on each action that's being taken. The remaining agenda items are being considered as one action. So any commentary on any remaining agenda items, there's one 3-minute comment period because there's one board action that's being considered on it. Any of the agenda items that have been pulled by my colleagues as listed, I won't go through them again, then they'll each be considered individually, and then there will be an opportunity individually for comment on those areas.
So can I let you know which ones I have comments on, and you tell me, because I don't know what's been pulled. I don't know how you guys can keep track.
How about we do this?
How about we do what?
JJ read them once. Okay, so read them once again on those that remain.
Wait a minute, which ones?
Those that remain on the consent agenda items.
So these are the ones that I would have 3 minutes total on.
3 minutes total, and you already had your comment on those too as well. So know that she already called you up for comment on those.
No, I wasn't done, Angie. I was doing these one at a time. I hope you're right, Neil. I filed an open meeting law violation form with the Attorney General. So I hope what you're saying is correct.
Let's hang
you
out.
guys are out of bounds.
We're not having this. We're just going to work through it.
I just want to know what I can speak on. I came here, I waited in the sun, and I'm going to be here till the end.
We're going to work through it.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to know what I can speak on now.
2.13.
2.13.
2.30. 2.31. 2.33. 2.35. And 2.43.
So those I can speak on right now.
Okay, so you've already begun. I don't remember where you were in your public. You did not use all of your 3 minutes, so
a lot of these.
John, I'm speaking. Thank you.
That doesn't stop you from interrupting us, Angie.
What I'm trying to give you more time because you've already spoken on the 3 minutes. Now, if you don't want me to finish, then you won't have another opportunity to speak. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to speak. Okay, you already began your speaking time. On the first time you were up. You don't get a brand new 3 minutes, but let's give you 2 minutes on whatever other items you'd like to speak about that have not been pulled from consent. Okay, so you'll have 2 minutes.
John Eppolito, 2.03, there's $430,000 for another vendor Lexus Learning that's going to be sharing our kids' data with others. 2.31, there's another, how much is that one? No money on that one? 2.31. I didn't know you guys changed the way we do this. I guess there's too many people speaking now. Another $500,000 for who knows what. Another program to collect kids' data. And 2.33, Microsoft, $700,000. That was a vendor that just had a huge data breach, and the school district still hasn't answered if our kids' data has been breached in that one. That was 365 was the software. We don't know, Microsoft 365. We don't know if our kids' data has been breached, and I can't get a straight answer from you guys. 2.35, there's $4 million for devices for kids and staff. Why don't you hire teachers and forget about the devices? Most of you up there that were teachers, the couple of you, know that the kids are going to learn a lot better from teachers than devices. I don't know why you're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on devices. I think it's a shame, and I know you know it, Kristen. It's unfortunate that you never speak out. Just to be clear, on the other items, I do want to speak on 2.09, 2.18, 2.32, and 2.43, and you said I could speak on those later. Correct?
2.43 was not pulled.
Okay, that was a miscommunication then just now. 19 seconds. Mental health. This is this Dupree? We don't know. You guys don't even know what you're voting on, huh? Mental health. I need some of this. I need some help for my mental health for dealing with you guys all the time. My time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. And just for clarification, this
You
is
can't
not.
applaud if you disagree with Angie. You can only applaud if you agree with her.
Just for clarification, this is not a new way of doing anything. It's the way consent agenda has always been taken care of. Okay. Who's next, JJ?
That's all for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll pull it back to the board for consideration of the remaining consent agenda items. I'm going to go through them to make sure everybody knows what's still remaining. We have a consent agenda items: 2.02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 011, not 011, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 38, 42, 43, 45, 46, 47, and 48. Those are the remaining consent agenda items that we are looking for, if it's the pleasure of the board. Looking for approval of those items as we go forward, if it's the pleasure of the board. And then we'll go back to those items that were pulled and take them one by one. I'm sorry, did I miss one?
I had 38 as pulled.
Is 30, was 38 pulled?
Trustee Church, did you pull 38? Oh, okay, that's mine.
Okay. Okay, so the list is read, right? Then the list is read. If it's the pleasure of the board, looking for a motion to approve those consent agenda items that remain.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as numbered, i.e. those that were not pulled.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second? Seconded by Clerk Manetto. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. And then we will go right into agenda item 2.08. We'll ask staff to come forward. That was pulled by Trustee Church. So Trustee Church, when staff gets in position, then they'll be ready to answer your questions on that. Oh, right there, Dr. Lamarca. Trustee Church?
Hopefully it'll be quick. Let me try and find
Turn your microphone on, sir, so we can get you.
Hopefully it'll be quick. Let me try and find it. Yeah, my question is, the individual, I didn't see, if I might have missed it in the packet, any application from her, but assuming it's her, Rebecca Paris. was this put out to the public? Is this a renewal? How did we select her? I guess the bottom line is my concern is that any of these openings for committee appointments or resource center, et cetera, should be publicized to the community, and then I think the board should make the decision out of all the applicants.
President Taylor, Trustee Church, Superintendent McNeil, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. There were 2 openings for this particular committee. Those openings were posted publicly. Applications were sought. Ms. Paris submitted her application. She was interviewed in June. This is a new appointment. I think you'll find that our practice, when there are reappointments, it indicates reappointment as opposed to appointment. So this is a new appointment.
So the bottom line is we had 2 openings and only 1 person even applied?
That is correct.
I might add this that may be of help. This is, the board doesn't make this, these come from, that's a superintendent committee, am I correct? Oh, no, this is a state committee.
This is a statute.
This is a committee that's based upon, that's by statute. So it isn't a board committee in terms of the board has that opportunity to go through. It isn't, it's required by law.
So what are we going to do about the other vacant position that nobody applied for?
Is that a?
It is still an opening. We're still seeking applications. We are encouraging people to apply, and when we get qualified applicants and we can run interviews, if we have a successful applicant, we'll bring that to the board for appointment.
All right. And then very briefly, can you explain what the Council of Family Resource Center, what that board or committee is?
So family resource centers are centers that are designed to provide access to families that may find themselves in need. The Family Resource Center Committee kind of oversees that work within the county. It's a state mandatory committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's public comment. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. There's public comment. JJ?
Bruce Parks.
Mm-hmm.
For the record, Bruce Parks, again. Wow. Really taken aback by your procedures here. And that was a change. I don't care what you say. My question about this particular appointment is, in need of what? Family resource for people in need. In need of what? That's my question. Make it public. Thank you.
Sure. Just for the record, we'll clarify that, Mr. Parks.
So our family resource centers provide support in the areas of food stability and also different types of support such as clothing, materials for our students and families.
I can see why that falls under Board of Education. Thank you.
Any other public comment, JJ?
Not on this item.
Okay, then we're looking for, Mr. Church? Trustee Church?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion and a comment first. I just want to share that I share the angst of the citizens that things need to be more clear on what they are. Things need to be, whether this should be on the consent agenda or not, especially when we get down to some of the money ones, but I'm talking about this one particularly. And then that said, unless somebody else had any other comments, I'm ready to make a motion to approve Rebecca Paris to the Council of Family Resource Centers.
Is that your motion? Yes. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is Ms. Paris here by chance? We'd like to acknowledge our committee members if they're here. Not here? Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to approve a consent agenda item 2.08. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Thank you, Ms. Rebecca Paris, for your willingness to serve. We will go on to agenda item 2.09. I believe this was pulled also by you, Trustee Church. Staff is in position. Please ask your question, sir.
Okay, this is, let me go through each one here. Memorandums of understanding, school district committees, nonprofit, community-based integrated student services to students. Again, clarification, even what is it, who, what, why, when, how, basically. One more comment. It's $400,000, so I couldn't pull everything off the agenda. It would be here till 3 in the morning, but $400,000, I think, I'd like a little clarification.
I'm sorry, your question is just more about the program? I'm trying to help staff so they know how to get to your answer.
Basic clarification, what is it, what the money going for, is it coming out of general fund? Can just tell us, myself and the public, how we're spending the taxpayer money.
Good afternoon, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, and members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, my name is Catherine Loudon. I'm the Coordinator of School Counseling and Social Work for Washoe County School District. Communities in Schools is a nationally recognized model serving and supporting a specific school in partnership with community organizations. It is something where the bulk of the funds are raised by communities and schools themselves, and the district pays a certain percentage to service and support one school site in a variety of basic need attainment needs, as well as supporting integrated and co-located services on a campus for students. Communities and Schools focuses on preliminary needs rather than intensive mental health needs and supports. It's something that Washoe County School District has had a partnership with, I'm aware of, for almost 15 plus years. The schools that have chosen Communities and Schools to be on their campus have demonstrated some specific needs and reasons as to why they have these services and supports to their schools, and their services are matched with some of the other services that they have, and we coordinate very closely with them in Washoe County School District in this partnership.
And I guess my next question, because of this ongoing thing, we don't put it out for bid because it's an ongoing, continuous program?
Communities and Schools, again, for the record, this is Catherine Loudon. Communities and Schools is a sole source. There is no other agency or organization which matches the majority of the funds to have available during the instructional day a full service support for one school site.
And then I think my final question, if I hear you right, then it's essentially some matching funds. If we didn't do this, we're going to be losing other funds that would be dedicated to the kids.
That's correct.
Great. I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I make a motion.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. See a public comment card, please. Thank you.
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. You can find over 1,200 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. The Communities and Schools, when I pulled the agenda item and looked at it, something that Catherine, I think her name is, left off, and this is from the attachment A from the school district information, quote, and this is about CIS. Share relative student data with CIS in a timely manner, including student grades, attendance, your promotion, graduation, and other pertinent information through access to Infinite Campus. And it talks about something else, Business Intelligence Gateway. I don't even know what that is. First time I've seen that. This is the first time I've known. Did any of you know that Infinite Campus gets this data? That this that this vendor gets this data from Infinite Campus? Anybody? Raise your hand if you knew. Not one. So you're voting on giving our kids data, and these kids are the ones that probably that data is going to do the most harm to these kids in the future. These are the kids that need a lot of help. Infinite Campus, that's the most massive database ever created on children in human history. And you guys just throw this data around like it belongs to you, not the parents. And another question we've been trying to get for a long time, we want this board to discuss Infinite Campus and all the implications of that database being out there. This is one of those implications that should be discussed. No one even knew this data was going to this vendor. It's a shame, and I don't think you should approve it. This would be the perfect time to take it off the agenda, come back and talk about Infinite Campus. Why do we need the most massive database ever created on kids? Why do you guys need to be a part of that? And what are the implications for these kids' future? Please pull it off the agenda completely. bring it back some other day when these guys can be prepared to answer questions. Because so far, no one's been answering any questions. We've also been asking for the actual database itself for over a year. You guys refuse to provide that. I think that's everything on this one, but I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
That's all for this item.
Okay. So returning to the board on the agenda item, what is this, 2.09. Trustee Church?
This is what I love about public comment. This is what I love about citizen involvement, because with 48 items and just on the consent, I just can 4 days digest everything. So I really appreciate Mr. Ippolito bringing this to my attention. So I'd like to throw that question back to staff. Do we share privacy data with a nonprofit, and how do we know that they secure it?
So again, for the record, this is Catherine Loudon, a coordinator of counseling. Similar to other programs where we have integrated services and support, we have a partnership with parents and with communities and schools. It would be very difficult for communities and schools to be able to access parent information and provide services and support without some of the data and information that's provided. This is something that parents can optionally participate in as it relates to their child. And conversely, our district accountability office collaborates with communities and schools on their data so that it can provide things that will help us better serve students as well.
You didn't really answer my question, I'm sorry, but how do we, so they get the data. Can you tell me kind of sort of what the data is that they get and how they protect it?
They have access to Infinite Campus through a secure login. We have a memorandum of understanding with the group regarding the safety of the data. They're not handed data. They have access to a system that is storing data. They can't use that information in the dissemination of reports or otherwise. It is solely used to identify and support students who may have need.
But what kind of data? Name, address?
Everything in Infinite Campus they would have access to for a particular child that they're serving.
What would happen if we postpone this? I mean, are we going to lose the funds, or could it be postponed for further inquiry?
School begins on August 9th. There will be kids and families that are doing this, so we would urge you to pass this.
Dr. Nicolette?
Do parents provide permission for CSI, CIS employees?
That's communities and schools for the public.
Thank you, yes. Communities and schools to have access to their child's pertinent information?
I can't answer that question right now.
I will say, if you take a look at the memorandum of understanding, it's very clear as far as what communities and schools has within the functions and responsibilities versus the Washoe County School District.
Trustee Church?
I'm not concerned with what they're required to do. I'm concerned with what some rogue person does, or Russian hackers getting into their system because they're not protected to the degree our system is. I'm not prepared to accept this at this time.
Again, they do not contain a separate system. They access our system, which does have the security you just mentioned.
But say a rogue person could, I don't think, download it, but they can take screenshots of it. They have access to that information. We don't do backgrounds on their employees, et cetera. I'm just not comfortable, but yeah,
Background checks.
on their employees.
Yes.
We do.
Yes, they provide background
Okay.
checks.
All right.
Okay, other comments? Dr. Nicolette?
I personally know that we have had a wonderful collaboration for many years. So is there something else that you, and I think student data security is extremely important, and it's becoming more and more important, and I know that you know that. Is there anything that you could share with us? Because I would like to move this along, because August 9th, boom, things start moving, and needs are there right on the front doorstep. Is there anything else that you can share with us that can provide us a level of comfort that our kids' data safety is secure and that parents at least are cognizant of what is being shared about their child.
For the record, this is Catherine Loudon, the coordinator of counseling. Communities in Schools doesn't serve every single student in the whole school. There's a partnership integrated with the administrators and the counselors and the social workers and other people that are on the school for the services and supports of specific students related to what is happening with them and the needs that they may have. And one of the reasons that I worked so hard over the summer to pull all this together is I have some concerns about school opening and all of the students that need and rely on Communities in Schools and the principals at schools like Anderson and Sparks Middle School and Booth and Duncan and Hug and Natchez not having access to this service immediately, especially returning from the pandemic. Without these services in place for their kids.
Catherine, I think it would also help if you could go through very specifically, what does a CIS, Communities in Schools coordinator, do? What is their specific job and how do they help and assist the students that they work with as far as attendance, wraparound services, truancy, those types of things, food security? So exactly what does a CIS coordinator, who are also licensed social workers, if I'm correct, what do they do to provide services for our students?
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. They're not all licensed school social workers. I have to mention that. But what they do is they work in a case management capacity, pulling together all of the different resources to try to integrate the supports for the individual student. And they work on finding resources outside of the school and coordinating with people inside the school to help the child be more successful.
Did that answer the question you have? Did that fill in what you wanted, Dr. McNeil? Did that answer your question, Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you.
I will say this. I'm where Dr. or Trustee Nicolette is in that I understand the role of Communities in Schools and how important it is for those students and even those families, the support that they provide. I do think it's important for the data to be secure and from what I'm hearing, the personnel, the people that work in CIS, the case managers, so to speak, social workers, and some of the role that they play in, are working in concert with our school personnel, our school administrators and counselors and social workers and psychologists and all of those that provide the support for students. They don't get to have their own database, right? They have access to ours and that secure, that we are responsible for that security. Right, for our database being as secure as it can possibly be. So I share that. I think it's important, at least from my standpoint, is they're working in partnership and have done so for many years, providing a level of service that this group of students wouldn't ordinarily get, and in some cases their families wouldn't get without this partnership. And it's necessary. I mean, if a child is in an unsafe environment, or if they are food insecure or home insecure, if they don't have clothing, then they cannot learn. That's the relationship between what this organization does and what we do. I mean, it'd be great if that weren't the case, but research shows that if I'm hungry, I don't learn very well, right? And all of that. And so this is a really important piece to the academic experience, or the educational experience and learning and growing of students, and especially a group of students who need help. I mean, this is a group of students that without this help may not be in school, may not have a home, may not be safe. I think it's really important. I will say this, and just in conversation, this is sort of related, you'll kick me under the table if I'm not. In terms of Infinite Campus, there will be an Infinite Campus presentation. Like, there will be an Infinite Campus. John, I see you leaning, yes. Yes. There will be an Infinite Campus presentation sometime over the next couple of months after we get into the school year. So that will happen, right? That will happen. And I think it's important to happen. Okay, I mean, I think it's important to happen, and we'll make sure that happens in a way so we can talk about it and all of that piece, right? And all of that. So that will be forthcoming over the next couple of months. I would ask my colleagues, because the data has been secure, they work in conjunction with our staff, have done so for years, and provided a really necessary service. I would ask my colleagues to consider, to pass, not just consider, but to pass this, to support this. I would hate for those students that really have this need to not get this support, especially coming out of a pandemic year when they need it more now than ever. Trustee Calvert, yes, I see. Okay, we'll go with Trustee Rodriguez, and then we go to Trustee Calvert, and you were on and then off Trustee Smith, so I'll come back your way as well.
And so just so we can also confirm, the people in this program, they're also vetted, their background checks to the same standards as the rest of our personnel of the school district, correct?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. For the record, this is Catherine Loudon. The communities and schools individuals are fingerprinted through Washoe County School District Police through our same fingerprinting process. And I would also add that communities and schools, the national model, is present in many other places and within the state of Nevada, and also in many other places across the country. It is a national model that Washoe County is utilizing.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Calvert, and then Trustee Smith, and then we'll come back your way, Trustee Church.
Thank you so much. But I was just wondering if maybe you could give an example of a student that needs these services, so maybe people could better understand what it is when you say wraparound services, food insecurities, without giving names. Just say what happens that they get to this point where they need these services. And thank you.
For example, we have students that have had a variety of different trauma in their lives. We have students that have basic needs like clothing and food in their family. They may have an unstable living condition, which is very common. Housing is a big concern. They may have had another crisis that occurred. They may be disengaged from school and working with our intervention department on trying to connect a student who has not been engaged in school to come back to school. They may be a student that has had some behavioral issues or other loss, or they may be a student that has having trouble connecting, or a family that has had problems. Perhaps the parents have lost their job or have an inability to provide a stable home. There are so many different things that require a lot of outside and integrated coordination and support. And so the family would be working with our own school staff and with the communities and school staff to get all of those resources together and line them up and really ease the process for the students and help them be successful while they're at school and then also outside of school.
Let me just offer that it can look a little bit different in every building, but to Ms. Loudon's point, there's often a classroom or another space within the school that's dedicated. It's a safe place for kids to go. There may be a food pantry. There's a closet. If they don't have a jacket and they're cold, they might be able to grab a jacket. If they need something to eat for the weekend, they can take some food home with them on a Friday afternoon. And some of, but not all, the programs will provide a space for children who just need a place in order to calm down, receive some behavioral support. So it can look a little bit different in all the different programs.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert, and to the both of you. Trustee Smith, and then we'll go to Trustee Church.
Thank you, President Taylor. Beth Smith for the record. So data privacy is definitely something very important to me. I'm also professionally very aware of that. But what I'm circling with this item in particular is that I'm not hearing an actual specific complaint against communities in school. I'm picking up more on just general criticism about data privacy. And I'm not sure in the lack of there being a specific complaint about CIS that we would keep our students from this type of support, again, in the absence of a very specific complaint around this organization.
Thank you for the comment. May I respond?
Please.
So again, Ms. Loudon mentioned we've had an ongoing relationship with this organization. I'm only aware of 10 years, but it sounds like it's longer. we're aware of no breaches in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's also important to know that I'm glad you mentioned it. This is a national model. This isn't not that it would be something bad if it were a local nonprofit doing great work. Not that that would be something bad, but it's a model that's necessary for school children across the country. They're very heavily involved across our state. So there's a track record behind this that has been positive. Clark County and Elko are the other two, the other probably two largest other additional districts in our state for that. So just something noteworthy. I'll go to Trustee Church and then Clerk Manetto.
I'll defer to the.
Oh, okay, Clerk Manetto, and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank you for doing this. I have personally known children and families who they really can't learn if stuff's not going on. If they're not fed, if Dad went to jail last night, they can't learn their math. And I just wanted to thank you that this is in place for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Manetto. Trustee Church?
Thank you, Madam President.
And then I will call for a question or motion. We need to move on.
Yes. Some great discussion. This is a perfect example of why this shouldn't have been on the consent agenda. $400,000 for such an important purpose. We've educated ourselves and the public. Wonderful. I was prepared to vote no, but because of our board governance model, I've reflected on that and our commitment to work with other trustees, and moved by the statements of Trustee Smith that she just made that were so excellent for her very first comments. I appreciate that, and I took that to heart, as well as the urging of Board President Taylor, Dr. Taylor, that we do this, especially with the indication that we can double back on this if we, the concern I have is, number one, just an explanation of the money, but the infinite campus security of a third party having access to student data. And I'm ready to vote yes, because I'm hearing that we can always double back on that, and that's a whole nother matter, not on the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. So we're looking for a motion at this time for agenda item 2.09. If that's the pleasure of the board.
I can do that.
Okay, Dr. Nicolette.
So that I'm articulate. I'm going to read. Oh, that's for the consent agenda. What number are we talking about? 2.09.
2.09.
I recommend that the board approves consent agenda item 2.09. There you go.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to approve consent agenda item 2.09. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Rodriguez. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you to the both of you for providing the clarifying information. We're going to go on now to the next agenda item that was pulled, consent agenda item 2.10. 2.10, I'm going to ask staff to get in place for that, if you will, and then turn it over to Trustee Church. You pulled this, I believe, sir. What's your question?
Once again, this is more than double the amount. This is $1,100,000 for health services, so I'm just asking for an explanation. I do see the attachments, but if you could just kind of give me a very brief briefing.
Certainly. Jennifer Van Tress, Area Superintendent, for the record. The contracts that we have are for service, for staffing to provide occupational, physical, and speech therapy services for students on IEPs. We're required to provide those services by federal and state law, and the 1.1 provides about 14 staff members. So it's actually pretty cost, it's a very cost neutral kind of position if you think about 14 staff members.
And did it go out to bid, or was this sole source?
This, we have had the contracts in place for several years. The advantage is that we get the same staff members coming back, and the consistency for the students is very important.
Do you think there'd be any point where we might say, let's put it out for bid and just see?
That is definitely a consideration, especially if we lose staff members from certain companies to put out to bid to see if there are other companies out there that can bid out.
And hopefully a final question. I don't want to beat a dead horse because we don't want PETA showing up, but is this do we have Infinite Campus information that is shared with the contractors?
The staff members, the contracting staff members do have access to Infinite Campus. All of the contracts have confidentiality clauses and also FERPA clauses in their contracts. So they are required by the contracts and by federal law to protect student privacy.
And these are essentially more or less using the term mental health of students, so they're getting some very sensitive data.
So occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, so it's more the fine motor, sensory motor, gross motor skills.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church and Ms. Van Trest. I do, Trustee Rodriguez?
Is this information, is this protected by HIPAA as well?
Well, HIPAA is a little different because we are an educational agency, so HIPAA is protecting the medical side, but so FERPA is the HIPAA version for education.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I see we have some public comment. We have a couple of them, I think.
Lorraine Doherty.
Welcome, Ms. Doherty. We have
Thank you.
Okay, if you can put that up over that nose for me, thank you so much. Pull the mic down. We want to hear you. There we go. Thank you, ma'am.
Lorraine Doherty for the record. I appreciate it that it was disclosed that this is a mandated program. Is that what I understand by the federal government? If it is, it's a lot of money, and I think it'd be valuable for parents to know is that significantly more than what it's been in the past, and also are these staff medical personnel? Are they qualified medical providers? I mean, what are their qualifications, and who vets them?
We don't respond to public comment. We'll try to address that. So I want you to use I don't want your time to go by.
Right. Okay. So I think it's important that these things be discussed, and I think that things like this should not just be on a consent; that they should be for open discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. I will ask staff. I know that you can respond to their personnel and their backgrounds and so on. If you would, please, Ms. Van Trest.
Sure. Jennifer Van Trest, Area Superintendent for the record. Yes, all of these staff members are nationally licensed by either OTO, the Occupational Therapy Association, or the Physical Therapy Association. They are nationally certified, and so they do have their licensure not only at the national level, but also at the state level. They're required to have that before they're allowed to work with our students.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Other public comment?
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome back.
Thank you. John Eppolito with Protect Nevada Children. I just learned something. So this vendor also has access to the Infinite Campus data. It keeps getting worse. You guys know, I think, by now, Infinite Campus has already been involved in 6 data breaches that we know of, none affecting Washoe County School District students yet. And Ms. Nicolette, our parents' notifiable child's Infinite Campus data is shared with the previous vendor. I believe the answer was no. Catherine was having trouble spitting that out, but that's one of the things we need to talk about when we talk about Infinite Campus. Parents don't know what's going on. And also on the screening the people, which would also apply to the people that work for this vendor, Solvent Health, they probably go through the same type of screening that the Washoe County School District counselor who just got arrested for child pornography go through, just to let people know. So parents need to know and be able to control their own kids' data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. Do we have other public comment?
That's all for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Church?
Thank you. One question and one clarification. Number one, the attachments are available to the public, but they come out Thursday at 9 a.m., 48 consent agenda items. There's only so much time in the day, so I understand the concern. I have it too, especially for $1 million. So my question, and by the way, I just so much appreciate the public comment because you raised something I wouldn't have thought of. So here's my question based on that public comment. How much did we pay last year? How much of an increase is this in the funding?
Jennifer Van Tress, Area Superintendent, for the record. The contract remains the same. The contracts have been the same for several years now.
Any further? Yes, Superintendent.
And as the board was noticed by Ms. Batchelder, we have one board meeting in the month of July, and so that is the reason why there are several consent agenda items, because you all have one regular public board meeting in the month of July. And we have schools opening on August 9th, and the entire board was noticed to that.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Seeing no further discussion, it's the pleasure of the board on agenda item 2.10. Clerk Manetto?
Am I on? I move that we approve 2.09.
2.10. Oh, we did 09 already.
Oh, sorry. I move that we approve 2.10. Okay.
Thank you very much, Clerk Manetto. Was there a second? Okay, your light was on, but she beat you to it. Okay. All right, seconded by Trustee Calvert. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. We'll go on to agenda item 2.18. 2.18, and asking staff with the information surrounding agenda item 2. Oh, yes, well, okay, it's okay, we should have. Okay, I was going to say operations, so here we are. Okay, come on up, staff, if you would, for agenda item 2.18, and then we're going to turn it over to, as you're seated, turn it over to Trustee Church for your question for the staff, please.
Again, it's about $500,000, $500,000. I'm confused, and I'm even reading the contract, and maybe it's my reading ability, but can you explain exactly what we're paying them to do?
So we are paying J/B to move 2 mobiles, one from Ted Huntsberger and one from Double Diamond, to Pulikitas to have classrooms for their students that they have currently enrolled.
So it's costing us $500,000 to move 2 modulars across town.
To move 2 modulars across town, install all the sewer, electrical, data, and then at the existing schools where they're coming from, to cap them and safe them off so that they are part of the playground.
If we were to buy modulars and have somebody put them in ballpark, on what it would cost?
So to purchase a mobile cost approximately $300,000 just to purchase a mobile. So that would be on top of what we're paying to move them.
Well, I mean, if we said we're not going to move those, we'll let them sit there for a while. We're going to buy new ones, because I don't know when these were built. We're going to buy new ones for the other school, install a brand new modular. What would that cost?
They would cost, we have previous items that we've done that with, and they could run about $900,000 to purchase them and install them.
So almost $2 million versus $500,000. Still seems like a lot of money, but okay. Did it go out to bid?
It did. It was competitively bid per NRS 338.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. We have, and staff, thank you so much. We have public comment on this item.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, getting the work out today?
Hey, I'm sorry about burning the time. This school was like 2 years old. I'm not sure why we need new classrooms for this building that was just built 2 years ago. I don't know if that's Adam or someone else at the district, but we're expanding on a brand new school already, so maybe someone here knows why.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
That's all on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Church?
Could staff address Mr. Eppolito's concerns?
So our building was built with a base capacity of 682 students. We are at 815 students with this current enrollment because of the area that it's in and growing. And so we need these classrooms to meet our class sizes that we have for our students.
Pete Etch, our Chief Operating Officer. I'll only add, this is the proper use of portable classrooms. So, for many years, and we have portables that are 20 years old, and that is not the purpose for portables. The purpose is when you have a newer school and all of a sudden it goes past capacity, you put in portables until you build a new school, and then you take the portables out. This is the way that should be done.
Thank you, Mr. Etcher.
You're telling us we're over capacity at please don't ask me to.
Polakitis.
Yeah, Polakitis. My district, I should know. We're over capacity for that school?
We're over capacity at that school. We're at 124% of the base capacity currently.
Other questions? Okay, we have a public comment already, so look into the boards for your pleasure as it pertains to agenda item 2.18, relocating portables to Polakitis as needed. Dr. Nicolette?
I move to approve agenda item 2.18.
Thank you very much. Moved by Dr. Nicolette, seconded by Clerk Bonetto. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? I'm sorry, Trustee Church, I cut you off before you vote? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, seeing none, the motion's carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We're going to move on now to agenda item 2.29. 2.29, this one was pulled by Trustee Nicolette, so we're going to ask staff to come forward for agenda item 2.29. And you aren't moving, so you're the same staff. Okay. Oh, yeah, same staff, sure. Okay, well, welcome back. Dr. Nicolette, you'd like to address the staff with your questions, please.
Yes, thank you. When I read all the documents, and thank you, they were very informative and very complex. And so I need for my own self and hopefully my colleagues in the community to understand this $100,000 and this term force account changeover. I mean, change order. I know what a change order is. I'm not quite sure what this force account means and how we and Q&D got into this situation, because when I look at the expenditures, it appears to be, again, this is not my area of expertise, it appears to be for a lot of COVID-related situational items and time. And so help us understand.
So when we bid a hard bid item, we attach a force account to that, which is basically a change order account that's into the bid. And we do that so that if we have unforeseens, we're able to move through the process to allow those. We have a change order policy that has been approved, and I believe you guys have information and have access to that. But this force account, when we go and bid a project, it's part of the base bid for that project is the force account, and it allows us to do changes within that dollar amount. Our typical force account is approximately 15% of the estimated project cost. So we have the authority to use that up to a certain dollar amount to do change orders with the contractors. And we have in our bid documents, we have reasons that we're able to do change orders and how we apply those, what markups we apply with that, and so we have rules that we follow in our spec books.
So Pete, that's our Chief Operating Officer again, and your question about how we got in this situation with this, I would like to address that. So there were many discussions, including with the Office of General Counsel, regarding the settlement agreement that is attached to the agenda item. The discussion was on whether to deny Neutron's change order request that was for over $700,000, which is also in the agenda item, and go to arbitration and potentially litigation. The decision was made in consultation with legal counsel to settle for $150,000, with Q&D Construction Company paying $50,000 of that amount, rather than paying the cost of fighting this. Now, from my discussions with the project management staff, I feel that Neutron's performance on the Inskeep project was definitely substandard. I can tell you we are documenting our working experience with Neutron, and serious discussions will be held before the contractor is utilized on a district project in the future. I am pretty confident, in my opinion, that Q&D and other general contractors in the region would be having similar discussions. Neutron is a national level contractor who came to Northern Nevada to work at the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. They have ventured into local projects, but at least for us, this has not gone well, in my opinion. I'm not sure if arbitration litigation threats are a typical course of action from where they come from, but it definitely is not here. To be honest, every contractor could probably file a claim for additional compensation for every little unknown condition that they can think of, but they do not. One of the reasons for this is the construction industry in Northern Nevada is very relationship driven.
the contractor's relationship with Washoe County School District is very important to them, and vice versa. We are very, very fortunate in Northern Nevada to have an amazing group of general contractors and subcontractors. And when they bring a change order to us, I mean, yeah, we will barter back and forth sometimes, but we know that it is usually a legitimate request, and we are glad to pay for that additional scope of work. It is unfortunate that Neutron has chosen to take this alternative course of action, and believe me, our first reactions were see you in court. But it was seen as a better path to settle this and document our experience with this subcontractor and move on.
That answer that question, Dr. Nicolette? That's good background information.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And I will have to say to Q&D and our facilities projects people, thank you for being on top of this, because, I mean, you know, this is something that is, I'm going to say, I trust and respect your work, and it sounds like it's one of those situations where they tried to take advantage of us, and we pushed back, and we prevailed on some level. And so we're going to continue with the work, and nothing's going to stop us, correct?
That is correct. The school is going to open on time, and it's a fantastic school, and everything in that school is up to code.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. You have a question on this, a comment?
Just a comment. I wanted to thank Dr. Nicolette for being attentive and pulling this off the consent agenda, because that's, again, my personal opinion, some of this stuff should never be on the consent agenda to begin with. That is such important information for us as trustees to know. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have public comment on this, JJ?
We do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Since that was your question, I think you're satisfied. I'll look to you for a motion, Dr. Nicolette.
I will absolutely be, it'll be a pleasure. I move that we approve consent agenda item 2.29.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Now we have a race for seconds. I love it. I love it. Okay. Moved by Trustee Nicolette and seconded by, I'm going to give that one to you, Trustee Rodriguez. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you, staff. Thank you for providing that information. We're going to go to agenda item 2.32, and the request to pull actually came from two trustees, Trustee Church and Trustee Nicolette. So I'll ask staff to please come and get into position on this particular item. And we'll go to you first, Trustee Church, and then since you asked first, you want to, okay, defer to Dr. Nicolette and then Trustee Church, and then staff, please thank you for being here.
Thank you for being a gentleman. I appreciate that. So I'm going to tell you my intent, and it may be totally forthcoming. I don't usually like to use the word transparency because it's one of those fussy words, but benchmark is a hot title these days. We know that for many reasons. And so I'll be honest, I feel very comfortable with this, and I have no problem. But I would like my colleagues in the community to hear another side of our collaboration with Benchmark Advance and how this has nothing to do with critical race theory. It has everything to do with helping our children's language acquisition. So if you could just tell us more.
For the record, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, my name is Dina Charamella, and I am the Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction. So this board item is for the adoption of intervention materials that are part of Benchmark Advance. The academic Benchmark Advance is our adopted curriculum that we use in Washoe County School District. In 2020, we used funds to purchase an intervention kit. An intervention kit is what teachers use when a student doesn't the first time maybe sing a lesson they didn't really understand, so it gives teachers and students another opportunity to look at that curriculum in a different way. It also has assessments, so teachers can do a quick assessment on phonemic awareness or fluency, how are kids decoding words, all of those things. So we were able to buy one paper box per grade level for each building. Last year during COVID, Benchmark Advance gave us access to the interventions electronically. We did not purchase the interventions when we purchased the curriculum. And so every teacher and every student across the district had access to those intervention materials. They didn't have to go find the box and make copies. So as part of ESSERS 2, we have requested that we have those intervention materials for students for the next 2 years. It also is very helpful for Read by Grade 3 when we have that mandate from the state that has some dyslexia screening. As I said, it helps with phonemic awareness, fluency, comprehension. So it's an extra layer, academic layer, related to our standards that teachers can use in the classroom.
Thank you. And so it would be the teacher, along with the student, and I'm certain the parent, family member as well, that kind of utilize these resources together to help any and every child that would need help with language acquisition.
Correct, because part of the online program also has Blackline Masters, so teachers could print out papers for students to take home and practice with their families after school to get that additional practice. So there is access. We could also use it for speech teachers, special education teachers, for meeting the needs of all of our students within Washoe County.
Okay, thank you. I'm comfortable, and I'm hoping that when I'm trying to avoid the seeing benchmark and going, oh, wait a minute, is that critical race theory? And this has nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with our kiddos and language acquisition and helping them succeed.
And the reading and writing standards, yes.
Reading, writing standards. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Same questions, basically. How many people read the consent agenda? How many people even look at our agenda, and let alone read it? And yet I'm getting emails like, red flag. So, confirm, this has nothing to do with CRT, this has nothing to do with diversity training, this has nothing to do with social justice.
Correct.
Okay. And then it's using federal relief funds.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we have public comment cards on these. Thank you, Trustee Church.
John Eppolito. The board also received an email on this item from Joe Morabito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome back.
I seem to be talking more than Angie today. The benchmark advance, everything, thank you for pulling that off and thank you for clarifying that. When I looked over the standards the first time, what I saw in the English language arts K through 5 were these little books that were very left of center, very indoctrinating like. Are those not the books that we're approving now? And can we see titles of these books eventually?
So we'll staff won't, we'll ask them to
Thank you.
provide that. Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. Please, Superintendent.
So Dina, can you talk about, these are actually not the books, these are actually the intervention materials, and let's talk a little bit about Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction on multi-tiered systems of supports and exactly what the students are doing with these materials.
I wasn't sure if you want me to go that deep, so absolutely. So these materials, so Tier 1 instruction is grade level, at grade level, standards-based instruction. And Tier 1 instruction is very rigorous. So Tier 1 instruction hits about 80% of the kids in your classroom. That Tier 1 instruction is going to meet their needs, and they'll be just fine. But about 20% of the kids in your classroom need to look at it in a different way, need to have maybe a deeper dive in what the standard and what that Tier 1 is. So these interventions give teachers and students time to go deeper, maybe relook at it, have 2 or 3 different lessons till they get to that content and they understand those standards in Tier 1. So that's the purpose of these intervention materials, is it breaks down the complexity of the rigorous Tier 1 instruction of our Nevada academic content standards and gives kids another look at it and some other ways to practice so that they can master those standards. And these are not books, these are lessons that are added specifically around, like I said, phonics instruction, fluency instruction, comprehension. So these are mostly skills-based types of activities, they're not books. Good?
Thank you very much for answering that question. Okay, and thank you for the clarification. I think we all want to make sure that it's very, very clear what these materials are versus the supplemental materials that were considered earlier from benchmark. So this is very, very separate. Very good question. Everybody needs to know that to make sure that we're all very clear. Okay, seeing that the questions are resolved, I'm going to ask for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board. Okay, everybody, let's make note. This is Trustee Smith's first motion. Let's do it.
Thank you. Beth Smith, for the record, I move that we adopt the consent agenda item 2.32.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Seconded by Clerk Manetto, moved by Trustee Smith. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Okay, we're going to go on to agenda item 2.36. 2.36. All right, we see our money men coming in. Then as you get into position, Trustee Church, I believe you pulled this, so we're going to go to you for a question relating to agenda item 2.36, consent agenda item 2.36.
Is it still called consent agenda item?
Yeah, but just pull. Oh, no, it should just be agenda. Well, anyway, it's 2.36.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I don't want to get in trouble for something. All right, this just strikes me as really, really important. We're talking about daily student attendance, pupil-teacher ratios, K3, this is specifically K3 if I read it right, so correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm going to give you the floor, and you can explain what those ratios are and what we're approving.
For the record, Jeff Balzo, Budget Director. The district receives class size reduction funds from the state to help keep low class size in kindergarten through third grade. So as part of the requirement of receiving those funds is that we have to report each quarter that we are meeting those ratios. So what this report does is it takes our average daily enrollment in grades kindergarten through third for the elementary schools, and then we divide that average daily enrollment by the amount of teachers we have, and then we check to make sure that as a district-wide in each one of those grades that we meet the ratio. So as you can see in the report, we do meet the ratios. We're lower than the required ratios in all 4 grades, and we have been throughout the entire school year. So this is just the final fourth quarter report from the last quarter of the school year that just ended.
You have additional questions, Trustee Church?
No, I think I've got it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, it's the pleasure of the board to looking for a motion to approve agenda item 2.36. If it's the pleasure of the board. I see Trustee Rodriguez leaning in for his first motion.
I move to approve item 2.36.
Okay, thank you very much for following that lead. I just wanted to don't let Trustee Smith, she just got here. You can't let her get too far ahead of you. All right, is there a second? Second. Okay, second by Clerk Manetto. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're going to go on to agenda item 3.37. Yes, 3.37. 2.37. 2.37. Trustee Church?
Thank you. OPED's extremely important. I can go on, but I might request maybe a 5-minute break. We've been in an hour and a half. Nature calls, but I can wait.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to get through the consent agenda if we can.
Okay.
And then we'll go. Okay, we're getting close to the end.
If I'm down the hall, I can't be asking questions. So, all right. So OPED is very, very important. So, Mr. Mathers, if you can explain what OPEBs are and exactly what this agenda item is about and what the cost is.
Sure. Thank you very much. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. These are benefits other than a pension provided to certain retirees of the school district. And those benefits namely are subsidies for health insurance for certain retirees and subsidies for payments to the State Public Employee Benefits Board for certain retirees, and then an implicit life insurance subsidy cost for life insurance procured by retirees. The total cost of our OPEB benefits that the district pays currently is around $6 million. The district has always paid for these OPEB costs. It pays those costs out of the health insurance fund. And this particular item requests your approval to seek reimbursement for up to the amount indicated in the staff report. which is $6,329,237 for fiscal year '22. We may not actually request reimbursement of that total dollar amount. That's the maximum amount that we would seek to be reimbursed from the OPEB trust fund. So the district has also set up a trust fund to help pay for OPEB costs and to reimburse our health insurance fund. So the request again is to seek reimbursement from the OPEB trust fund to reimburse ourselves for those OPEB costs.
Okay, so again, this is big dollars we're talking, and this was the, essentially, my understanding, so $6 million. Is this like we're transferring it from a general fund to an OPEB? Can you explain what we're doing exactly?
So the district has pre-funded OPEB costs. We have roughly $64 million in the trust fund. And this item, procedurally, NRS requires the board to request the OPEB trust fund to reimburse the district. So we'd be pulling $6 million out of that $64 million trust to reimburse our health insurance fund for those retiree costs. If you chose not to do this, then the health insurance fund would have to absorb the entire $6 million of OPEB costs without any reimbursement.
How could that happen? I mean, we'd go broke. We have to do it, right? I mean, can you explain how, if you say if we don't do it, what happens?
Yeah, well, again, the health insurance fund would have to absorb 100% of the cost. There's a bit of a balancing act here in terms of the health insurance fund's ability to cover some of these costs, which is why we're asking for a maximum reimbursement of $6.237. We may not actually need to seek that much reimbursement. But yeah, it's a significant cost that the district has per year, which is why we've pre-funded a large amount of that, a large portion of our OPEB liability. So, I mean, to your point, this is somewhat ministerial. We wouldn't ever not try to be reimbursed. But again, it's a balancing act between where the health insurance fund stands in terms of its financial condition versus the trust fund and how many assets we have there and the performance of the OPEB trust fund's investments. So there's a bit of a balancing act there, but this allows us for the entire fiscal year 22 to be reimbursed.
Okay. This is one of the, I mean, this is big dollars. And specifically what's on the agenda, I don't want to deviate from the agenda because I'm not close enough to get kicked, so he'll have to yell at me. So I want to stay within the agenda, but we're talking a lot of money. And within the agenda, what we're doing here is funding, let me phrase this, a pay-go system?
No, we are being reimbursed through monies that the district has pre-funded in the OPEB trust fund. So it's a reimbursement from the OPEB trust fund to the district health insurance fund, which is one of our internal service funds.
And that fund is $64 million, so it would be reduced by potentially down to $58 or so million from 64.
Not necessarily. We also make contributions to the OPEB trust fund, and then the OPEB trust fund is largely invested in the equities market, which has performed very well. So it may see returns more than adequate to cover those costs.
Okay. I think my final question, my final statement, because I want to stay within the agenda, this is very important, expensive money stuff that maybe we should get a briefing on later, or agenda item, but for now, or small groups or something. But I think you've answered my questions, and you've done an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Public comment on this, JJ? No? Okay, then looking to, if there are no further questions, doesn't look like there are. Thank you, Mr. Mathers. Looking to the board for a motion to approve consent agenda item 2.37. Moved by Clerk Manetto, second. Seconded, we'll give that one to Trustee Smith. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Opposition?
Who said give that to Trustee Smith?
Because it was she and Trustee Calvert right there.
Oh, sorry, I forgot you were there.
Oh, yeah, he blocks you. Yeah, okay. All right, so that thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. We are going to take, thank you, Mr. Mather. We're going to take agenda items 2.39, 2.40, and 2.41 together. And so we'll ask, because they seem to be connected, related, and we see the staff coming in now, so we'll ask staff to come at this time. And then Trustee Church, we'll ask for you to direct any questions you have on these three items to the staff that's before us.
Yes. Thank you very much. 39 is a little bit different than 40 and 41, but essentially we are being asked to give money to staff that we hadn't budgeted or approved or negotiated for in the past. Specifically, it seems to be this is all incentive money for something that they've done or will do. Specifically, 40 and 41, and I'm coming into this with an open mind, but we've had meetings on this before. I have opinions. And 40 and 41 are recruiting. Our recruiting, as I've stated before on the record here, is in need of improvement. Since I've said that, I've noticed we have made a number of improvements. And my opinion, unless my mind gets changed, is to say no to this, because we need to look, this money could be better spent. And again, I'm making comments, but I'm going to seek your response. This money could be better spent for other recruiting methods, other recruiting means. We've kind of realized we have some recruiting issues, and I think we're going at it piecemeal. I think we did have for the public record, we did have a group meeting with myself and some staff members this past week, where we really had great discussion about the future of recruiting and how difficult it is getting folks, including these things that were on the agenda. And I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I'm open-minded to listen, because you've changed my mind before, including today. But I don't think this is a good use of the money. I don't think it's a consent agenda item. I think we need to do a big policy procedure on how we're going to recruit. Then we look at how, whether this is a good idea. So those are more statements than questions, but like Jeopardy, I'll let you answer it, based on my comment.
So you don't have a question, Trustee Church?
Well, I guess my question is to respond to my comments and your opinions on why we should do this against my leaning of not doing it.
Is there a specific concern that I can respond to?
That I don't think this is a good use of the money versus, say, housing. There's a specific, based on our previous conversation. So can you tell me why we would do this now? Let me phrase it this way. Why would we do this now rather than having a actual recruiting plan, briefing to the board overall? Let's talk about recruiting before we talk about incentives as part of recruiting. Cart before the horse. So can you answer that question?
Thank you, Trustee Church. Please, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to defer to you.
Oh, yeah, that was he made his question clear.
So I think that why would we do this versus having a recruiting strategy mischaracterizes the efforts of the Human Resources Department and the talent acquisition staff. It's certainly not an either-or proposition. We have a comprehensive recruiting plan that involves many free and low-cost initiatives, as well as others that do involve an expense. And as we shared when we brought this item before the board for transportation, where we also covered our recruiting efforts, we exist in an employment market that is incredibly competitive. We are not the only people having this problem. I heard a speaker the other day that was a recruiter from Chipotle. They pay $100,000 a year for Chipotle managers. They are struggling to recruit. And so, again, we are at a point where the service will be impacted, and there is certainly a lot of effort around recruitment, but there is a critical response needed in order to respond to what we're dealing with in this employment market, which is very competitive wages and very low unemployment.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Trustee Church.
So I want to be careful. I taught recruiting nationwide for years. teachers, staff, mostly law enforcement, but it's all related. This is the wrong way to go about it. You just gave me a good example. Chipotle's paying $150,000. We can't pay that. And then somebody at Taco Bell pays $200,000 and somebody else pays $250,000. Money is not a recruiting incentive, in my opinion, that could be better spent elsewhere. And so I'm just not convinced. So now let me ask a question. Do we have an actual policy or procedure on recruiting?
Yes, we do have a board policy. Board Policy 4110 is the policy around talent acquisition, and we have a comprehensive recruiting plan within the Human Resources Department.
Okay. Okay, yeah, as you mentioned, okay. Do you have any other questions, Trustee Church?
I think that's, let me ponder for now. Let other people ask.
Okay, all right. I don't see any other questions before us, so I'd look to see if there are no other questions. I look to see the pleasure of the board.
One quick statement. I just want to say I'm opposed to it. I think it's putting the cart before the horse, and I don't think it's money well spent that could be spent better on things like housing.
Okay, I appreciate that, Trustee Church.
May I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do think it's important, again, to reiterate that it's not an either-or situation. The incentives that are being proposed are part of a complement of recruiting efforts to meet the need in a lot of different areas within district operations.
Thank you very much. I see Trustee Smith.
Thank you. Trustee Smith, for the record, one of the things that jumps out with these three items is the use of the term pilot. It's a pilot program. So what I take from that, if you could confirm my assumption, is that we're not necessarily going to be doing this year after year. We'd like to try this plan, see how it works, and perhaps do a debriefing after and do an analysis to see if it had the expected results.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you brought up that point, Trustee Smith, and I'm sorry, Emily Ellison, for the record. This is a pilot program. Incentives are not something, at least in my time at the district, that we have embarked upon at this scale. And so we really are trying to understand what moves the needle in terms of recruiting new staff.
Thank you very much. And I would comment that we are in unusual times when it comes down to talent acquisition, not just us here locally, not just in school districts across the state, across the country. And so it requires us to do, in my opinion, some new and different things. Are there other things that can be considered? Many were shared at the meeting that we had the other day, sure. But in the meantime, right, we have a school year that starts in about 10 minutes. And in every effort, I believe every effort that we could put together and do that makes sense, along the lines of what we did with bus drivers. Sure, we all know we can't have school without bus drivers. Well, we need nutrition services. We need all of these support professionals as well. Believe we're on unusual times, and for us to not do things that we've never done before, let's try them out. Let's see how they work. It's just like ideas that were shared the other day in the recruiting session that Trustee Church mentioned, and there were some things we'd never done. Okay, hey, let's consider that. To me, this is like that. I agree with you. It isn't an either or. This doesn't stop that, right? That's work is still happening. So I'm going to support this because I know we're in dire straits. It isn't just us. We have to do everything that we can to bring in as many good people as we can as we close to starting the school year.
I'll just quickly add too, I really appreciated Emily and her team, as well as our Chief Operating Officer, as well as President Taylor, and as well as Trustee Minetto, for us spending approximately 2.5 hours with Trustee Church. And I appreciated the fact that you did bring a PowerPoint on your ideas around recruiting. And I'll also say that, we do have a board policy around recruitment and talent acquisition. And these are extraordinary times. And I know that this is an effort to support our employees as well, who work very, very hard every day.
Trustee Church? Thank you, Superintendent.
And it was a great meeting. It was a very, very productive exchange of information. So it was a very good meeting. What's the approximate cost of 40 and 41? And question number 2, nutrition services, are they actual school district employees or are they contract?
I'll answer Pete Etch, our Chief Operating Officer. I'll answer the last question first, and I'll let Ms. Ellison answer the others. The Nutrition Services Department has approximately 6 outsourced employees that are in management positions that work for Aramark, that run the nutrition services program, basically the leadership position. All the other employees, 300 plus employees, are all Washoe County School District employees. The incentives are only for Washoe County School District employees. And we will be using nutrition services funds, which is an enterprise fund, so all the money that will be used for these incentives for nutrition services will be coming from that enterprise fund.
And Trustee Church, I apologize. When I made the staff report, we lumped the three incentives together for nutrition, housekeeping, and transportation. So a total of $2 million was earmarked within ESSERS. However, nutrition services will come out of the enterprise fund, and I don't remember the breakdown of transportation versus housekeeping.
Pete Dutch, our Chief Operating Officer, approximately for nutrition services is roughly $300,000. Is if we get full employment, if we can fill all the positions. And right now we are down about 70 positions in nutrition services. We are down about 42 positions in custodial, and right around 41, 42 in transportation. So I would love to spend all that money, that ESSER money, to have those positions, because I'd much rather have the positions right now and have those filled and be able to make sure that we can provide those operations to our schools.
Thank you very much to both of you. Trustee Church, did you have?
And I'll just explain again why I am going to vote no, I believe. As I've taught, as I've listened, as I've emailed, as we've had discussions, one of the biggest problems people have, especially those that are relocating here, they literally cannot find housing. If the school district had secured, and we talked about all kinds of think outside the box options, if we had secured, we have a place for you. You don't have to worry about that. Your spouse or family members don't have to. We have that handled, i.e. for the first year until you get your feet on the ground and make sure this is a good fit. That $2 million, it would be much better spent, because that is the problem that they're facing. I mean, in some cases, it doesn't matter how much money they have, they cannot find a roof over their head. So I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Okay, seeing no other discussion, I'm looking to see if the pleasure of the board. Is there a motion on the floor for agenda items 2.40, 2.41, and 2.44? We're taking all three of those items together.
2.3940.
I'm sorry, I skipped one. I'm sorry. Thank you. 2.39, 2.40, and 2.41. My mistake. Thank you.
I move to approve 2.39 and 2.40 and 2.41.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Dr. Nicolette. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
The motion is carried. Let the record show it is 6-1. Thank you very much. All right, you good here, Trustee Church, for two more?
I prefer a 5-minute break.
Okay, well, 5 minutes doesn't make sense. So we'll go ahead. Let's have a 10. I don't want something bad to happen. So 10-minute break, and then we'll come on back and pick it up. We actually made it. All right, we actually made it. So we're going to go on to, we have two more consent agenda items. We see staff in front of us. Thank you for consent agenda item 2.44. And Trustee Church, if you can have a question for staff, that's helpful for them so they can hone in on what it is that you're looking for.
We got two more to go, so we're making progress. Yeah. So I'm going to be rather blunt because this is the feedback I'm getting from the community. In January, we had a series of communications with the community, including phone calls that some thought were fine, and some people were extremely upset at getting a phone call over the material. So much of the discussion that we had in formulating this policy was to make those citizens happy that communications would be of a necessary nature. So can you address how we would make those citizens happy within this new policy?
Absolutely. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the record. Good afternoon, trustees, and thank you, Trustee Church, for the question. You will remember the Board Policy Committee met on May 18th and had a robust discussion, and as you mentioned, asked for some specific language in this policy. So you will see under number 5E, the verbiage, the district shall contact relevant community members using the least intrusive message system in order to provide information regarding district operations, programs, opportunities, and other community engagement activities. After this board policy, if it is approved, we then start working on the regulations and making sure we are I know Superintendent McNeil heard, and I heard loud and clear the direction of the board, and we will make sure that our regulations reflect such. But with that addition underneath 5E, we made sure we use that specific language to alleviate any such situation arising again.
All right, and then this is good education for me. I'm relatively new, 7 months, and I didn't understand this. So especially for our two other new trustees, the very new trustees, the newly minted trustees, we have policy that the board sets. Then that goes to superintendent and staff who develop regulations. Those regulations do not come back to the board for approval. Those regulations are implemented. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So essentially what I'm hearing is you've heard loud and clear those regulations will reflect the least intrusive means, nothing of a political nature, to be, again, blunt, that kind of a thing.
Absolutely, Trustee Church, and we are unable through regulation to violate any board policy. Obviously, the board policy is the highest guidance that we have or regulation that we have, and so the regulation must abide by that board policy.
What if somebody violates the board policy? Do you happen to know the procedure?
I do not, but I will defer over to, I'm guessing it would be a employee action.
I'll withdraw the question. I can ask that offline. Okay, thank you.
So you're all set? We do have a public comment on this?
Valerie Fianaka.
Welcome, Ms. Fianaka.
Thank you. I don't know if this is pertinent, but I'm hoping that this policy works both directions. And I'm sure Ms. McNeil knows what I'm referring to. I've had employees from the school district actually direct public comment to my business in a very public way, and it's not nice. I would hope that any communication that's coming from the school district is actually done in the same fashion that you expect to happen this way to board members and such. I try to be very respectful of all the board members. I try to send out every memo that I send to board members, to all the board members, and not do anything in an under-the-table kind of manner. And I would appreciate the same kind of respect from all of you. If I have anything to say to any of you, I do it up front and personal, and I conduct myself that way. And I would appreciate it if this communications policy works for all of your employees as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka.
And as you know, Ms. Fianaka, your situation was resolved, as I communicated to you.
That, actually.
Actually, I did communicate to you.
No, you told me
Okay.
I don't know that it's been resolved.
Any other public comment?
That's all I have on this item.
Oh. Council, there was something to be addressed. Yeah.
Just for the record's sake, when it comes to public comment or comment by the board on regulations, it does go out, all regulations go out for a public review process, and trustees are invited to comment and made aware of it just as well as any other member of the public. So you do have a way in.
That's right.
You just don't vote as a board.
That's right. Did you get that, Trustee Church? I think that's an important comment. I think that relates directly to what your question was. that might be helpful?
That the fact that it goes out to the public, including trustees, to comment on.
That the administrative regulation does. So, because you mentioned you're concerned about the policy versus the regulation.
Okay, I
So
understand.
as the regulation comes out, it's incumbent upon us as trustees, just ask the public to read it, and then say, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't support the policy. So that's another opportunity.
Well, thanks. Matter of fact, again, I'm not aware of that. I was not aware of that.
Well, we
I'll
get the
confess.
email. Yeah, we all get the administrative regulation emails that say we can
Okay.
comment. You've just probably missed it, but
Yeah.
we get them.
Just for example, I had 80 emails between 12 noon and the next morning yesterday. 80.
Yep. Well,
That was-
welcome.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. Well, yep. Just gonna say welcome, but we do get those, and so the expectation, of course, is that we'll take a look, and then if something does jump out,
Yeah. And the main
And we
thing,
do
that's, again,
something.
I pulled it off the consent because I'm comfortable with the policy, but I wanted the public to know. Again, I just don't want to push this through and then have rumors going around in the public. I think what you've said today on the record and what that policy says under Section E addresses that situation, which is water under the bridge. We're moving forward, but I want to make the public happy and aware, so thank you.
so should we look at that as a motion, Trustee Church?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number
2.44. Thank you, sir. Is there a second? Moved by Trustee Church, seconded by Clerk Minetto, that we approve agenda item 2.44. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Okay, now we're on our last one. This is 2.49. Again, as staff gets into position, Trustee Church, I'll ask that you take a look and have your question prepared so that staff can hone in on what it is that you're
Thanks.
concerned about our
Give me
question.
1 second. What I'm looking for, and again, I've so much, I'm trying to get this done quickly, but the section that talks about complaints being confidential, if somebody can help me find that.
Look up on the screen, it might be helpful.
Yeah, I don't have my glasses are over here. Give me the section number, or
Bottom of page 2 of the policy,
page
I think
3,
it's
page 2.
1E.
What confidentiality?
It's right there.
Found it. Okay, section 1EI, complaints will be kept confidential to the extent possible, consistent with the need to conduct an adequate investigation. And I made some mistakes on some of my prior motions and comments on this, but could you explain that? To what degree complaints could be public or would not be public?
Kirk Starkey, Chief Auditor, for the record. The biggest confidential component of the complaints is if someone's name is attached to it. Those are left out of any type of reporting that goes out. The other items, such as if there's a department in the complaint or a program or the date received and the type of complaint, that stuff will be on the information that is already being sent out to the audit committee kind of in a summary form that will also find its way to the board. But it's for the person named, let's say if there is a name into it, or if the person filing the complaint. Most of them we get are anonymous, so it's kind of doesn't really apply, but if there is a name for the person applying, that we keep that anonymous.
That's not what I'm hearing. That's not what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing here is all complaints to the maximum, to the degree possible under I, 2, and 3. I1, I2, I3. Sounds like we don't give out anything, and if the employee is disciplined, we might even say the employee was disciplined, period. We don't say they got a week off, they got fired, to me, the public has an absolute right to know on this stuff. And that's my concern. We beat it to death at previous policy board meetings, so I guess I'm not going to beat it to death anymore, but am I correct in what I'm saying there? That we don't tell them what the actual complaint was, we don't tell the public, we don't tell what the discipline was?
Partially. You'd get the type of complaint. So like if person X stole something, it would indicate theft of property, but it would say Department X theft of property, but it would not go into Mr. A or Mrs. Y were the ones who did it. It would just be kind of a general summary of what.
So my question is, a complaint was received that an employee of the purchasing department committed theft. The investigation was completed. Would it say the complaint was founded?
Yes, you would have something like that. Typically, the language we use would be, it's the same thing what you just said, but like the complaint had merit or the complaint did not have merit type situation.
Thank you.
Further questions on that, Trustee Church?
This is on the public record. We beat this around at a public meeting previously on the policy committee, so I'm not going to beat it again. I'm opposed to it, but I'm not going to, beat a dead horse.
All right, appreciate it. Public comment?
John Eppolito.
Welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
Hi, John Eppolito, Protect Nevada Children, former K-12 teacher. Hey, on this, this brought up a question. Thanks for bringing this up, Trustee Church.
Just while you're pausing, if you get that mask up, Mr. Eppolito, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. On this counselor that just got arrested for child pornography charges, this Washoe County School District counselor, if that person, remember, he has access to Infinite Campus, and he has access to one of those private tabs in Infinite Campus, that counseling tab. If that counselor was using Infinite Campus to fish for victims in his middle school, would the parents ever know? And whatever that counselor entered in Infinite Campus, remember that data lives forever. Hopefully the district is going back and looking at whatever he entered, because it's all suspect to me. And if there's anything especially suspect, how much do the parents get to know? It's information on their kids. It lives forever. You got perverts looking at it and possibly using it for their own good. How much do the parents get to know about what happens to that guy in that investigation? That's my question. Thank you, Colonel Church.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking, Trustee Church?
Yeah, just one quick comment, and I get confused of the titles. This is strictly on whistleblower protection. There are other policies that deal with employee misconduct and reporting other inappropriate activities. All we're voting on here is reporting fraud, waste, and abuse. So to answer the speaker's question, it's not what we're talking about today. It's a great question. It's something I voted no on previously for the same reason, but today it's strictly reporting waste, fraud, and abuse.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Looking for a motion, if it's the pleasure of the board, on agenda item 2.49.
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Calvert. No further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
The motion carries. Let the record show it is 6-1. Okay, let's jump into the agenda. Okay, we'll get right to agenda item 3.01. Thank you, Mr. Starkey. Agenda item 3.01, disposition of appeal to letter of intent to award request for proposal, RFP 21-001, comprehensive district-wide middle school and high school athletic uniforms and related apparel. This is by BSN Sports, LLC. This is for possible action. And before us is Mr. Mathers and Andrea Sullivan. And there may be other staff members with you. It looks like a lot of folks came in. Oh, and then we also have, of course, we have those by BSN. I'm going to turn it over to you just you'll give us a little review in terms of what we're doing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. I did want to go over sort of the process that we typically use for determining an appeal, since we don't do it that often. So between Mark and myself, we will go through a little bit of the background of the RFP, the reason that BSN Sports proposal was rejected by the district, our defense of that, and then we'll allow BSN to come up here and talk also and present their appeal from their perspective. Each of us will try to take about 10 minutes apiece, do our best to keep it to 10 minutes. And after that, then the trustees will be able to ask questions of either staff or the vendor, BSN. And then hopefully after that, you will be able to have your discussions and deliberations and make a decision as to whether to grant the appeal or deny the appeal. So that's just sort of how the general flow will go, and if you guys don't have any questions about that, I'll go ahead and launch into our part of it. So I just want to remind the trustees, since we don't see these appeals very often, that the trustees' roles, the role of hearing these appeals is to determine whether or not the district followed the law and whether or not our process is flawed, right? It isn't necessarily to determine what our criteria was or should have been, or to question the scoring of committee members because you didn't have the advantage of reading the proposals and being in the presentation. So the idea here when an appeal is filed is, did we break the law, and did we have a flaw in our process? So the RFP was issued on January 19th, 2021, and proposals were opened on March 4th. We received 6 proposals at that time, and 1 was from BSN Sports. After they were publicly open, we took the financial statements from each proposal. As required by the RFP, they have to submit 3 years of financial statements, and we send those financial statements to the Office of Business and Financial Services. And they do a financial stability analysis on that. The RFP clearly states in Section 47A that if a proposer is deemed to have failed the financial stability review, their proposal will be rejected in its entirety and not considered by the committee. And we strongly believe that the financial stability is an important consideration in evaluating services, particularly in these multi-year type contracts, because of the operational risk it poses to the district to enter into business with a firm who has or could have significant financial issues. BSN was marked as to have failed the financial stability review. And this is because they did not show a profit for at least 2 of the 3 years that they presented financial statements on. So had they shown a profit for 2 but not the 3rd, they would have passed. But because they didn't show a profit for at least 2 of the 3 years, they were marked as failed. They did show significant losses in 2018 and 2019, and of note, these are both pre-COVID years. I do want to say that the business office is the one that reviews these because I don't have the expertise to review financial statements. But the business office has consistently applied the same standard to each set of financials they review. And in fact, when I look at the last 13 RFPs that we conducted prior to this RFP, at least 4 of those RFPs had firms, at least one, that failed the financial stability review. And in each of those cases, the firm had a loss in at least 2 of the last 3 years. So while BSN has said that the purchasing department was arbitrary and capricious when rejecting their proposal, I would suggest to you that the consistent practice of the business and finance office demonstrates that we were not arbitrary and capricious. I do want to turn it over to Mark Mathers, our CFO, for just a moment so he can talk a little bit about the financials.
Thank you, Andrea. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. I'll be brief, and I feel reluctant to disclose too much of the proposer's financial information. They are privately held. They're not publicly traded, and they had requested that their information be kept maintained as private, as is their right. And so I cannot go into specifics here as to what we saw in their financial statements, but I can verify that we were given the financial statements directly by the firm. We confirmed with them which financial statements we should use. We use those financial statements as directed by the proposer. I've confirmed that we use those financial statements. I've confirmed that the numbers in their financial statements were the numbers we looked at and were used to verify that they had losses in, as Andrea said, 2019 and 2018. They previously were profitable, but they did have losses in 2 of the last three financial fiscal years financial statements that they provided. They did not provide 2020 to us. So we used 2017 through 2019, and again, they showed significant losses in 2018 and 2019. Again, I feel reluctant to disclose too much about why they had losses, but again, their own financial statements showed that.
Okay, and I wanted to give you a little bit of background about the appeal process and what has happened since we received the letter of appeal until today. So we issued a letter of intent on April 21st, 2021, indicating who the district intended to contract with. And that officially opens a 5 business day appeal window. And per the regulations outlined in the RFP, BSN did submit their letter of appeal. They did submit it within the appeal window, and they did submit their appeal bond. So they had a valid appeal, and it was timely. As outlined in the RFP, the first step is that myself, as the director of the department, I take a look at the process. So Jennifer Perry is a senior buyer in my department. She's here tonight. She's the one that oversaw and facilitated the RFP. So I now take my set of eyes and look at it and look at this process very thoroughly. I look at everything about it to make sure that we followed the law and we followed our process. Because if I find a flaw in the process or somewhere where we violated the law, I'll shut it down. I'll cancel the RFP and I'll start all over again. So after that review, I did issue a letter of denial of the appeal to BSN because I determined, in my opinion, we had not violated the law and there was not a flaw in the process. The next step is that BSN can, and they did, ask that a district's appeals committee review their appeal. So we have this committee that is 3 people that are outside of the purchasing department. So someone that can take a fresh look without any bias or whatever because they're not in the department. And so that committee consisted of the grants fiscal administrator as a background in finance. And it was important to me that we didn't have a finance person from the Office of Business and Finance on that appeals committee because they are the ones that actually determined that BSN failed financial stability. We also had our chief operating officer and our deputy chief general counsel. And they were able to take a look at BSN's letters, our RFP document, the financials, ask Mark any questions about how or why he determined that they failed the financial review. And after doing that, they also issued a letter of denial denying the appeal of BSN. So once that happens, then BSN has the right, which they exercise, to ask for this to be heard in front of the entire board, which is what we're here doing tonight. And ultimately, the Board of Trustees will render the final decision in this matter. So to file an appeal, a bidder must file a notice of protest, which they did. And I'm just going to quote the law here, so bear with me. And, quote, a notice of protest must include a written statement setting forth with specificity the reasons the person filing the notice believes the applicable provisions of law were violated. So people can't file an appeal because they disagree with the criteria or because they disagree with how the scores came out. They really have to show that we violated the law. And we don't believe that BSN has made that argument in their appeal. They've also claimed that we, as a district, needed to specify the criteria used to determine financial stability. Financial stability was specifically a criteria in the RFP. We do have somewhat broad criteria, as does every other agency in the state of Nevada. Things like we had range of product, customer service, overall financial results, financial stability. But we are not compelled or required by law to go under and give sub-bullets under each one to say specifically everything that would be looked at. The fact is we did disclose the criteria, we did follow the criteria, we didn't add any criteria, and we did not delete any criteria. We used all the criteria that we said we would use in the RFP. So their primary assertion throughout their appeal is that the purchasing department's decision to reject their proposal was arbitrary and capricious. There was a case, City of Reno versus the Estate of Wells, that says an agency's action is arbitrary or capricious if the decision is baseless or despotic and a sudden turn of mind without apparent motive, a freak, a whim, a mere fancy. This is something we've been doing for over 10 years, so this wasn't any sort of mere fancy. We didn't have a sudden turn on how we do it. We've been doing it consistently for many, many years. And the fact that we could go back and look at each and every firm that has ever failed financial stability since at least Mark Mather's tenure here and say that each one that failed was failed for the same reason, I think goes to show that we were not acting in an arbitrary and capricious manner. They do go on to allege that they are also the best option of all proposers. Well, I'm sure that's true, and I haven't met a vendor yet that didn't think that their option was the best, and it could be the best. as far as the products offered. But the fact is, it was very clear in the RFP that if they failed financial stability, their proposal would not be considered. So whether or not their proposal was the best was not something considered by the evaluation committee because they weren't able to consider this proposal. So I think kind of in closing, the basis for an appeal is not whether a proposer disagrees with the criteria or how we apply that criteria or how anybody on the evaluation scores an RFP. The firm has to show how that using this criteria as we applied it in the process violated the law. That said, staff believes the selection of a contractor that has failed to show profit for 2 of the last 3 years for a multi-year contract poses an operational risk to the district. We are a very large district. We have many students to serve. It would be very difficult for us to be in a position where we couldn't get the goods and products and services that we needed in a timely manner. We have had this criteria in our RFPs for over a decade, and we absolutely have the right to use financial stability as a criteria, and we have the right to choose our own criteria. We do not take suggestions from anyone, particularly proposers or potential proposers, about what our criteria is or how we should apply it. We have the right to have it, and we have the right to fail them if they don't show profit for 2 of the last 3 years. And nothing in our process has violated the law, so we feel this appeal should be denied. And I also want to mention that the appeals committee members are here in the audience too, in case at the end of this, trustees have any questions for them as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to BSN and let them come up to the table and present their appeal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sullivan. Welcome. And just ask if, when you begin to speak, if you just give us your name for the record.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Jerry Snyder and Jerry Snyder Law for BSN Sports. I am joined by Jeremy Sins from BSN. We are appealing. Ms. Sullivan summarized the background and the procedural posture of this matter quite well. BSN is appealing because the district applied really a secret, unknown criteria for determining financial stability. We don't disagree that financial stability as a whole is an important criteria, but we assert that we have shown financial stability and that this notion that financial stability must hinge on 2 of the last 3 years showing an operating profit on a balance sheet misses, that's not a disclosed criteria. That's not something that was made clear in the bid package. And B, it misses the larger picture. So, for that reason, we're appealing, and we ask that this protest be granted. Ms. Sullivan has advised that our appeals package has been, is part of the record and is part of the district packages. However, I have a paper copy which I'm happy to submit as an exhibit as well, if that is the pleasure of the board.
I think, would you like a hard copy? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. Good night. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Sins to talk about BSN, the company, and the products they offer, and most importantly, their financial stability.
Thank you, Jerry. Board members, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. Having grown up in a household with my parents serving as educators and coaches, and today having a brother that serves as a high school principal and another brother that serves as a superintendent of a school district, I have a unique respect and appreciation for the role of a district school board and decision-making efforts within the community they serve. I started my professional career in 1999 as a collegiate football coach and later moved into an athletic administration role running the business side of one of the most successful college football programs in the country. 15 years ago, I stepped out of that profession and into the team sporting goods profession. I am very proud to say that while I have never left the company I originally went to work for, I have enjoyed the evolution of working for 3 different companies. The last 5 years of my journey, I have served as the Vice President of Sales in charge of the Western United States for BSN Sports. BSN Sports has been a team sporting goods solution provider for nearly half a century and a contractor for the Washoe County School District for the past 5 years. BSN has provided excellent service and has developed great relationships within the district's athletic directors, coaches, and student athletes and parents while performing this contract. Today, BSN Sports sales professionals that live and work in this community have earned 70% of the business in your 11 high schools. I repeat, today, BSN Sports has earned the business from 70% of the athletic programs within your district. However, the purchasing department has ruled that BSN cannot continue as a contractor for the district because the department believes that BSN is not financially stable and therefore puts the district at risk. But this ruling is not accurate and does not have a rational basis. BSN is currently owned by Bain Capital, which is a private equity company valued at over $130 billion. BSN is larger and more financially stable than any of the current RFP 21 awardees. BSN successfully performed the existing contract for the past 5 years, and the district cannot point to any issue from BSN's contract performance that would show financial instability. Therefore, the purchasing department's decision should be overturned. This decision would take an excellent option away from the district's athletic directors, coaches, student athletes, and parents without any good reason. The decision finding that BSN is financially unstable is arbitrary, and the purchasing department abused its discretion when it eliminated BSN. Finally, the board should know that the other awardees under RFP 21001 would not be harmed if the board grants this protest. The RFP awards only the opportunity to sell and service your schools. Each company awarded must still earn the business. Therefore, allowing BSN to continue as an option for schools will not eliminate any other company, but instead will simply give athletic directors, coaches, and student athletes and their parents more options. If the board grants this protest, the athletic directors, coaches, student athletes, and their parents in this county will be the real beneficiaries. If the board denies this protest, it will limit competition and limit options for everyone. The purchasing department's decision should be overturned, and the board's rule that more competition and more options are better for everyone involved. Andrea did a good job of explaining kind of the process, but there are a few things in here that I want to review in particular from the legal side to introduce to the group. While, as she stated, the RFP required offerers to provide financial statements with their proposals, submissions to confirm financial stability. BSN provided to the department confidential, consolidated financial statements, which included reports from BSN's auditors at PricewaterhouseCoopers. The financial statements described in detail that BSN's parent company went through a merger in July of 2018 that resulted in BSN and its parent company being owned by Bain Capital, which is a private equity company valued at over $130 billion. After getting these financial statements, Rob Luna with the department confirmed that he received all of the financial statements that were needed. Because of accounting changes from the acquisition and an increase in G&A expenses related to the acquisition, BSN's financial statements did not show a profit during the provided years. However, nothing in BSN's financial statements, its audit reports, or its prior performance of the incumbent contract show any concern about the actual financial soundness of BSN or its ability to perform the contract. The purchasing department's elimination of BSN because it did not show a profit on its financial statement for a few years is by definition an arbitrary decision. There are countless examples of large and successful companies that have purposely made growth investments at the sacrifice of profits. Has anyone ever used an Airbnb? Have you heard of Tesla or Uber? In May of 2021, Airbnb reported a $1.2 billion loss in the first quarter of this year. It lost $300 million in the first quarter of 2019, pre-COVID. Tesla had significant losses every year between 2014 and 2019. Uber lost $8.5 billion in 2019 and $6.7 billion in 2020. These are large, successful companies that people use every day. A few years of reported losses on financial statements because of a large investment do not show financial instability at BSN when it is backed by a $130 billion company. Also, BSN's 5-year performance in this district shows that it is a large company with proven capability to perform this contract. The department also violated procurement law when it used unstated evaluation criteria and failed to seek clarification about BSN's proposal. As mentioned earlier, the RFP required offers to provide financial statements with their proposal submissions to confirm their financial stability, but the RFP did not tell offers about this hidden profit requirement. The department's profit requirement that resulted in the rejection of BSN's proposal is not stated anywhere in the RFP's evaluation criteria. This use of unstated evaluation criteria harmed BSN. If BSN knew about the department's hidden profit requirements, it could have easily shown its financial capabilities in other ways. For example, as shown by the protest bond mentioned previously for $250,000 that is posted in this case, BSN could have easily obtained a performance bond to alleviate any concern raised by the department and still can if necessary. If it knew about the profit concern, BSN could have explained its financial statements in greater detail to show that there is absolutely no risk of non-performance of the contract due to financial stability. Also, by failing to give any notice of this requirement before proposal submissions, the department deprived BSN of any right to challenge the terms of the RFP. The department should have informed offerors about this requirement, and they should have sought clarifications from BSN about its financial statements. These failures show another reason why this protest should be granted. The department also acted arbitrarily by rejecting BSN's proposal that is objectively better than any of the intended awardees. The department has admitted that it did not even evaluate BSN's proposal because of its arbitrarily profit requirement. After it looked at BSN's financial statements, the department failed to even consider BSN's offered products and services, which are objectively better than any other offer. None of the intended awardees can provide the product selection offered by BSN. BSN provides customer service at a level that none of the intended awardees can provide. BSN employs key personnel who the district's athletic directors, coaches, and athletes can call and meet with regarding any questions or concerns about their athletic apparel purchases. Leading this group are 2 local sales professionals, Joyce and Tyson, each with 11 plus years of team sales experience, who are living and raising their families in your district. They are supported by sport category specialist, hard goods product specialist, custom branding and marketing specialist, customer service specialist, and accounting billing specialist. None of the intended awardees have made those types of investments in supporting your schools and your children. BSN's billing system allows customer access to all invoices 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the most important point I would make here is that BSN has $120 million plus in existing inventory, including $20 plus million in existing apparel sitting on our shelves. The post-COVID inventory challenges that all of us are experiencing in our daily lives with products made of metals, woods, and cloth fabrics is greatly affecting our industry. BSN's own inventory is a critical component to properly servicing your schools in the coming months and years. None of the current awarded companies has this type of inventory solution for your students. In conclusion, BSN offered the best solution for the district. The purchasing department's arbitrary decision to exclude BSN will result in the departments depriving athletic directors, coaches, and student athletes across the district from receiving the customer service and significant depth of styles and quantities that they have been accustomed to receiving for the past 5 years. The athletic directors, coaches, student athletes, and parents in this county deserve more competition and more options for apparel. BSN is simply asking for the board to grant our protest to have the opportunity to continue to earn that business and to be a solution provider for your schools. Please ask any questions as you deliberate this decision. BSN has proven through our service commitment that the district's athletic directors, coaches, student athletes, and parents will be best served by having all of the important information. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, that's your presentation? Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Snyder, let's get your mic back. Yes,
I
go ahead,
apologize,
sir.
Dr.
That's
Taylor.
okay.
That's our presentation. I think that summarizes our position within the time we have, and if there's any questions, we are happy to address them.
So why don't we at this time, I see, Trustee Smith, I see your microphone. Why don't we at this time ask if there are questions that we have of either Mr. Snyder or Mr. Sins?
Yes.
Okay, certainly.
Yes, ma'am.
Or staff, then we can ask them at this time while we deliberate. We'll start, Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, Beth Smith, for the record. I appreciate you being here. Also, for the record, I have about 14 years worth of RFP experience. So, with that said, I noticed that we have a deadline for submitting questions, and that was February 11th, 2021. Was this a question that BSN asked of the district to clarify?
Following this, after the submission, we again reached out, we reached out prior to, because we had submitted this RFP previously, so we knew and understood the process. So we did not, we explored as we began to reach out asking for clarification as to where the RFP was at. We began to explore that, but prior to submitting, we did not, because we had previously submitted this in the past. Does that answer your question, Beth?
It does, and just to reframe it to make sure that I understand perfectly clearly. So for that normal part of the process where respondents have the opportunity to go through the RFP to say this is unclear, can you please explain what the mechanism here that you're going to rate this? That official part of the process, which concluded on February 11th, there was not a question submitted to the district asking for clarification?
That is correct, and I would also state, just for the record, that this RFP is somewhat unique to anything that I've dealt with historically, in the fact that typical RFPs that are submitted to school districts are awarded for product, right? So we're all aware of that, right? We're asking for a certain price and quantity breaks on particular items. This is a unique RFP, and that you're submitting the RFP just for the opportunity to earn that business, which obviously BSN had done 5 years ago, and grew our earnings of this district to 70% of the current sports programs in your district.
Thank you. I have one more question, if that's okay. So my second question, having done so many RFPs in my days, is I'll speak for myself personally. As an RFP respondent over the years, I've always viewed the burden on myself as the respondent to provide any comprehensive information about something that could be viewed potentially negatively. We kind of refer to it as like the yeah, but. So I'm giving you this information, this is factually accurate, but here's more to the story. That did not come out until the appeals process, right? That information was not originally part of the submission.
Correct. You are correct. In which case we asked to do that very thing, and then we fell into the process which has led us here today. That is exactly correct.
Thank you very much.
Although it is important to note that the financial statements that were included in the original RFP process show not just the profitability, but the complete financial picture, the degree of financial backing, and the history of financial stability that BSN, has and clearly demonstrated. So, again, the purchasing department chose to focus on one criteria out of a whole panoply of indicia of stability. That one criteria they focused on was not explicitly called out anywhere, so I'm not sure, given that BSN showed financial stability in such a broad and comprehensive way, I'm not sure that it would have occurred to anyone to say, well, we have to address this one criteria that we don't even know is actually a criteria,
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Trustee Church?
My only question would be, since this is such a complicated issue, do any of our staff or legal have questions for the two gentlemen here?
I don't see. Well, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, he's here. He's the attorney that works with the purchasing department. So I would direct Trustee Church's question to you, sir. If there are any questions that you may have or additional information you'd like to provide as legal counsel. Does that jump into what you're getting at, Trustee Church?
I don't have any questions. I was in fact part of the committee, and I received all the information on the appeal, and also questioned Mr. Mathers about how he does his analysis for the profitability for the financial stability of the proposers. So I don't have any other questions at this point.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have a question. Ms. Sullivan, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Nicolette.
No, please.
Are you sure? Okay, thank you. Ms. Sullivan, if you would, just a little, for our own information, background-wise, can you tell us a little bit about a little bit about the process to determine financial stability? I have two questions. One, is that the process that we've used over time? Is that typical? Was it different this year in some way, shape, or form? First, and then secondly, was there anything different at all about the RFP process this year?
So, Andrea Sullivan for the record. No, the process, the RFP, I think they will admit, is substantially similar to what it was 5 years ago when they originally submitted. They were required to submit financial statements on that RFP. During that RFP, they passed financial stability. The Office of Business and Finance has been very consistent with how they have looked at financial statements and then determined the pass or fail of a company. So nothing in the recent past that I can think of has changed. Everything's been very consistent. It's sort of one of the pillars I preach upon in my department is consistency. And anytime we go to the legal office and we have an issue, they say, well, what has your practice been? And so I have learned very clearly over the years to be as consistent as we can possibly be, because I think it's important. It's important really not just for us, but for the fairness of our proposers and our vendors and our partners. So, no, nothing has changed.
Okay. Thank you.
Angela, could I make a comment on that?
Mr. Sands, excuse me?
Yes, may I make a comment on your question?
Sure.
To provide some additional clarity. 5 years ago was the first time that the district has ever proposed an RFP of this sort. And again, to explain BSN's thought process in being here today and speaking to all of you, our company has continued to grow and be much more financially stable and have much more wherewithal to service your athletes and your coaches and your athletic directors since that original RFP for the first time that it was ever done 5 years ago. So from a historical perspective, this is only the second such RFP that's been brought out by the district.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. So the question then will be, was there anything different this time than the previous time?
No, there was nothing different this time than last time. And I would like to clarify and say that he's right, we've only done this particular RFP twice. It is not uncommon for the district to issue RFPs and multi-award, to have what we call a pool. And then within that pool, departments or schools can make choices. We've done that on several RFPs, so it's not a new type of RFP to us. But this particular one for athletic uniforms
So it might
and
be new
related
for uniforms
apparel
and
has
so
been
on.
done twice
Gotcha.
now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sands. Trustee Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. thank you for being here, and thank you for your service over the years.
Yes,
I mean
thank you
that
for having us.
sincerely. A couple things here. I'm just going to fire them, and then you go. In the general terms and conditions of the RFP under financial stability 1.14, the first box is submit balance sheets and income statements for the last 3 consecutive years of operation. I can't imagine why we would ask for that if we weren't looking for financial stability, and as a matter of fact, that is the title under which that box resides. Number 2, it seems like there was a surprise and an assumption here. The surprise being maybe when Bain Capital bought you, and now what do we do with this billion-dollar company, and what do they do with us? And so I'm assuming that financial statements became very complicated. I mean, I can't even imagine. So enter an assumption. You've had this contract, it felt successful and good, and so you assumed you had it in the bag. And the financial statements for the last 2 of the 3 years looked a little different than they did the first time around. Probably much, I'm sure you noticed that, so it might have been a surprise, but you didn't worry about it. And back to my colleague, Trustee Beth Smith, it seems like that would have been a point in time to ask a question, because although the process didn't change, but your look, your financial records changed. And so there may have been an assumption there that probably was detrimental. Finally, it appears to me that although this is sad, and again I mean thank you for your service, and I'm sure we will have our athletic directors be sad on some level, but we'll work that out. It appears that no law has been broken. And that would be my final statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Any further discussion from the board? Because at this time, it's really for us to make a determination.
I just have.
Trustee Church?
Yeah, the last time if we had questions for the 2 gentlemen here, I do have questions for staff.
You can certainly, at this time would be the time. Just as I did ask Ms. Sullivan to come forward, you can do the same.
Was Dr. Nicolette asking for a response to the points she raised, or were you just making those points? Because we're happy to address those, but if I don't want to.
I want you to be comfortable, please. It was more of a statement, but if you want to contribute to my understanding and my colleagues, I welcome that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Snyder, Mr. Sins?
Yeah, so I would, sorry about that. I would just start with, I would say your assumption about our financials continuing to be more complicated as our business continues to grow would certainly be accurate. Again, I would argue that that does not mean that we are less financially stable. We are more financially stable than we have ever been, and that was the basis for us not being awarded or being considered for this award. So I 100% would agree with you that our business is becoming more complicated as we continue to grow, but that should, at the end of the day, and if we want to say make an assumption, it probably had people assuming that we were in a better place than any of the other potential awardees as it related to financial stability, not knowing and understanding that 2 years of potential losses on a profit sheet could make you considered unstable. That was not clear in the original RFP, as I mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Stans. If you would mind just keeping that mask up over your nose, sir, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Trustee Church?
And again, just to address one other issue that Dr. Nicolette raised, is that it's not sufficient for the board or for the purchasing department to apply the same circumstances or the same criteria for financial stability if those criteria are arbitrary and capricious. Because that criteria, that notion that financial stability hinges on 2 of the last 3 years being profitable, because that criteria was not disclosed, was not explicitly called out in the bid package, anyone bidding on that would be guessing, would not have any notion of what went into the consideration of financial stability. And that sort of like blind man's bluff in the bid process, that is the essence of arbitrary and capricious. That is the essence of administrative error. And so I think that I respectfully disagree with Dr. Nicolette's assessment that it did not violate the law. I think that is the essence of an administrative body violating the administrative process.
I appreciate that, Mr.
We
Snyder.
do respectfully ask that the board grant the protest.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Please don't. There are still some questions we may have some, so if you wouldn't mind. Trustee Church, I know you have questions of staff.
Yeah, my question's for staff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm looking at one of the responses from the BSN. The conclusion states, BSN's proposal confirms that BSN's investment in its service level is superior to any other company in the industry. And that's not the end of the quote, but that's all I want to address. That's not the issue, is that correct? The issue is that the compliance with the criteria.
That's correct. We are not questioning in this tonight whether their customer service is good, bad, or the best.
And in terms of arbitrary and capricious, as a non-attorney, but somebody that pretty well understands the English language, arbitrary and capricious means I treat one of my children differently than I treat my other children, more M&Ms or whatever it is, that I just am not consistent, and or that I set guidelines for them to behave. So that's my interpretation of arbitrary and capricious, is that I'm treating one party different than I'm treating another party. And in this case, I'm asking, did we treat every vendor, every applicant proposal the same?
As a non-lawyer also. Yes, we treated everybody the same. Everybody went through the same exact process. And the criteria for the Office of Business and Financial Services reviewing the financials was the same for every single proposer.
So if we'd said, for Joe's uniform company, you've got to have 3 years of stability, and for another company, you only have to have 1, that would be arbitrary and capricious, would it not?
Again, I'll leave that to the legal minds to say, but I would agree. The fact is we were consistently applying our process amongst all proposers and amongst all of our RFPs, and so therefore we don't feel like we were being arbitrary and capricious.
And then my final question is that if the contract is with BSN, not with Bain Capital, correct?
They submitted as BSN Sports, so the contract would have been with BSN.
So there's no guarantee that Bain Capital would we could go after Bain Capital if something went sideways, or that Bain Capital might not sell BSN the next day to Joe's Uniform Service. Is that correct? I mean, do I have a good understanding of that?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that question, but our contract would be directly with BSN and not with Bain Capital. That part I can tell you would be true.
Yeah, but we don't. If BSN decided to be sold to Joe's Uniform Company, we would not be in a position to say yes or no, or hey, that's not in the contract from our standpoint, correct?
Right. They can sell their company within yes, they can sell off their company, or someone else can buy them and acquire the company and the contracts that go with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
Ms. Angela, may I speak to Jeff's last comment, please?
Sure.
Provide some additional clarity. Just to answer your question, Jeff, BSN Sports is projected to do $1.2 billion in revenue this year. BSN, it's highly unlikely at this point in the business model that we've built that we would be sold to another Joe's Sporting Goods, as you stated, right? That would be, again, much, much more likely of the 3 other potential awardees that are mentioned in this RFP.
Thank you, Mr. Fins. I think I guess from my standpoint, I can I have a pretty extensive athletics background, so I certainly understand uniforms and apparel and all of those things that are important, and how you want the best looking gear and all of that stuff because it matters to kids and so on. So trust me, I certainly understand that. I think for me the concern isn't. I believe that BSN Sports is if it's as you're saying it's as great as it is. I believe it. Right? I do. I believe it. I don't think our job today is to determine if you're as good as you say you are. Right? I think that's the challenge here. I think more of our challenge here is, was there something wrong with the process? From our internal standpoint, which should say, hey, you know what, we need to cry foul, so to speak, pun intended, I guess. You should like that, Neil. We should cry foul and say, hey, you know, we need to interrupt the process. I think that's really, what our colleagues, with myself, my board colleagues are trying to get our arms around, is not to the even overall the stability, the strength, the reputation of BSN Sports. You've been in our district for 5 years, and clearly people like you and all of that. So I want to make it very, very clear. I don't think that's our challenge. I think our challenge is the process, and was there something that was inappropriate in the process, or that violated our own rules in the process, or anything like that, such that as the Board of Trustees we would choose to interrupt the process. So I wanted to go around that, because I know that so much of your conversation, and you're proud to be who you are, as you should be, right? If you're the best out there, I believe that you are, then you should be proud to be that. I wish it were that easy, because that makes it really, we can do a little survey and see who's the best. But it's just going around that. Did something happen that shouldn't have happened, or did something not happen that should have? That says, hey, we should jump into this thing and pull it back. So I think that's where we are, and the questions we're asking, I think, are trying to get to more of that, asking staff, asking you about your experience, and so on. So if that helps at all.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that the key there is that the purchasing department requiring BSN to satisfy an undisclosed condition, to jump through a hoop that we didn't know was there, to prove financial stability by establishing, one criteria out of a panoply of criteria. I think that's the procedural problem. That's what violates the process. That's what the core legal problem is.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Snyder. Other comments from my colleagues? Yes, Dr. Nicolette?
I do have a question of Andrea, if you don't mind. Why do we ask for financial stability, and why do we ask it in this way? Submit balance sheets and income statements for the last 3 consecutive years of operation.
So I'll certainly take a stab at the answer. If you want Mark Mathers to provide any further clarity, I'm happy for that to happen. We specifically want to look at their financial position, right? And we can do that by looking at their financial statements. And I think it's important that if we're asking for your financial statements, we're looking at your financial statements. And so if there's something, in there that you think might be looked upon unfavorably, it would have behooved them to ask a question or provide clarity there. Not that it would have changed the outcome, because we're very consistent in our process, but we could have maybe addressed it during the question and answer period, which we do have specifically for that reason. But we want to make sure when we're entering into multi-year deals with people that they are going to be able to service us in a timely manner. We're a very large district with a lot of students to serve. And there's already supply issues just because of other things going on in the country. But to then contract with a company who isn't profitable puts us at risk, and we don't want to assume that risk. And the reason financial stability is in our RFPs today, when I got here 13 years ago or more, we didn't do that. But when I first got here, I went to a 3-day class, a certification class on RFPs that the state put on, and they have that criteria and they use it. And when I started understanding that they use it and why they use it, I came back to the CFO at the time and said, I think this is something we should consider. Right as we were doing that, we did an RFP for a student information system, for example, and we selected Infinite Campus. And, if we had entered into a multi-year agreement with a software company like that, and then they went out of business, it would have put this district at great risk. And so that's the reason that we do it. It's to protect the district. And I do want to say, for the record, for those of you who know me and those of you who don't, I believe in competition. Very strongly believe in competition. I love that we bid as much and as often as we do, and I endeavor to get as much competition as possible. So I take no great pleasure in disqualifying applicants, because I'd much rather have more competition. But we do this to protect the district and to keep us from being at risk. And we have applied it fairly and consistently over the years. And we have had this criteria, like I said, over a decade, probably more like 12 years. And we have talked about that at these board meetings often. When I've been up here talking about RFPs, we've talked about the fact that that's one of our criteria and why we have it. So anyway, I hope that answers your question, but that's why we have it in there.
Yes, it was very in-depth, thank you. So suffice it to say, arbitrary and capricious had nothing to do with it. It was 2 years of financial sheets, balance sheets that gave you a red flag.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question. So just to put it pretty bluntly, so the first time we had a contract with them, this was before they merged with Bank Capital, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the first go-around, there was no problem, and it was after this merge that there was that 2 years of
Yes.
loss. Okay. Thank you.
So Jill, if I could just add, you're 100% correct in that fact. And the challenge that we now have is that we were purchased by a $130 billion private equity company, and we are now talking that we're a greater risk to the district than we were prior to that.
You know, I just want to address that. I get that, and it blows my mind. I can't even imagine how big that is. I just want you to know that whatever decision I make, that has nothing to do with my decision. I don't care if Bain Capital has $1 or $1 trillion. That, for me, has nothing to do with it.
Dr. Nicolette, I appreciate that. I only say that because if you guys believe that you're doing what's in the interest of your students and your county and your district, and you want the most options and the most stable financial company to carry you through this in the future, I strongly believe that that's not an opinion. The fact of that matter objectively is that company is BSN. That's what I'm asking you guys to know and understand today and to rule on.
Thank you.
Nicolette?
You teach me. I'm so sorry.
No,
You taught me something, and I really appreciate that, because this is out of my scope of expertise, although I do understand arbitrary and capricious, and I read all the documents, and good job, everybody, for putting things together. So my question then would be, if unfortunately BSN was not one of our vendors, would our students, would our athletic departments be hurt?
I think anytime there's a change in vendors, it probably causes some fear, in the coaches and the athletic directors, certainly. But we don't go into an RFP with a predetermined notion of who's going to win this RFP. And oftentimes it's the incumbent, and oftentimes it is not. And we have to endure that change because we feel like it's the right thing to do for the district, to mitigate as much risk as we can.
Diane, if I could add one more piece on that just as a follow-up. Today, based on the COVID 2020 that we had, the team sporting goods world is in the most precarious situation it has been from an inventory level since I've been involved in this 15 years. So that piece that I mentioned earlier about having this product on our shelves, we are going to, if we were allowed, deal with your coaches, administrators, and athletic directors and students, and we are going to have to provide product that we can deliver, and maybe not everything that everybody wants at this point. This is a very precarious time for everybody in team sporting goods, and the fact that we have all that inventory on our shelves is what's going to help us be successful. So I would assert to you that even historically, changing vendors, as Andrea and others have done, right? They've put something out and they've gotten replies and they made a decision, right? The decision not only is as important as it's ever been, the decision to move quickly is as important as it's ever been, as there are supply chain challenges with manufacturers like Nike, like Under Armour, like Adidas every day, and us at BSN, we're having to make pivots and changes every single day to try to service these people right now. So I would argue that that will be a significant battle for the other awardees that do not have this inventory.
Do you have another? I'm going to ask if you would wait for a question, because it's like you've had 20 minutes to present, and I want to make sure that we're consistent in that if you would. So if there certainly has come a question, certainly respond to it. I can appreciate that, but I want to make
Understood.
sure
I
that.
apologize.
Oh, no, it's okay. I mean, because you're passionate in this thing, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. We just want to make sure that we maintain an organized meeting, if you would. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is more of a statement. My understanding is that the point of this is whether the law was broken or not, and not necessarily who's the best and who's not. So I don't even know if that's what we look at. Was the law broken or not? It's kind of what I'm thinking is what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto, and that's our job, because the appeal is that it was not applied fairly, based upon the assertions that Mr. Snyder is making, because we can have a robust conversation about the quality and the reputation, and all of that of BSN Sports and even Bain, quite frankly, but the scope of our decision is on whether, again, something was violated, rule was broken, or not fairly applied, meaning it was arbitrary, capricious, in the process on this. So what I'm going to do is see if there's a pleasure of the board. This is a decision for us to make. I would say in this, as we do this, I think some points, some things to perhaps look at from a financial standpoint and reviewing the financial stability going forward. I mean, rules are rules, I have to tell you, and I don't think it's fair for us to change the rules after we've already put them out there and applied them. That's just my own personal opinion. But I do think in the case when someone's been acquired or something along those lines, there may be some way to look at what else might contribute to the financial stability, so that it doesn't penalize something like that. And look at maybe the rules should be able to allow for that, or consider that. Ooh, that's better. Consider that as appropriate. I'm not the one to say that. That's something for the committee to look at, so I would ask that you guys give that some consideration. But based upon the rules we have today is a decision for us to make. So I am looking for the pleasure of the board, one way or another, then a motion to either, let's see what the motion has right here, to either, do we have any public comment? Okay, good, I have it over here, don't forget. That we, either that we approve or that we deny the appeal of BSN Sports. Dr. Nicolette?
I'll wait for discussion to say something. I move that the Board of Trustees denies the appeal of BSN Sports LLC to the letter of intent to award request for proposal RFP 21-001 comprehensive district-wide middle school and high school athletic uniforms and related apparel.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Church. So you said you wanted some discussion. We'll have, if there's any further discussion, then we can keep moving.
I just want to support what President Taylor is saying. I think we probably need to look at this a little bit. Having said that, I do not believe it's arbitrary and capricious. I do not believe a law has been broken. I have full faith in the departments that were involved in this, and I'm very bummed that it went down this way. I truly believe that your company is a great loss to our vendor pool, and I'm sorry.
I appreciate those comments.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. As I said, I agree. I believe you that you're the best. I do. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, and the motion is to deny the request of BSN Sports, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it is 7-0. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Thank you for making your case. You needed to do it. You did. And hopefully, unfortunately, moving forward, that's something for the committee to consider a little bit differently. And we appreciate how great you've been for 5 years with our schools. And look forward to you jumping back in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then the second part of this then is agenda item 3.02. And this is the approval of the award of request for proposal RFP 21-001, comprehensive district-wide middle school and high school athletic uniforms and related apparel to Branded Screen Printing, East Bay Team Sales, and Team Sports, Inc. for an estimated total of $3,400,000 for an initial term of 2 years, beginning August 9th, 2021, and ending August 8th, 2023, with year three optional, with 3 optional 1-year renewals. There we are. Ooh. With 3, which would get us back to 5 years. Okay, and the same suspects are before us.
Thank you very much,
Ms.
President
Sullivan?
Taylor.
Mhm.
Andrea Sullivan for the record. I am the Director of Procurement and Contracts for the school district. RFP number 21-001 was issued on January 19, 2021. They were opened on March 4th, 2021, and 6 proposals were received. The committee convened on March 29th for the first time, and they read through and initially scored proposals in order to determine finalists. 3 finalists were selected at that meeting, and presentations were held on April 13th. After the presentations were done, the committee convened again and finalized all of the scoring based on information that they obtained from the presentations. And a letter of intent was issued on April 21st, which suggested that we intended a contract with Branded Screen Printing, East Bay Team Sales, and Team Sports, Inc. The criteria that was used in the evaluation was, number 1, financial stability, which was, as you know, a pass-fail criteria, range of products, customer service, incentives and additional offers, demonstrated expertise and experience, and overall financial results to the district. The committee members included the district's activities and athletic coordinator, the district's executive director of strategies, a high school vice principal who also serves as their school's athletic administrator, a high school athletic director, a high school coach, and a parent of a district athlete. So that committee got together, they reviewed all of the proposals, they asked questions during the presentations, and then ultimately recommended award to these 3 companies. So we are now asking that you award RFP number 21-001 to the 3 companies, Branded Screen Printing, East Bay Team Sales, and Team Sports, Inc., in the estimated amount of $3,400,000 for the initial 2-year term. And then there are 3 optional 1-year renewals available. And as you probably know, if we do exercise any of those options, we do come back to the board for approval for any of those that are over $100,000, of which, and this would certainly be in that category. So you would get to approve any renewals as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We've already spoken about that in great detail. Is there do we have any public comment on this before we go forward? If there's no additional information or questions for Ms. Sullivan, I'm looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board.
I just have a question. I know I walked in late. I apologize.
That's okay. Trustee Church?
The only attachment I see is a tabulation. Am I missing something?
Please go ahead.
That's the only attachment that we have, is we show you the tabulation that the committee, how the committee scored the finalists.
Okay, thank you. Again, looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board. To accept the committee results and approve this. Yes, Trustee Smith?
Yes, Beth Smith for the record. For item 3.02, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the award for request of proposal RFP 21-001, comprehensive district-wide middle school and high school athletic uniforms and related apparel to Branded Screen Printing, East Bay Team Sales, and Team Sports, Inc. for an estimated total of $3.4 million for an initial term of 2 years beginning August 9th, 2021 and ending August 8th, 2023 with 3 optional 1-year renewals.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Clerk Bonetto. Heard there first. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. We're going to keep going on to agenda. Thank you very much, Ms. Sullivan, Mr. Mathers, your committee, for all the great work. We're going on to agenda item 3.03. Ms. Ellison is close. I thought I just saw her. She's close by. This is discussion and possible action to approve a change in compensation structure for guest teachers, otherwise known as substitute teachers, to include an increase in the base pay rate from $90 per day to $100 per day, a restructure and increase to the incentive compensation paid to guest teachers who work more than 120 days per year, and creation of guest teacher allocations in support of schools experiencing chronic guest teacher shortages, and implementation of a pay rate of $130 per day for long-term and allocated guest teachers. We rely so heavily on our guest teachers, and especially for those long-term vacancies that we have. And the presenters, Ms. Emily Ellison.
They are on their way, I believe. But I will say, just to kind of open this up, if it's all right,
Please.
President Taylor.
Go right ahead, because I was running out of stuff to filibuster with. So.
I'm filibustering, but
Okay.
this is an item that's been long in coming. We know that our guest teacher pay has not been something that has kept up with inflationary measures as well as cost of living increases. So this is something that I'm very proud of as the superintendent that we are able to bring forward. And I want to compliment Ms. Emily Ellison for her work on this. It's taken quite a long time to look at this and see how we can do it. And then obviously I also want to do a shout out to Mr. Mark Mathers, our CFO, who as usual digs deep and finds the cash flow so that we are able to do this on a consistent basis. And here comes Ms. Emily Ellison.
Thank you very much. Oh, I was going to say, you don't have time to let people walk by. I'm waiting for you. She's being all nice at the door. Oh, come on by, Deb. This is great. Shoot. Right. All right, the floor is yours. You missed all the wonderful introduction you received, so the floor is yours.
All right, I'll go back and watch that. That's the value of being on YouTube, right? Sorry about that. I thought we had more time as we were sauntering up here. Let me get to the item. What did I do with my binder? 306. All right, you can help me maybe. You have the presentation? There we go. So, as you know, guest teacher shortages have been challenging for some time. However, they've become particularly acute in the last 3 years, and last year was particularly challenging. Over that time, we've averaged an 82% fill rate. And, you know, just to kind of put that in context, when guest teacher requests aren't filled, absences are uncovered, that really puts schools in a position of trying to get really creative to make sure that instruction continues. So that can look a lot of different ways. Other staff might be pulled in order to provide coverage, right? So our principals, our deans, our counselors, folks who aren't dedicated to a classroom all day end up being pulled away from the work that they're responsible for. We might disperse students into other classrooms. So imagine a situation where you've got 4 third grades. You have a third grade teacher that the absence is uncovered. The children from that class get dispersed among the other classrooms. There's a concept called prep coverage, and so that is at the secondary level. Every educator has a preparation period built into the schedule, and so when teachers are utilized during their prep period to cover unfilled absences, we provide compensation for that time that they're pulled away from their preparation time. And then district coverage, and this is something that we implemented in response to the COVID pandemic, but it was wildly successful, I think, in terms of helping to support schools and also to making sure that non-school-based folks stay connected to what's really important. And so that's Kate, me, many of you, we're deploying to schools to provide coverage. There's obviously licensed and non-licensed staff, and so we utilize them in different ways. But that's something that will continue heading into this year. As you might imagine, this is taxing on employees, right? Not just the employees who are being pulled from their responsibilities, but for our administrators, this is often the way that their day starts, trying to figure out coverage for classrooms. We know that change is disruptive for students, and so, you know, this proposal is really about trying to close the gap in addition to our recruiting efforts as it relates to guest teacher needs. Despite our very best recruiting efforts, we are in a competitive labor market like we talked about a little while ago, and we must recognize and respond to the fact that compensation is a challenge. As a result, the proposal today is proposing that we increase guest teacher compensation. Right now, the model is a tiered system. I'll talk a little bit about not only how we want to increase it, but change the model to accomplish some very specific goals. All right. So just to give a little context, I'm going to review just some compensation data comparisons to other districts, where we've been historically and what our current system looks like. I think it's really important that we talk about challenges and goals, and I'll probably say this at the end too, but the million-dollar question is how much will move the needle? And that's a complicated and loaded question, and I don't have a good crystal ball. So you'll see that there are a number of challenges that we're trying to address with this proposal, not just fill rates. We'll talk about the proposal, and then we'll talk again about how that proposal helps us to achieve the goals that we set out and the challenges that we'll describe. This slide provides some perspective with what other districts are paying. Typically, we've been either on par or slightly below surrounding districts, but we were able to kind of make up the gap because there wasn't a commute out to, Carson City or to Lyon County. As you can see, going into this school year, we are not on par with our surrounding districts. We are lower than and the lowest in the state. There's some little asterisks on there that give you an idea of what we're comparing here. Every system, of course, is different. Some systems define long-term assignments, on different thresholds, so there's just some context there for you. But comparing the base pay tier and the base pay tier for long-term assignments, we're losing ground. This slide depicts compensation history. You'll see in the last 20 years that we've increased about 20% from $75 to $90. We haven't made an adjustment to this compensation structure since 2015-16 school year, so I do think it's time for us to review it. The current compensation structure attempts to incentivize employees to work more days with an increased level of base compensation the more days that you work. So as depicted, 1 through 90, $90 a day, and so on. In addition to that base pay, guest teachers who work 21 days or more in the same assignment will receive $15 on top of that base wage. And then guest teachers who in one school year work 121 days, so they get to that highest tier, they start at the highest tier the next school year. As we look to change the model for this year, we know that, you'll see in just a minute, we're trying to simplify, so the base rate is $100, and we've got a little clause on there about those folks who qualified for the $106 rate in this year would be grandfathered for the 21-22 school year and receive a prorated bonus. That'll make a little bit more sense in just a minute. So some of the challenges that we're facing, obviously, are high percentage of unfilled absences. We know through anecdotal feedback that not only is retention over the summer an issue for other employee groups, having that summer break of uncompensated time, it's an issue for guest teachers as well. And so you'll see in our proposal that we've tried to structure the compensation in such a way that there will be some bridge compensation that occurs at the end of the school year. The pay structure is a bit complex now, right? And so I think the more that we can message around a base pay rate, the more people understand, what it is they're going to be compensated for. And then substantially, our current software system, it's called ASAP. That's what tracks the days worked and payroll and all of that. It does not easily accommodate the current system. So it has a very challenging time calculating consecutive days and accounting for weekends, and then it does cumulative days okay, right? So that highest pay tier we can get to, but it's really quirky in terms of payroll, and payroll is a manual and very intense process right now. So again, that was another goal we were trying to accomplish. In the proposed compensation structure, there would be 3 types of guest teacher. An itinerant guest teacher is the guest teacher that you think about just picking up assignments day to day, right? Joe's out today, I'm going to cover for Joe. Tomorrow I'm going to cover for Jackie. They might work at schools on completely different sides of town. We want to move to a model where instead of as a guest teacher picking up assignments day to day, I'm moving through the pay tiers. I'm going to make $100 per day, $50 per half day, and then I will be eligible for an increased bonus amount based on the total number of days that I work, but it's paid at the end of the year so that we have that bridge compensation that we talked about over the summer. The next classification of guest teacher will be our long-term guest teachers. Those are folks that we're utilizing to fill vacancies or to cover for approved leave of absence. those folks would receive $130 per day or $65 per half day flat rate. $130 is the top pay tier that you'll see here, including for itinerants when they earn the bonus. And we really feel like the move from $121 potentially, if you were at the highest tier and you were in a long-term assignment, you could previously earn $121 to $130, really changes the recruiting conversation for our principals. They can work with guest teachers to say, I have a long-term position for you. I've got 180 days. We'd like you here for the whole school year. Want to have you involved in staff development. You're going to make $130 a day. It's just a much different conversation than sort of the longer-term carrot of, well, if you get to this level, then you get this. And then an allocated guest teacher. This is a new concept, so this will be a pilot this year. And what we looked at was, well, first it actually started looking at geography. We were trying to figure out if we should pay a differential for the schools that were, remote or really experiencing challenges in fill rates. What we discovered was that there really wasn't a clear connection between geography and fill rates. It wasn't clean. I mean, there were some obvious examples where the remoteness played a factor, right? Incline Village is a challenge, Cold Springs is a challenge. But there were other situations where schools were in kind of a community pocket where, only one or two schools were really having kind of the chronic unfilled assignments that we saw. So what our approach to this is, the allocated guest teacher is provided to schools who have averaged over the last 3 years 0.5 unfilled absences per day or more for the entire school year. And so if your school had at least a half-day assignment every day of the year on average that didn't get picked up, we would provide you an allocated guest teacher, and you could use that person to cover the unfilled assignments. Or if you didn't have any unfilled assignments that day because the rest of this plan works so great and fill rates just shoot up, you can utilize that person to support instruction. So I think it's a real win for kids and schools. When we talk about the itinerant guest teacher end of year bonus, our itinerant guest teachers, the vast majority were never making it beyond tier 1. Let's see here. I have different numbers. I can tell you nearly 45% of teachers don't even work 10 days. So they're not even recouping the money that it took to become a substitute teacher. But nonetheless, most are not getting past that $90 level. In this model, we're still trying to incentivize based on number of days worked, again, to provide that bridge compensation at the end of the year. But there's far more opportunity. When you look at the tiers, you can see that the bonus increases from $10 to $20 to $30, providing our itinerant guest teachers an opportunity to get to that highest pay rate that our long-term and allocated guest teachers will have. So what this would look like is if I pick up assignments throughout the year and I picked up 120 assignments, at the end of the year, Kate would process my payroll and then also process a bonus that was $10 times 120 days in order to provide me a bonus at the end of the year. The allocated guest teacher model that I was describing is depicted in the table below, and you'll see that the higher the percentage of unfilled assignments each day, the more allocated guest teachers will be provided. So we do have one high school that's averaging more than 2 unfilled assignments per day, and we would provide that school 3 allocated guest teachers to deploy to unfilled classrooms as needed. We feel like that's going to be tremendously beneficial for schools, especially at the secondary level where, the prep period buyouts that I talked about before, where people are having to utilize that preparation time to provide alternate coverage. We think it's going to be a really tremendous resource for schools. So I mentioned, a lot of times people ask, what is the number that will move the needle? And I'm so grateful to our business office for their collaboration and our leadership team, of course, around ESSER's funding for their collaboration on trying to figure that out. And knowing that we can do competitive analysis and we can do a lot of labor market analysis. There still is an element of shooting in the dark in this market right now because all of the normal indicators as it relates to labor are behaving so weirdly. And so we really feel like this sort of pilot program approach to the allocated guest subs, shifting the bonus opportunity to the end of the year, again as a pilot, to hopefully increase retention from one year to the next, and increasing the base rate from $90 to $100 will really make a substantial impact in improving our overall fill rates. We also feel like we get, pretty simple messaging. I think, if you're an itinerant sub, you're making $100 a day and there's some bonus opportunity at the end of the year. If you are a long-term or allocated, it's $130 a day. We have a whole year opportunity for you, should lead to increased engagement. And then, of course, this model can be accommodated by our software system, which improves, efficiencies in our office and frees up some time for our substitute service, or our guest teacher services coordinator to focus on other things. So with that, I'll pause for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ellison. I see Clerk Manetto leaning in already.
Thank you, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. This is exciting. So, I don't know if I have this right. The allocated guest teachers are somebody who goes to that school every day, and so they have a full-time job-ish.
That's correct-ish, right? So it's full-time by the standard of the district. It's not 40 hours a week, but it's very much that recruiting conversation. So Ellen, I'd love you to be here for the duration of the school year. Here's what the compensation will be. On the days that you're not utilized in a classroom, we're going to plug you into instructional support in these ways. You got it right.
All right, thank you. That's just fabulous.
Thank you very much, Clerk Manetto. Dr. Nicolette?
Sure, I agree. I think this is, I don't know if it's innovative or not because I'm not an HR person, but I like it.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions. Why do you think 45% of our guest teachers only work 10 or less days a year? And then if you would explain to me the concept of bridge compensation. I kind of missed what that means.
Yeah, sure. So I was remiss in not introducing my colleague. I was thrown off by walking right up to the table. This is Kate Shum. She is one of our HR managers, and she oversees substitute services. And so for sure, if you have anything to add to the conversation around less than 10 days. But that's a great question. I think it's really a combination of factors, right? I always say to folks, just to try and help them understand the guest teacher perspective, that being a guest teacher is like having a first day on a new job every day, right? You don't know where to park, you don't know who's going to talk to you, you don't know where to eat lunch, and then there's all of the responsibilities of the job too. So I think there's a little bit of that. I think there's certainly people who really think it's going to be one thing and then it's something totally different. I think there's a little bit in this mix, our student teachers. And so we've partnered closely with our university partners in order to require having a guest teacher or substitute teaching license as a part of your internship. And the reason for that is we want to make sure that, A, if your lead teacher is out, you can be the sub in the classroom that day. And B, once the semester concludes at the university level, there's still time in our schedule for folks to pick up assignments before they get hired into contract positions. So the sooner they get that license in place, the better. So I think there is definitely some folks in that less than 10 days group that are student teachers. I think the experience matters, right? And so if somebody goes to a school and has a really difficult day and they are not feeling supported, that's gonna impact our retention. And then I think preparation. And so not included in this presentation, but something that we are working diligently on is a close collaboration with curriculum and instruction and our friends in social and emotional learning and MTSS to really enhance our training process for our guest teachers and to work with our schools to help them understand retention trends specific to their campus. So they kind of understand what their guest teacher data looks like. And if there are supports that we can implement or best practices that we can implement at the school level, then we can take action in that way. So that's a great question. Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
The only other thing that I would add is sometimes a guest teacher is only interested in working in their child's classroom, not at all of the other schools. And so I think that plays in there too, right? They only want to work in that second grade classroom, their third grade as their student moves forward, and they don't necessarily pick up other work. So I think that plays into that under 10 as well.
I will say that as a former Washoe County School District substitute teacher, and I don't think I really was very good at it for all the reasons that you mentioned, I never wanted to be the teacher in my kids' classroom. I love them dearly, but nah.
I would also add a benefit of the allocations is that a teacher stays in that school community all year. And you establish relationships with the kids and the parents and your colleagues and so on. And I think the relationship piece matters as well.
I think just to build on that, I would say that it really aligns nicely with the work that we're trying to do around career pathways. And so if allocated subs are getting into teachers and connecting with school communities, what kind of opportunities can we help connect them to get into certified positions or other positions and move up? So,
very much. Thank you. Clerk Bonetto?
Yeah, thank you. I know that I think when substitutes, guest teachers feel welcome at a school, that's going to have them keep coming. And I know that that doesn't always happen, but maybe there's training that needs to go on that, you need to act like you're happy these people are here. Thank you.
Well, a little bit, that's the change to guest teacher, right? We are so excited that you are here. Thank you for helping continue instruction for our students.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to go to Trustee Church, and I'll be looking to close in on the motion.
Thank you very much.
Is this the pleasure of the board? Yes.
This is one I can support because they've been so underpaid, and it's really a small increase. I mean, and I love the idea of the guest teacher knowing that they've got a job, knowing where they have a job, et cetera, et cetera. So I can get behind that, but I'm still going to beat that dead horse, and I hope PETA doesn't complain, because we have to take a deep dive into the overall recruiting process. If we were recruiting more teachers, maybe we wouldn't need as many guest teachers. And then how do we recruit good guest teachers, the best? And how do we retain, as we just talked about, the guest teachers? So I'm in favor of this. This is good, and this is innovative, but it's not enough in the sense that we still have to do that deep dive into revamping our complete recruiting process, because it's improved. I mean, we've had this discussion. We talked about it earlier on a different agenda item, but money is not the only answer. It may be healthcare, it may be housing, it may be the hours, which this is good. This addresses that, and it may be actually kind of the recruiting. I just have this flyer here, but it may be the recruiting program itself, that there may be great guest teachers out there. We're just not reaching them, or great teachers out there. We just don't have the brochures. We just don't have the plan in place to recruit them. So I think I beat the horse enough, and
the horse is dead.
Huh?
I'm agreeing with you. The horse is dead.
All right, the horse is dead. The horse is dead. So I beat the drum, or whatever we want to call it. But I can support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
I do think it's important to note that we do have a comprehensive recruiting plan that we are always evaluating to ensure that we're continuing to identify good candidates for our district. The other thing is guest teachers cover absences, so I don't know that adding more guest teachers will make teachers be absent less, but I certainly think that the supports being provided to the schools will be welcomed in terms of instructional support.
Thank you very much. Yes, Trustee Rodriguez?
To an extent, I have to agree with Trustee Church. I mean, teachers are, we all have an important job here in the school district, but the teachers are in the classroom every day with the kids, the vast majority of the time of the day. And as a substitute, they're right there with the regular career teachers. I mean, $10, it's nice. It's a step. But I know it costs more than that to fill up my car to get, so. I would like to see more. I don't know, the money could be from salary savings or whatnot, but I think our substitutes, this is nice, $10, it's a step. But, in 5-6 years they haven't gone to salary or pay raise. I would like to see more for them.
I think it's a delicate balancing act, right? And working with our budget folks to understand total compensation for all of our employees and how to meet everyone's needs.
Thank you. This is good stuff. The thing I will add is I was here the last time they got an increase, which was such a small increase. It didn't even make us competitive. At least the increase we're at now, long overdue, certainly rightly so, at least puts us up where we're competitive with the daily rate and then with the rate for the long-term subs. At least now someone doesn't have to choose. I'm going to go to Lyon County, which I just picked them because they're close, right? Or the Carson because they're close, because they can get that extra whatever. They can, at least they can make that money here, especially for a long-term assignment. So I'm happy with the step, but let's just let this not be the end as we have opportunities to do more. Okay. All right, again, looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of any of my colleagues here.
Okay, I win.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed compensation structure for guest teachers effective in the 2021 school year.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Okay, this one we'll go with Trustee Calvert. There's a second. No public comment before we actually vote on this? Okay, great. Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work in this long overdue area. All right, let's push through one more, and then we'll be close to the dinner time break. And then we can push through one more item if that's okay with everybody's good. All right. All right, so then we will move on to agenda item 3.04. Consideration of approval of the appointment of the following members of the school naming committee for 2-year terms ending on June 30th, 2023. Lisa Loader, Trustee Zone A Representative. Bonnie Gaskin, Trustee Zone C Representative. Edwin Linger, Trustee Zone E Representative. And Ashley Van Brocklin, At-Large Representative. And the appointment of the following members to fill the remainder of terms beginning July 1, 2020 and ending on June 30th, 2022. That's Colleen Cook, Trustee Zone B Representative, and Jeremy Ivy, Trustee Zone D Representative. This is for possible action. Before us, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer Michelle Anderson and Public Relations Specialist Samantha Fredrickson. Used to work with us and turned us over for somebody else. Yeah, you are color coordinator, though, so bonus points for that.
I'd like to say we called each other, but we didn't. Good evening, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, trustees, and attendees. I promise I will be extremely quick with this. So for the first slide, just a quick little recap. As a committee to the Board of Trustees, the function of the school naming committee is to select and make recommendations to the board on proposed names of new schools and, when appropriate, the renaming of an existing school. The committee... It's not working. I'll just keep going. How's that? I don't know why it's not fast forwarding. Oh, there we go.
Whoa. Miracle work.
There we go. The committee does not name facilities, fields, or anything of that sort. At this time, there is only one, and I stress potential school for the future, an elementary school near Rio Wrangler. Of course, that would be dependent on growth and the board approval. So just as a quick recap, on April 14th, there we go. The renewal period for current members in good standing who wish to return was April 14th through the 28th. The application period for new applicants was April 29th through May the 13th. And during both those times, we had outreach efforts where we posted on our website, social media, family newsletter, news release, and of course sent emails to the trustees. If you will recall, and then for those new board members, on May 25th board meeting, we brought forward 3 committee members who were in good standing who wished to return. Those were in the trustee zones / districts A, F, and G. At that time, the board approved the zone District F and District G, and they requested the individual that had originally asked to be reappointed for the District A for them to be considered for the at-large representative and bring back at a future meeting. They requested that staff notify all trustees about any open vacancies. We extended the deadline to June the 7th. We did outreach to the trustees on May 28th and June 4th. And we continued our outreach efforts as usual, website, social media, family newsletter, and the news release. Even with all of that, we received no additional applications at all. Thankfully, we did receive, as I mentioned, the 5 open seats. We did receive applications for all of those, and the member in good standing still wish to be a member for the District A representative. So we have those recommendations above with their deadlines, and that is our recommendation to approve.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is for our new trustees as well. Part of the earlier conversation, there was a desire from the board, and in particular, I believe Trustee Church has mentioned it, that trustees should have an opportunity to be involved in the appointments from their districts if they so desire. And that's why you see the repetitive outreach to the board in those areas that didn't have a representative and so on. And so just for us, I mean, we didn't do real well. It didn't sound like we gave them a lot of recommendations, as in none. So as trustees, we want to be if we're going to ask to be more involved in that, we should be more involved in that, right? Or otherwise, we put them through some extra steps. That's on us. And I know we have a lot going on, but that's on us. And I think we, as leaders, we have to own that. But thank you, because you have it all figured. We have people who applied and wanted to be a part, and all of the districts are represented, and they're from all of the districts. So based upon that, I just want to thank you. Again, not a whole lot of naming coming up right now, but when it does, we know we have people lined up and they're ready to serve. So thank you very much. That being said, if there's discussion, any public comment, I don't see any, JJ, no blue cards waving at me. Okay, Trustee Church?
I'll try to be brief. I won't beat that horse. But, yeah, previously I wanted to have input, at least put it out to the community. In other words, last time it just came and an individual was recommended, probably a great individual, but I was like, well, who, what, why, when, how? And my other concern was some of the committees that may not be zone district specific, regardless, that they not be automatically renewed at the end of their period of, service. So if they have a 2-year term is up, there was some discussion of just renewing them automatically and not putting it out to the community, and I disagreed with that 100%. So that all those opinions stand. I appreciate the effort of staff in putting it out, and nobody else responded, but obviously these are not things that are pressing at this time. So, well, zoning, I guess, is, but not the.
Just one bit of clarification. That's board policy. That's not opinion. That's board policy.
I'm sorry, clear. What is it?
If someone's in good standing and they would like to be reappointed, that wasn't opinion. That's just for clarification and for new trustees and for the public. That's actually in board policy.
Thank you. And that may be a board policy that we want to reevaluate because, again, to give it equal opportunity to new members of the community that are newly involved in the school district to have a fair opportunity to apply for vacancies. But that said, I'm okay with it.
So is there a motion in that regard? Trustee Church, is that a motion?
I don't have it in front of me, but I make a motion to approve the appointments as listed.
Okay, we'll take that. That'll get us there. Thank you, Trustee Church. Is there a second? Okay, second. We'll take Trustee Rodriguez. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. So thank you, everybody. And so we will take our customary 20-minute dinner break at this time. And then we have 3 big agenda items before us when we come back. So we'll take our 20-minute break and be back here at 15 after 6:15. Thank you, everybody. All right, everyone, why don't we go ahead and get started? Thank you for your indulgence as we had a little dinner break. We are all refreshed and ready to go and jump right into, so first of all, let me be official and call our meeting back to order. After our dinner recess, we're going to jump right into agenda item 3.05, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Elementary and Secondary School Elementary Relief Fund, otherwise known as ESSER. ESSER, this is ESSER 3, Lauren, 333, grant application under the American Rescue Plan Act This is for $77,282,787, and this is for possible action. And before us is our grant administrator extraordinaire, Ms. Olin.
Thank you, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and board members. For the record, I'm Lauren Olin. I'm the Director of Grants for the school district, and I'm here to present to you the American Rescue Plan, commonly known as ARP, and this is ESSER 3 funding. See, I got to talk and do the clicker at the same time. Let's see if this works. Okay. Good. So Nevada, this is a very large federal grant for all school districts across the nation. And Nevada was awarded $1,072,783,189, of which $90,000 or $965,504,870 must be directed directly to the LEAs, and that's the lead educational agencies or school districts, under using the SY 2021 Title I formula. So the bottom line is Washoe County's share is $77,282,787. All these funds must be expended by September 30th, 2024. So before we get started on what we'd like to spend the funding on, part of ESSER is requiring all states and all school districts to seek stakeholder feedback through the life of the ESSER 3 funds. And to that end, over the next couple of slides, I'll show you what we've done so far for community feedback. And for the benefit of our newest board members, Rodriguez and Ms. Smith, I'll just briefly explain to you the survey that we did in conjunction with our evaluation department. There was over 9,300 people that responded to this survey. This was community members, family members, employees, and students. And the top 3 results across the board, if you'll see in the left-hand column the survey responses for everybody, and then our evaluation department broke those out according to categories. So we have employees and families, Washoe County School District employees, families, Washoe County School District students, and community. And the top 3 things pretty much across all these categories was 1, more instructional staff, 2, support for struggling students, and 3, education technology. So once we got the results of that, we developed a questionnaire for our chiefs and our departments to go back and figure out, based on the survey results that we saw here, what are the things that we should be looking at to spend our funding on. And we developed a rubric also. So through that process, we received 36 requests from our departments. And then what we did is we assembled this awesome group of people. It was such a pleasure to work with all these people in our community. It was such a diverse group of people that we had. We had 4 high school students participate. We had 2 principals, 2 teachers. We had representation from both our tribes, members from our Equity and Diversity Task Force, and from our special education community, our juvenile justice community. So it was quite a large group of people. So they spent a day and looked at all these proposals and matched the rubric to what was written by the staff, and they gave us their feedback on what they thought would be the best use of our money. Then we gave that feedback back to our chiefs and department heads and said, okay, this is what the community panel said. Is there things that you'd like to expand upon or think about, or, based on all this feedback that we have? So after that, we came up with a plan of how we want to spend this money. And first, I'd like to just say you've heard now ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. So ESSER 1 for sure was mitigation money. How are we going to help us during the pandemic? ESSER 2 was kind of on the side of mitigation and also recovery. But ESSER 3 is really focused on recovery, and if you read the language of the law, it is really about how do we move forward, how do we get our education going for our children, how do we make it safe for our students and staff to work in our schools. So there are a few requirements for the ESSER 3 grant. The first is response to recovery, and this is what you all have been working on with Dr. McNeil as far as the strategic plan goes, and it's our roadmap for the next couple of years of how we're going to do that. We also had to do a back-to-school opening guide, which is also on our website right now. A Path Forward program for distance education. This was just an assurance to the state of Nevada saying that we will have opportunities for children if they need to learn through distance education. And finally, the last part was meaningful stakeholder collaboration, which I've just told you about. So a couple things with ESSER 3. Number one, 20% of these funds must be used to address learning loss and social and emotional learning. We have to respond to these needs, so 20% of all the funds that we're receiving with ESSER 3 must be spent on that. And you'll notice that at the beginning I told you that we're receiving a little over $77 million. However, we've only received $51 million at this time, or 2/3 of the funding, and that is across the nation right now. So the states only receive 2/3 of their funding. They have to submit a state plan to U.S. Department of Ed. Once U.S. Department of Ed approves that plan, then they'll give the state the rest of the money. So right now we have 2/3, so $51 million. Once that plan is approved by U.S. Department of Ed, the remaining $25 million will be given to us. Okay, there's a lot of areas that we can spend money on ESSER 3, which is great, a wide variety that we have the latitude of using. So these are all the allowable uses that we can spend the funds on. Assist schools in returning safely to school, maximize in-person instruction on time, sustain safe operations of school, address academic, social, and emotional learning, implement accelerated learning, professional development for our teachers. We can also coordinate with state, local tribes, and other relevant agencies to help prepare and respond to COVID-19, provide social and emotional and mental health services, provide summer school, after schools programming, and conduct other activities necessary to maintain the operations of services. Of course, as we did with the other two ESSER money, we can buy PPE, we can address programming that's unique to address the needs of schools, students most impacted by the pandemic, and we can also provide funding for maintenance, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, technology, indirect, and administrative costs. So a wide variety of items that we can, categories that we can spend our money on. So the next few slides that I'm going to take you through is what we are proposing that we use the funding on, and we've broken this out into different categories. So the first category that I'd like to talk to you about is direct student instruction, and we're estimating about $31.7 million that we'll be using in this area in 22 and 23. I'll get to the blue highlights in a minute. I have a little method to my madness here. But under direct student instruction, we would like to fund pre-K positions, K-12 tutoring, instructional materials and support, student voice convening, and under instructional professional learning, professional learning communities for both 4 school years, 22, 23, and 24. The reason why I put these other items in blue is, and these might be familiar to some of you, these are programs that we've started to fund in ESSER 2, and we'd like to carry that over into FY23. So under the ones that are in blue are building learning facilitators, and as you recall, these are teachers that work in our elementary schools, and they help with intervention and coaching teachers in both math and English language arts. Also, we have intervention software, so this is Dreambox, Lexia, and Reading A to Z. This is only funded in FY24 summer school and extended school year. And then we have the Rally grants, and as you recall, in ESSER 2, we gave each middle and high school a designated amount of money, and then they could pick what they thought they needed in their school. So this will continue to fund core teachers, intervention teachers, special education teachers, assistants, prep buyout, and then under instructional professional learning, there's also a building learning facilitator trainer. So that's the person that's training the staff that's in the schools. The next category we are proposing spending money in is social and emotional services to students. This is direct services to students, and this is comes out to about $105,000. And in this, again, same with the last slide, the things that are in blue were previously funded.
I'm sorry, Lauren, it's 805.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm a little dyslexic.
You're doing well?
Thank you.
Makes me see that. We just want to make sure it's right okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So again, much like the last slide, the things that are in blue are the Rally grants, but new would be substance abuse prevention, counseling for suicide, ideation, school psychologists, and mental health services. And also under family engagement, we'll like to spend approximately $432,000, and this would be for graduation family advocates and a Native American graduation advocate. And then with the Rally grants, we'd like to continue again, social workers, counselors, student voice advocate, attendance officers, family graduation specialists, and campus monitors. In the next area is human resources, and this is $750,000, and this is for aspiring SPED teacher scholarships. So this is for people that would like to pursue a career in special education, and it's a small scholarship for them to do that. And then under capital projects, $950K, and that's for custodian equipment and also some HVAC technicians. And the technicians would go from school year 22, 23, and 24. And finally, the last few categories, the first one is other costs necessary to maintain operations, and in this area it comes to $12.3 million, and under this area is class size reduction for class size reduction teachers. This is to help keep class sizes smaller, and then unemployment benefits due to the extension of the governor's, let me see what it is here. The governor signed an emergency regulation to extend unemployment for some of our employees that work only 9 or 11 month calendars. So this would help to us to recoup some of those unemployment costs. And then the allocated subs and bonuses, and actually this is, Emily and I kind of crossed paths on this. This is the guest teacher, the presentation that you just heard from Emily for the guest teacher. So this would also help defer some of those costs in that area. And then the next area is administration, $1 million over the 3 years for an ESSER project manager, a grant accountant, a grant coordinator, and a grant evaluation and data analyst. And then the final cost is $1.8 million for indirect costs. And then also under ESSER 3, like with ESSER 1 and 2, we give a portion of our allocation to the charter schools. So this will total a little over $1 million for our 7 sponsored charter schools. And finally, going forward on this application, if it's the pleasure of the board to approve our plan, we plan to submit our application mid to late August to Nevada Department of Ed. We will be setting up quarterly meetings within the school district to review program, analyze data, and monitor our budget spend down to see how we're doing. Because this is quite a bit of money, we want to make sure that the programs that we are proposing now are on track and that are working. And if they're not working, we need to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, what's not working and how can we improve that so that we're good stewards of the money. And then required by law is every 6 months we have to review the data and adjust our ESSER plan. So we're being a little bit more proactive by having quarterly meetings. And of course, in the grants department, this is something that we're looking at on a daily basis so that we're prepared when those 6-month periods come up, that we're able to look at the data and understand if we need to keep going on the plan or if we need to adjust based on the data and how the spend down is going. Okay. And in a nutshell, that is ESSER 3. Thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Olin. Thank you for all the information and the feedback from the public as well. I think that was really valuable because it's important. Although we know it's a part of the grant, it's also important, and it's great that so many people participated. I mean, those are good numbers here from a lot of students and families and so on. So, looking to hear the comments from the board, the pleasure of the board. I see you're reaching, Clerk Manetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just and I can't find what page it was on, but you mentioned scholarship to SPED students. Oh, she knows what page it's on. There it is. We can't require a commitment from them, can we? Or can we?
Well, it's paid after they complete a course. So after they complete a course, it's a reimbursement. So, and we probably have to ask Emily Ellison for a little more of the details. But in the past, when we've done grants like this, they've had to get a C or better on a course and show us the transcript, and then we reimburse them for the course.
And that's great. I was thinking of a commitment to actually, teach for us.
Oh,
teach here.
Yeah, in Washoe County School District.
Yeah, I really couldn't speak on the real details of that, but Emily Ellison, I'm sure, has it in her head how that's going to go. It's part of the pipeline of trying to recruit people to work in our school district. So this is just another avenue. Special ed teachers are very hard to come by, and it's a really hard to fill position. So this is the motivation for us to offer these kind of scholarships for people that are inspired to work with our SPED students.
Well, thank you. I know scholarships are a blessing. Thank you.
Could be another strategy on the recruiting, encouraging teachers to get into it. If it's something they kind of want it but aren't, it's just another strategy.
It's actually part of our Grow Your Own.
Grow Your Own, yeah. Right. It's a different extension of that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yes, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. On the slide right before this one, I was wondering if you could please teach me what student voice advocates are.
Thank you. That's a great question, Trustee Smith. Student Voice Advocates, it's a program that was started a couple years ago in our accountability office. And students come together, mainly at the high school level, but there are some middle school aspects to it. And they come together and they help us understand what's working and not working in their schools. And then we report out to the principals and the directors, and we see what we can do to kind of bridge the gap. I think the best example of student voice happened during COVID, and our students were saying, hey, we're not really understanding technology. And Dr. McNeil did a town hall with our students, which I believe lasted several hours. And they gave us all the input, and based on that, we were able to adjust some things and make things better for the students. So that's at the district level. And so in the Rally Grant, middle and high schools had a chance to, if they wanted to, an opportunity to pick a student voice advocate that is at their school. So these would be students that are just at their school that are meeting to say, hey, this is what's working and not working in our school, and work with the school administration and the teachers to improve things.
Thank you very much. May I ask one more question? So staying on this slide, I see the focus on Rally for middle and high schools. Can you talk a little bit about any funding that might be going to K through 5 mental health services as a part of this, or is that a part of this?
I'm trying to, am I going the right way?
I think
so. If you see building learning facilitators, so this was part, and it doesn't really speak directly to social emotional learning, but I'll get to that part of the question. But the building learning facilitators there's one for every elementary school. So that was the portion of funding that they got to help students with interventions in math and English language arts, and also help do some coaching with some teachers on maybe some best practices for strategies in those areas. We do have an array of social workers that work at our schools, K through 12. And so there's social workers already at the elementary school level. There's also counselors at the elementary school level. So the elementary schools weren't asked to pick out of those categories, but there are services to address social emotional learning for the K-12 or K-5 students. Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Olin, and thank you, Trustee Smith. Other comments, questions? Well, this is an action item, so Ms. Olin is looking for approval. Dr. Nicolette?
I keep hearing Mark Mathers in my head here with fiscal cliff and sustainability. So, and it's all very important. So what will the strategies be along the way through school year 24 to identify those programs that, man, we got to keep this because this is really working?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. That's a great question. And believe me, I think everybody, when we met as the ESSER committee, if Mark Mathers was saying funding cliff, I was definitely echoing it loud and clear. But if you look at these slides here, you'll see where I've indicated that funding right now is only in school year 22 and 23. And there's a purpose for that, because we want to see what is working and what is not working. And so then at the end of 23, well, not really even at the end of 23, but in the middle of FY23, we're going to be saying, hey, what's the data been? What does the data look like for these programs in FY22 and 23? Is this really working? Yes. Then we need to fund that a little bit more in FY24. And then there needs to be consideration about how we may continue some of those programs. So it is well on our minds, and it is definitely, we put these budgets together with a lot of intent and purpose that there could very well be a funding cliff, and that is why you'll only see things for certain years funded, because we want to make sure it works before we go in further. Dr. McNeil.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olin. And Superintendent McNeil?
Well, thank you, President Taylor, and I appreciate that, Lauren. And one of the other equalizers that we have put into place is that 6-month review. And so that's going to be critical for the community team that was put together to review the grants, to make sure that, number one, that we're on track and that there is data to show that these programs are working. But if there's a program, or if there's a particular part of this that may not be doing what we actually expected, then we can course correct sooner rather than later.
It's good to have that time, because is it working, is it not working is important. And an opportunity to make adjustments. And just part of the fiscal cliff that Dr. Nicolette spoke of is, we know we have this money until the end of June 2024, so we don't want to put ourselves in a position where then we have a big pot of money that we have to find out of the general fund to keep these things going. So these are really specialized areas that some may continue, hopefully, as we go, but we aren't in a situation where it's going to be a big hole, or a lot of people are going to not have a job or something like that because it hasn't been planned appropriately. So I think that's important to know.
And you're absolutely right. And I will also say, so on the slide where you see administration, so there has to be, with a large federal grant of this magnitude, there typically is some administration that is put into the grant. And that's going to be a huge part of this job description for the grant evaluator and analyst. That's exactly what that job description is going to be as far as evaluating the programs and their effectiveness.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. We have some public comment, JJ?
John Ippolito.
Mr. Ippolito, welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Ippolito. I have 2 kids left in the district. You can find us, a bunch of us, at Protect Nevada Children on Facebook. I have a question with the counselors, school psychologists, and social workers. Can parents say no? In other words, it's great, and I understand that there are a lot of kids who need social workers and the counseling services at the school. But as an example, at the start of last year, we got a new counselor at our high school with alternative lifestyle. And that was her big claim to fame when she came into school. She wanted to make sure everybody knew. She was supposed to be the counselor for my kids. I have twins. So when I went in and I asked her in front of the other counselor, please don't enter any data on my kids in Infinite Campus. And she informed me that it was probably illegal for me to see the data she entered on my kids. As some of you probably realize, that conversation didn't go well. So I requested that she not talk to my kids for the rest of the school year. And then the other counselor knew to pick up the slack, and she offered that she would be their counselor. So my question to you guys, maybe to you, is can parents who are aware of what's going on, especially with Infinite Campus, ask that social workers, school psychologists, and counselors not add any information on their kids in Infinite Campus? Or don't we even have that right anymore? Thank you very much.
It's that's not on the agenda, but I'll just remind Mr. Ippolito and others who are interested. We will be having a presentation on Infinite Campus, and so we'll be covering things comprehensively, and so that should be covered. If not before, then certainly at that time. Okay, other public comment?
That's all for this item.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Okay, seeing no other questions, again, this is an action item. We need to, the grant staff team is looking for direction from the board in terms of how to spend this $77 million. What a great problem to have, right? Okay, looking for a motion if it's the pleasure of the board. It should be the pleasure of somebody. 77. Did I say we get $77 million? We get $77 million. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
I make a motion to approve item as is 3.06. Or 3.05, sorry, 3.05.
But thank you. You leaned in before anybody else would, so thank you, sir. Way to go to the new guy. Okay, there's motion on the floor to approve agenda item 3.05, and we have a second from Trustee Smith. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for taking the input, for doing the work, and then for laying out a great plan so let's provide tremendous support for our students and teachers.
Thank you, President Taylor.
Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to get to agenda item 3.06. And I see staff coming to get into position. So thank you for that. This is one we know that many of you are waiting for and people are watching for and all of that. So with great anticipation. All right, this is presentation, information, discussion, and possible action to provide direction on recommendations for COVID-19 mitigation measures to be in effect for the opening of the 2021-22 school year, including facilities management, transportation, and face coverings for district facilities and school sites, based on information and guidance from current Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, recommendations, current Governor's Office recommendations, current enrollment for North Star Online School, which is serving as a district online distance learning school, nutrition services, the process for student and staff exclusions, and communication plans to families and employees. This is for possible action, and we see many people before us, chiefs, but we will turn it over to our superintendent who's going to get us started.
Thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board. As you all know, there's a great deal of interest in this presentation tonight. You all have received hundreds of emails regarding a particular facet of this. However, I do want to start out with our guiding principles. And so obviously, as we go down this path, decisions should be based on do no harm. And so that means for our students and staff, and it also means as far as for academics. And we believe strongly in that. And with that, I will say our first priority when we're talking about opening our schools is to make sure that our schools remain in person and that they remain in person for in-person learning. And that is done by a layered mitigation strategy. And so that's what part of this presentation is going to talk about tonight, is how we're going to be able to do that with layered mitigation protocols. I will also say that this presentation tonight is going to be done in real time, because as you all know, and as the public knows, the governor has, since this board meeting started, come out with Executive Directive 047, Emergency Directive 047. And so we will go into a little bit of that when we get to that point in time. But I do want to say that the staff has worked extremely hard on getting input. We also met with our associations to see what their recommendations would be as well, too. And so when we go down and we talk about what the previous actions are, so that on May 25th, the board approved our recommendation for opening schools for the 21-22. Full in person. So there will not be a hybrid model going into this year for our middle and high schools. We will be in person 5 days a week for elementary, middle, and high schools. And then on January 26th, the board approved the expansion of North Star Online. So if you remember, in the 2021 school year, our schools actually ran 3 separate programs. So we had full in person, we had the hybrid model, and then we also had a distance learning option. And that was a tremendous effort on our staff. And so what we've done is we've uplifted that distance learning portion, and we've opened up the North Star Online School, that is what our distance learning option will be. And families, even though we had a closing date in May for registration, we know that families are making decisions. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today as far as what those decisions would be. And so with that, we have the governor's previous directive, Emergency Directive 045. I won't go into the full context of this, but just to know that on May 3rd, Governor Sisolak did sign Emergency Directive 045, which updated the mask and face covering requirements for the entire state of Nevada, and they align with the Centers for Disease Control, CDC. It requires children older than 9 years of age and all adults who are not exempt by two other directives, 024 and 028, or guidance from the Nevada Health Response to cover their nose and mouth while wearing a face covering. County school districts, charter schools, you can always go more restrictive. You just cannot go less than the emergency directive. And so at this point in time, the governor's directive is in place, 045, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the governor's emergency directive 047, which takes effect on Friday, July 30th of this week. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. LaMarca, who's also going to be doing some real-time updates with the current CDC guidance as well.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. We are just going to briefly run through some of the CDC recommendations, including new ones from today, so that you're aware. We've been consistent with the CDC and the state guidance we've received since the onset of the pandemic. I need to put my glasses on. So one of the CDC's recommendations is for in-person learning. They strongly recommend that you try to maintain at least 3 feet of social distance, and they stress that when that is not possible, which can be very challenging within a school context, that you have layered mitigation strategies to help protect the safety of students and staff. CDC recommends, and again this was updated today, masks should be worn indoors by all individuals who are not vaccinated. As of today, the CDC came out and issued a new recommendation that even vaccinated individuals should wear masks indoors in those areas where there's a high degree of spread of the disease. Washoe County is one of those areas, by the way. When masks cannot be worn, layer prevention strategies are critical again, and some of them you are familiar with. That includes self-screening, staying at home when sick and getting tested, obviously hygiene, cleaning and disinfection, ventilation, and then contact tracing and exclusion to help keep the environment safe. Many of the students, we have many students that are 12 years, that are under the age of 12, and as you know, at this point, they are not eligible to receive vaccinations, and because of that, layered prevention strategies are that much more critical. CDC also stresses, and this is something that we have done and we will continue to do, that localities monitor community transmission, positivity rates, things such as that. I believe I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Beiersdorf now.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Good evening, trustees. Dr. McNeil, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. I wanted to briefly talk here about our work with the Nevada Department of Education in assuring that our online distance education program, which will be served through North Star, as Dr. McNeil talked about earlier, provides these key supports and components to our students and families. So all students will have the ability to access and participate in full distance education. Dr. McNeil talked about, we had originally established a deadline of May 25th, asking families to enroll in North Star, but of course are working with families too as they're looking to potentially change their minds heading into next school year. We must have a consistent method for taking daily attendance. We have a good, strong method that was already in place with North Star, and we will continue with that this coming school year. And all teachers actually are being trained on that next week. Our distance education instruction will provide the appropriate supports for all students, but in particularly students that are receiving special education supports or on individual education plans, IEPs, and also our English learners. And then also finally, all of our students this coming school year will have access to free nutrition services support, and that will be true for our students that are attending our online school as well. And myself, Gina Curtis, the area superintendent for North Star, and Pete's team, Chart's team, are working on the plan to make sure that our students in distance education are receiving those services as well.
So, as you know, we had a standing item where we were sharing data with you consistently at all of your board meetings in this past school year. And one of the things that we were consistently sharing with you is the COVID risk meter. This was the risk meter as of, I think, Friday. It may have been Saturday when we updated this. It was in the moderate range at this point. The total score for the community was at 7.0. As of today, at least earlier when I accessed the website, we were at a 6.0, still in the moderate range. 6 is better than 7. I can tell you that the last time we reported information to you in mid-June, we were about 5 cases per 100,000. As a community, we're at about 10 cases per 100,000. We were at 3.3% test positivity. We're now at about 7.7% test positivity. So we have been trending up within our valley. The risk meter at this level comes with these cautions. There's a risk of community spread. We should be wearing masks in public unless fully vaccinated. We should be respecting the rules of businesses and schools that you visit. And then, of course, pay attention to hand washing and those sorts of things.
And again, wanting to provide more information as reminders to our trustees and information for our new trustees as well. So North Star Online School has been a fully accredited school in the Washoe County School District for a number of years now. And again, on May 25th, the action that the board took, we knew that at that time too that North Star would be the only distance education program for our students. As of today, there's just a little bit under 800 students enrolled. I believe that number is about 798, and that's in grades kindergarten through 12th grade, so K-12. And then as a reminder as well, we made the decision, you approved the 4 hub locations to be situated throughout the community to make it easier for our students and families, our students that are attending North Star, to participate in clubs and activities. Remember, we talked about that, as well as getting tutoring services, assessment services, etc. Those are the 3 schools where they're located, and then Riggins Court is the actual main office for North Star. And again, providing convenience, as much convenience as we possibly can for our North Star families.
So good evening once again, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So as was the case last year, facilities mitigation measures really focus on what you've heard many times tonight already, layered mitigation strategies. The first measure starts before you even leave home. If you have a temperature or do not feel well, stay home. When you're coming to school, though, it really begins with basic hygiene, as you've again heard many times tonight. Wash your hands, keep social distances as best possible, properly wear your mask, and thankfully vaccines have now been added to the multi-layer approach for those 12 and over. For housekeeping, on a daily basis, our custodians will continue to provide a set of procedures known as process cleaning for health in all of our schools. This allows for consistency across custodians and schools. It is a repeatable and measurable set of cleaning and disinfecting procedures that have been approved by the Washoe County Health District for implementation in our schools. It includes the disinfection of high-touch areas in classrooms and hallways on a nightly basis, utilizing an EPA-approved product. It also includes sanitizing the restrooms on a nightly basis, and of course, trash disposal, vacuuming, mopping, and sweeping. Unfortunately, as you have constantly heard from me, staffing remains a significant issue for us. And though we have made positive strides due to the recruiting team's great efforts, we are currently, as I said earlier, about 45 vacancies in our custodial ranks. Prioritization will therefore be surface disinfection above other activities such as daily vacuuming to ensure healthy conditions are maintained in our schools. Another layer is our focus on indoor air quality. All of our schools are designed, constructed, and maintained to provide a very high level of indoor air quality. School building codes require that air be continually circulated. All air in the schools are circulated and filtered 6 times per hour throughout the day. With each circulation, 20% of the air is replaced with outside air, which is also filtered before heading to the classrooms. Last year and this year, we begin this 1 hour before school and 1 hour after school. Just for comparison's sake, the typical residential system operates only upon demand and does not introduce filtered outside air. Our schools level of circulation and filtration is equal to what is required within healthcare patient rooms and is between 20 and 40% greater than is required by building code in most commercial facilities or typical office buildings. Our facility staff has also replaced all of the filters in our schools here in the last 3 months. Typically, the level of service is to replace filters on a 6-month cycle. In regards to personal protective equipment, or PP&E, our team has seen supply chains and products open up considerably over the past several months. Additionally, we have learned a lot in the past year on what works well and which items are most frequently used. As such, we have strived to restock our district inventory with the right options and significant quantity. We will provide items such as face masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, and disinfecting wipes to schools without charge as needed. And lastly, I wanted to mention smoke day protocols. As I mentioned, our indoor air quality is very good in our schools, and even in the event of poor outside air quality, if school is held in person, I want everybody to be assured that our HVAC systems maintain a healthy environment within our building walls. For transportation, with the start of school this year, we will be resuming bus operations at full capacity. Transportation reached out to the Washoe County Health District, and they were not opposed to us returning to full occupancy. That being said, we will be maintaining our COVID protocols, which include, once again, face coverings being required for all staff and students, regardless of age or grade level. Enhanced cleaning will continue both in the evenings and between transportation runs, and we will keep the windows and roof hatches open to increase ventilation, and students will be assigned seating on the bus. Now, we've made great strides again, as far as our staffing levels, but it's going to remain an issue with us. And thankfully, we were able to hire enough drivers that we will not have to change our transportation walk zone distances to begin this school year. I'm sure we're all thankful for that. However, staffing is going to be an issue, as I said, and our transportation office staff will need to continue to drive routes throughout the day, and we will need to start the school with several elementary school double runs. Transportation is working right now on finalizing that list, and we will get that out to the schools as soon as possible. And lastly, the decision to cancel school due to air quality will be made on a case-by-case basis when the district feels that it is not desirable to have students walking to school or being at the bus stops in poor air quality conditions. However, if school is held in reduced air quality situations, transportation will be closing the windows and roof hatches on our buses. And lastly, for nutrition services, the great news, as Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf said, is that nutrition services and really the students and parents of the district is that the United States Department of Agriculture, is continuing the universal free program, meaning that all students this year will be eating for free. In addition, with the higher federal reimbursement rate, the Nutrition Services Enterprise Fund is in great shape. And we absolutely do not anticipate any of the financial hardships that we faced early on in this pandemic. With the return of all students, we are also returning to our traditional food service in the cafeteria model. Nutrition Services will also be increasing meal options, including additional entree choices and fresh fruit options. And then cleaning protocols will continue with enhanced cleaning and further requirements for our outside vendors who come into our cafeterias. And once again, staffing will continue to be an issue, and we ask for patience and support from all of our stakeholders as we really try to take advantage of making sure we get these free meals out to all of our students. And with that, I believe I'm turning it back to Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you, Pete. So we want to talk just briefly about exclusions for students and staff. We continue to work very closely with the Washoe County Health District in this regard. They will take the lead on contact tracing. They will take the lead on decisions regarding exclusions. The exclusion of ill or exposed individuals is for the wellness and safety of those individuals as well as those around them. And the period of exclusion depends on the specific illness. I know COVID is on our mind, but there are other illnesses that at times require exclusion as well. Exclusion durations for COVID are determined by the Washoe County Health District, and they will differ based on illness status and contact status as well as vaccination status. What I mean by that is if a person is ill, if they have the virus, regardless of vaccination, they will be isolated. The length of that isolation is dependent on how quickly they get better. That's to be determined by the Washoe County Health District. Folks who are excluded and are not vaccinated, we expect they will be out for a minimum of 10 days. There is a provision where there's a possibility of testing out of exclusion status, but that's a very technical kind of process that we're working out. You can't just test at any time. There's a certain number of days that you have to wait. There's a process that has to be followed. Minimum, an exclusion will result in 7 days out for someone who is unvaccinated and a close contact. That's it. I think I'm turning it over back to Debbie.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. So a little bit more information of, what happens when a student is excluded from school. And I appreciate Dr. Lamarca saying it's not just for COVID. There's other things that our students are excluded from school for. So if a student is excluded, the student's school site will work very closely with the student and their family to provide what we call continuity of services or continuity of education. Students wouldn't be moved over to North Star, that's totally separate now, but would be on a type of distance education learning until that student comes back in school. And what we've got up in the parentheses here, we want to make clear as well, that learning, that instruction can look synchronous. So it could be a student has a device at home and is coming right into their teacher's classroom on Teams or Zoom, for example, or it could be asynchronous. It could be materials that a parent or guardian comes to pick up at the school or is delivered to the family as well, with the idea being that the student is, they're keeping up with their classmates. Our students will be able to check out devices, and there will be internet connectivity as needed for our families as well. So our Office of School Leadership, our principals, and our Office of IT, Information Technology, will work very closely together to ensure that that will happen. And the third bullet here too, Paul talked about contact tracing. Very, very important, and it was all through last school year, so our schools will pick up kind of where they left off. Seating charts are key to when it comes to the contact tracing process. Seating charts in the classroom. If there's a music performance or a play, whatever it happens to be, that we know where students were and who was near them.
If I may, Deputy Beiersdorf, seating charts, but not the 3 feet, not the social distancing.
Where possible,
Okay.
Dr. Taylor, we will be asking our schools. It's going to be difficult in certain settings. So when I think perhaps of a physical education class that might be inside a gym or a lunch at a middle school, but we are going to be asking our schools as best as they possibly
as much as
can.
possible. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the record. Good evening again. So of course, once a decision's made, how are we getting that information out to our families and to our employees? So of course, we would post the information on our district website. If you haven't had a chance to look, I encourage everybody. We have an updated website, washoeschools.net. We would send information out in our family newsletter. And then this Friday, July 30th, we would send out an email message to our families and our employees. Our superintendent sends out information in our Monday message district-wide to employees, so that would go out on August the 2nd. And of course, we would be promoting the information out on social media. We have wonderful media partners, many of them in the room today, and getting the information out to our families, as they always do a great job on the newscasts. And then I'm excited, we have a back-to-school expo coming, and that is on Saturday, August the 7th, and it is at Meadowood Mall Center Court. From 10 to 11 a.m., our immune-compromised individuals will be able to attend at that time, so there's less people for them to get information. And then from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., that's open to all families. We have a variety of different departments and offices represented there. It has always been an extremely successful event, and we look forward to getting information out on that day as well.
Thank you very much. We'll turn it back over to you, Dr. McNeil, for your recommendation.
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board. So as you all know, I will always provide the board a recommendation when I feel that we have enough information and informed to guide you in your decision-making process and your deliberations. So we have 2 recommendations, and I'm going to go over the second one first because it's a little bit easier. So that recommendation is just as Dr. LaMarca was talking about. Last year we had a standing agenda item for the board that allowed the board to make decisions on a biweekly basis when the board had a meeting, and that allowed for any changes in policy and protocols. And so that would be my recommendation, is that we would move forward with a standing agenda item to allow you all to make those types of decisions as well.
Why don't we pause right there and consider that recommendation now before we go on to the next recommendation. For those who were new, this is something that we actually began almost a year ago. Quite frankly, I mean, we've almost been full. This is Groundhog Day, Ellen. Jackie, just a gift for us, right? What we decided, because decisions come down very fast, recommendations change from the CDC, from the state, from the health district, and all kinds of things, input from parents and families and so on. I mean, just a bunch, that we would have a standing agenda item to review all things COVID that are necessary and that are pertinent, and the agenda item written in such a way, with council's help, that we can review recommendations, make changes, and so on as necessary on a regular basis, and that way it isn't something new that comes up. It's something that we look at on an ongoing basis. So as things change, as recommendations change, and so on, we can be nimble, to use Pete Etchard's word, when it comes down to it. So that's the recommendation from the superintendent at this time. Any discussion on that, or if someone would like to make a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board, I'll entertain it now. Oh, we do have some public comment, looks like, on the, so this is just going to be public comment on the whole thing as a whole, then, not just on the regular. So why don't we just go ahead? Yeah, that's okay. We'll do, because this is part of the same. Let's go ahead and take that. We'll take, before we do any kind of motions or anything, we can hear from those who are here. And thank you for those who have come. And just a reminder to my colleagues, I hadn't reminded us earlier, but as you can imagine, public comment continues to come in. So a reminder to keep that open and make sure we're taking a look at that as we can, as we review, because those email public comments are important as well. JJ?
Robert Neal.
Mr. Neal?
Nicholas St. John.
Okay. Mr. St. John?
Dennis DeBix.
Oh, do we mess that up? Dennis? Let's just go with Dennis? No? Okay.
Robin Benjamin.
They were all here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mary Smottery. Matt Sabick.
Okay.
Christine Randolph. Betty Thiessen. Susan Van Ness. Kathy Reyes. Melanie Sutton.
Miss Sutton is here. Welcome, Miss Sutton.
So if I can pass these out to the trustees, I know you guys have already received a copy of it.
Oh, that's okay. You don't want to ask you to pull that mask down a little bit, if you would. Thank you so much. And she'll
gonna
pass
have-
those out. She'll pass those out so that we'll have
Because I
them.
have to read and it blocks my vision. I don't have my glasses with me. First of all, one of the first thing you guys said, do no harm. Do no harm. Okay. So this is what I'm passing out to you. This is an article. 47 studies confirmed ineffectiveness for masks for COVID. And then also 32 more confirm their negative health effects. So speaking to all the people outside, there was probably about 70 of us, parents, speaking to them, and just in the time that I was out there spending time with them, I got this picture. This is someone's daughter from wearing a mask. It's a staph infection. She was in the hospital she was on IV for 24 hours. This was her 8 hours prior. Okay, next thing. And then also speaking to someone out in the crowd, she spoke about how her child has a speech impediment now from wearing a mask. Prior to wearing the mask, was just fine. So it affects the development of the children. And also, speaking to people in the crowd, there was an 8-year-old that killed themselves here in Nevada because they had to wear a mask. Okay, I'm going to try and get through this. I don't have my glasses on, so. Okay, and then also, the CDC just pointed out that the tests do absolutely nothing. They're not effective. That just came out from the CDC. Oh, then also, you want us to wear a mask, and you guys have a public water fountain out there, community water fountain? Does that make sense to you? Not to me. All right, so we all are very aware that this board does not follow the science, has not followed the science, and we do not expect you to follow the science. Also, just like in Clark County, we know this is simply a dog and pony show, and you've already made up your decision. Mask on children. But Mr. Gilbert wants me to say that this is completely unconstitutional, unscientific, and unreasonable to do to these children. When there's numerous schools in this state not doing this, other school districts not following this nonsense, and dozens of states that have no mask mandates whatsoever, and in fact, some have gone even a step further and prohibited masks to be used on students, all because of they are harmful. Mr. Gilbert, I guess my time's up, but just so you know.
No, you still have a few seconds. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Gilbert just wants to make sure that you have this information, which we would like to be put on public record, proceeding.
You can finish that. You can finish your sentence.
Well, he just wants to let you know that you guys can expect a lawsuit soon.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Okay, let's keep that applause down if you would. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Stacy Ampson, Kimberly West.
Is it West like West? Is it West like West, ma'am?
Was.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, ma'am. Pull the mic down. We can hear you a little better. All right. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I first just want to point out off of your school motto where it says every child by name and face to graduation. We'll start there. Can't see their faces when they're muzzled and masked. I have a binder full of studies, as you can see, on the non-effectiveness of masks, the harm that they cause, psychological issues that they do to our children. I'm just going to hold up a few things as I go along. So I'm here to be my children's voice. I have 2 children, 3rd and 4th grade. They can't have their voice because you guys are masking it. So that's why I'm here. I just want to say that both my children were in your summer school program. No masks, no mandates, no social distancing, and no outbreaks, and no issues. It was the best experience they've had in the last 2 years, but that's all gone. I just want to say also, don't be naive that these children are not walking off of the school property, taking their mask off, hugging their friends, getting together after school, slumber parties, you name it. Don't be naive to think that just because you guys are telling them to keep their masks on, that they're going to, outside of this. And there's no outbreaks. There's nothing crazy happening all summer long. Best summer of my life, doing all the things with my children without masks on. Next, I want to address my child's school. And at the end of the school year, I got a call that my child had been to the nurse. She bumped her head. So I call and speak to the nurse. She tells me what happened. Oh, okay. After speaking with her, I realized she knows my daughter. She knows her pretty well. So I say, hey, does my daughter come in there frequently? Yeah. Really? I didn't know that. How many times has she been to the nurse's office this year? 30 times. 30 times. I was informed maybe 4 or 5 times that my daughter had been to the nurse. You want to know why? Headaches. Headaches. It causes headaches. when you don't have oxygen, you get headaches. It causes cancer. You've got all types of studies. You need oxygen to breathe, to live. So first of all, why was I not informed that my daughter had been to the nurse 30 times? Another thing my daughter brought up to me, and I'm going to say this real quick. She says, Mom, you want to know why I know masks don't work? This was last year. She is 7. She says, I was sitting across from my friend Lily today at lunch. She took her sandwich bag, she blew it up, and she popped it.
Your time is
and
up,
that's
Ms.
why I
Walsh.
know that masks don't work.
Thank you
She
so
gets
much.
it. I wish you all would.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Walsh.
Mary Barrett. Melanie Faust. Ashley Jacobs. Sarah Biggs.
Is it Diggs, ma'am?
Biggs, B-I-G-G-S.
Biggs.
Sarah, S-A-R-A.
Biggs. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Biggs.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to be up here today. This is actually my first school board meeting. We've been in this community for 8 years. It was very interesting to hear all the things that we approve and don't approve. I'm here because of the masks. I have 3 children now in the district. I had 4. One of the things that disturbed me today was 2 of the amendments that you guys approved. Let's see, they were 2.1 and 2.32. $1 million you guys approved. And those were on speech. How are we going to have $1 million given to our schools to help with speech when you have a mask on? If you've never had a student that needed speech therapy, then maybe you should go into the school and figure that out, because you can't teach speech with a mask. By the way, my kids are taking Spanish. My son last year took Spanish and got an F. Why? Because he can't comprehend Spanish. So do you think the English, the students that have to have the English speaking classes, right? Are they going to learn English? I'm going to say probably very minimal. So 99% graduation rate out the door this year, I'm assuming. How many students are coming back? Probably missing a lot. I pulled my student last year because of this, and you're not going to capture your audience, and you're not going to capture these students. And it's really disappointing that we're not looking at our kids and wanting them back in our school systems, and that they're out there on the streets, and that they're not going to learn. And if you're going to require a second language for our high school students, and if you want to see speech kids become successful, then evaluate your masks, because it doesn't do any, obviously, you're going to hear that, doesn't do any good. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Biggs.
Julianne Harrison. Bruce Parks.
Mr. Parks, welcome back. You know the routine?
Thank you. When this whole China virus garbage started, there were 11 states that did not require lockdowns, masks, or anything. 11 states. Here in Nevada, we have 9 out of 17 counties that have told the governor what to do with his mask mandates. Every one of you had an opportunity to stand up and uphold the oath that you took to the Constitution of the United States, and you failed. You failed miserably. You cowed to that tyrant that occupies the governor's mansion. This is not about health and safety. Never was. It's all about control and submission. You follow the rules, you do what we tell you, or else. And you guys are doing the same thing. Unbelievable. And now, the tyrant in Carson City says, Everybody has to wear a mask regardless of their vaccination status. Well, if the vaccines work, why wear a mask? If the mask works, why go get the vaccine? Which, by the way, it's not a vaccine. That Fauci ouchie is not a vaccine. I don't care if they change the definition. It is not a vaccine. If this was about health and safety, do you know there's one demographic during this entire China virus garbage that was precluded from having to wear masks from day one. They were exempted. They're still exempted. They don't have to wear masks. The homeless population. The guys living down there in the river, in their tents, in their tight little communities, you figure they'd be dropping off like flies, wouldn't you? Nope. Not the case. Again, 11 states said, we're not doing that garbage. That's unnecessary. They recognize that wearing a mask is like putting up a chain link fence to keep out mosquitoes. Not going to work. I would like for you to know that I am working and will continue to work with several entities throughout Washoe County to ensure that to the maximum extent possible, none of their children return to the Washoe County School District to follow the submission and control measures that you are following. It's ridiculous. Are you jellyfish or are you representatives of the people? Get a backbone, stand up, tell that tyrant, keep your money, stay out of our business. This is Washoe County. We can take care of our kids. We don't need you. And the CDC, by the way, flops around like a fish out of water. I wouldn't trust him for anything.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Dan, I'm going to have to ask you if you please would just keep the applause down a little bit. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Chris Ward. Kelly Hughes. David Gipe.
So your nickname, Dite?
Gipe.
Gipe.
G-I-P-E.
Gipe. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. Half worth of her education, largely because of the worthless governor that we have, the people that are basically informing him, but it is taking a toll on our children. And it has to come down to like what this gentleman said, is we have to stand up and we have to say, we've had enough of this. I was very surprised to walk in this building today and be told before the governor mandate that we had to wear masks in here. Why? Every person in here is wearing a different mask. Everybody. I'm a contractor. N95, and maybe a doctor here can tell us what it says on the side of the N95 box, mask. Will not prevent viruses or illnesses. 3M. Why are we not listening to that? Makes no sense to me. The other thing of it is there was a lot of people that wanted to speak about this issue today that I think was blatantly, and whoever made this schedule up, this god-awful schedule up, and had to go home and feed their kids or, attend to their family. I think you guys did that. Somebody did it purposely, whoever puts this together. So those people did not have to speak. And so I encourage all of you board members to please go through each and every one of those emails that you got and that you encouraged and read it. The other thing that I just have another one thing. I wish the doctor here would tell you what the infection rate of a child is. What is the death rate of a child that contracts COVID-19? What is it, 0.0001? I think I can live with that. You guys work on educating our kids the right way, and we'll work on raising them. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Mira Almond, Victoria Mayer,
Victoria Meyer.
Welcome, Ms. Meyer.
Thank you.
You pull the mask down, the mic down, yeah, that way you can
Unmask our
go.
kids.
Thank you.
Don't mask our children. It is unhealthy to breathe in our own CO2, germs, bacteria. It is ineffective in preventing the spread of the virus. It is harming our children's immune systems by diminishing their body's ability to fight off pathogens, including the virus. It is harming our children intellectually, emotionally, psychologically, and physically, creating emotional scars that could possibly last their lifetimes. The suicide rate among teens skyrocketed in the past year, rising by over 700%. Fungal and bacterial mouth infections skyrocketed in the past year. Not to mention, this is unconstitutional. This paper, of which you have all been given a copy of, shows 47 scientific studies confirming masks are ineffective, useless in preventing COVID infection and transmission. It also directs you to 32 more studies confirming the negative health effects caused by frequent mask wearing, especially for children. Take the time, as people who say you are here for our children, to read some of these scientific studies. As I have listened and watched this board move through this past year, I am beginning to question your motives regarding our children and their welfare and education. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove to me that you people give a damn about our children and their health. Stop this nonsense. Take the time to grasp the enormous health and psychological consequences of a mask policy on our children. Do not ignore the science any longer. Read the science, please. Read it. Do not implement an anti-scientific mask policy. Do not mask our children anymore. We won't stand for it.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Randy Zachary, Travis Barbie, James Bentham,
Welcome back, Mr. Benton.
Good evening. James M. Bentham for the record. First, I'd like to cite a summary from 47 studies confirm ineffectiveness of masks for COVID, and 32 more confirm their negative health effects. Number 45, performance of N95 respirators, filtration efficiency for airborne, microbial, and inert particles. Coronavirus is 0.12 microns. As you can read in this study, it states that most N95 masks can only filter particles as small as 0.75 microns. This is too big to trap this virus. That is a fact. And then it cites the article. OhioStandsUp.org continues the science and says healthy people should not wear masks. Masks reduce intake of oxygen, leading to carbon dioxide toxicity. Germs are trapped near your mouth and nose, increasing risk of infection. Wearing a mask causes you to touch your face more frequently. There is no scientific evidence that supports healthy people wearing masks. Masks obscure your facial features and impede normal social interaction. Masks make it hard for hearing-impaired people to understand you. Masks symbolize suppression of speech. Now, I'd like to speak about the political science of masking. Decisions have consequences. I was only following orders I don't think is sufficient to support masking. This article lists Dr. Fauci as saying people should not be walking around wearing masks. Masks do not provide protection people think they do. And then they cite a YouTube. Then Fauci went on to say that people should wear masks, and then 2 masks. And what is the trajectory there? If you have to wear 2 masks, I think that nullifies the need for 1 and the science to back it up. My request is that you do not mask our children. Follow the science. Stand up. Support our kids and families.
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Stephanie Vega.
Welcome, Ms. Vega.
Hi. For the record, my name is Stephanie Vega, and I wish to comment on the COVID-19 protocols in our district. I would like to provide input to the board from a teacher perspective as you guys make decisions on this issue. I also wanted to note that I am a Washoe County School District graduate, McQueen, class of 2005. With the new school year approaching and the rise in cases, 14% in Clark, 8% in Washoe County as of today, it's imperative that students and teachers have safe work and learning environments that mirror research-based guidelines that protect our unvaccinated children. I'm gravely concerned that our district will continue the no masks for 9 and under or grade 3 and lower policy that is not supported by the American Academy of Pediatrics or the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. I speak to this as a teacher who taught summer school in a grade 4 classroom with 9 and 10-year-olds. This policy of not universal masking falls short. As of July 9th, as we saw earlier, the CDC states that masks should be worn by all individuals who are not fully vaccinated. All U.S. children under 12 years of age are unable to be vaccinated at this time. Additionally, the AAUP states that all students older than 2 years and all school staff should wear face masks at school unless medical or developmental conditions prohibit use. Face masks should be used outdoors for those who are unvaccinated. Although the current policy requires all staff to mask indoors, the children we teach who do not have access to vaccines are unmasked and may potentially expose one another or bring the virus home. I work in a Title I school with a majority of Latinx, African American, and Asian students. Students of these backgrounds are more likely to be infected. They are more likely to experience hospitalizations or worse. African American and Latinx individuals are 2.8 times more likely to be hospitalized and 2 times more likely to experience death from COVID as compared to their white counterparts. Our families place trust in our schools to implement safety protocols and might not be aware that the district policy from May 17th and the first proposed recommendation of grades 3 and under without masks goes against research and medical opinion. As recommended by the CDC and the newly issued Governor's Directive 47 released this afternoon, I ask this, please make it simple. Ask all individuals and students in all district buildings to wear masks at all times. In addition to student-to-student exposure, vaccinated teachers are at risk to develop a breakthrough infection. And let's just use, I just asked to go more restrictive than less so.
Okay, I just wanted you to let you finish your
That's
statement,
it.
but
Yep.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Katanya Taylor.
Welcome, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on, thank you for letting me speak, and welcome to the 2 new members. I want to piggyback on so many things people have said here. Primarily the doing no harm. If you're going to choose one side and decide we're going to do no harm, and yet we're going to ignore all these scientific studies that say you're doing harm, I simply don't understand how you can make that decision. I think after 16 months, we can look at this and say we've learned quite a bit. The kids aren't suffering from this. They're not spreading it. And people who want to be vaccinated are vaccinated. I also want to say that the people that were outside, and all of these people you're naming off, I realize someone here spoke opposite, but I can tell you every single person that's not here right now was here at 2 o'clock. That was 8 hours ago. So I really would like to congratulate you guys on the way you chose this agenda. Again, I don't know who did it, and I'm not suggesting it was planned as a group, but there are hundreds of people who want to speak out on this. And you even said, all the emails you're getting, this is a hot topic. So why would you make people wait 7 or 8 hours? They all wanted to speak. They all put their names in. So we're being suppressed. And there's a lot of people, you're ignoring thousands of people in this community. The majority of who do not want their children masked. Please stay in touch with your community and listen to what they have to say and stop suppressing us. Everyone has said, please read all those emails. Please do. Please read all these studies. I'm not even going to go into it because we'll go into all the studies. There's maybe not hundreds of studies, but there are so many studies showing that these masks barely work and they do harm. So are we weighing this out properly for our delicate children? Please weigh this out for our delicate children. Their brains, their mental status, their wording, their speaking, their speech. My daughter has a fungal infection on her mouth from these masks. Okay? It started 3 weeks before school was out, and we're still fighting it now. And one child had sepsis. I mean, you guys have the ability to stand up. I know you can do it. Please don't just follow the politics or what comes down. Stand up for us. Listen to us. Read the studies. Please do what you can to fight this. Don't mask our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito. Welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I have 2 kids left in the district. I'm a former K-12 teacher. People had mentioned how many people were outside, and some of us know you guys do this on purpose. You put these hot agenda items at the end, you take off the initial public comments, and then in your letter to the RGJ, President Taylor, the last sentence of her first paragraph, or the last phrase of her first sentence, quote, "We welcome input from the public." What a crock. You don't welcome input. If you welcomed input, everybody would have been in and out of here 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. You do this all the time, and it's really not okay, Kristen, and I know you can control it. The nurse. I think fate put me next to Kim back there. I've never seen her before. She's not on my, well, she is on my email list now, but she wasn't 20 minutes ago. 30 times to the nurse, and nobody told her. That's exactly what I'm talking about. What's happening in these schools, the counselors, the psychologists, the nurses, the social workers, they're not your kids. They're our kids. You need to let us know what's going on, and that makes me very angry. Kim's will be on our email list now, but anyway, there was a lot of discussion about North Star education. About 25% of that presentation was North Star. That's a Pearson education product. Most in the education field realize when it comes to protecting student data, Pearson has the worst track record of any education vendor there is. Just Google Pearson Education data breaches, and you'll see what I mean. One of Pearson's products, Ames Web. Parents may remember Ames Web data breach in 2019. In that data breach, Washoe County School District children's data was placed for sale on the dark web. Why do we pay Pearson Education to be the only approved online vendor in Washoe County School District? That's ridiculous. The face masks. My kids in high school, the other day when the RGJ published I can't remember, but I told them they were going to have to wear face masks. They were not happy at all. In fact, I asked my son, well, come here and talk to the board. He's been to one of these meetings. He'd rather have his eyes poked out, I think, than come to another one of these meetings. I even offered him lunch. Couldn't get him here. You can find 1,200 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
Suzanne Denson.
Is it Denton? Denson. Welcome, Ms. Denson. Let's pull the mic down. We'll hear you better. Thank you, ma'am.
Suzanne Denson for the record. This is my first meeting ever. Let's see. I guess I'm here because I have an incoming kindergartner and I'm still on the fence whether or not I'm going to register for this county here. We're ready to leave the state. Feel pretty good about that. Anyway, these are the formative years and I don't want her to learn that her personal responsibility and the responsibility of her parents and our discernment are going to be trumped by political agendas. Did you know that kids' lungs aren't fully developed until your 20s? So you want to mask them all the way past that. Let's see. I think the parents should decide whether or not we should send our kids to school masked. Teachers have been vaccinated and they can wear their masks. Consider putting those teachers who are still fearful to work behind the camera. I mean, we've done that for a while too. Or maybe you can put up a plexiglass divider because that works in the hospitality business, right? My sister's a practicing pediatrician in another state and she's vehemently against masking for the emotional toll, the learning restrictions, and obviously for the health considerations that we don't need to go over and over again. You've seen it all. If you're indoctrinated, you're not going to listen to it. If you have a mind to it, you can actually look at it yourself. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, my sister, who's a pediatrician, a single mom, is considering homeschooling her only child because she will not put him through that again either. Let's see. So I did read the article real quick about Sisolak changing everything at 5:30 today, changing the recommendations for the whole state as well as what they're going to be doing down in Clark County because that affects Washoe, right? Anyway, here in Clark County, we're still at liberty to make decisions for our students. You don't have to follow what Clark County is doing. We would hate for this to look like Clark County, so obviously we don't need to follow their example. I urge the board to leave it to the parents via town halls, email questionnaires that you are so fond of sending out. This deserves a lot more discussion, more transparency. Probably wouldn't even get it decided by the first day of school, but this is not a done deal. If you did state you would do no harm was your first statement up there. We agree that causing kids to keep breathing in their exhalation, the CO2, this carbon dioxide, and all the emotional implications of it are harming our children. And when we got sworn in, the first part of that was saying that you're going to uphold the Constitution. So taking discernment away from the parents is definitely unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Denson.
Paul Denson.
Welcome, Mr. Denson.
Thank you. I want to say I'm kind of glad I guess I'm the last one up here on the board to talk about this. I'm sure you guys do fantastic work on a lot of different subjects. I want to say I appreciate it because a lot of work goes into this kind of stuff. But this subject does touch home to so many of us, and we're so frustrated. And as a big dude, I can't even tell you how many times I've cried trying to figure out what's going on with this whole situation with the masks. It's so frustrating. Basically, I want to say thank you to all that stood up for us as Americans that have our rights and our freedoms to speak and clap. I appreciate that. So thank you guys for all standing up. The Patriots, thank you. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Denson.
Those are all the cards I have. The board received emails from Melissa Gabler.
Is your public comment on this, Ms. Fianaka? Come up. We'll just get it changed.
I promise
It's okay.
you, I don't want to keep us here any longer than we already are
Oh,
here.
no, it's okay. Go ahead.
I'm Valerie Fianaka, and this is short and sweet, and it's about discernment. I recognize everybody's really concerned about all this, some of us more than others. But Governor Sisolak, in his order, ordered masks, interestingly, for all the casino workers, all the employees, but not for the people coming into the casinos. Just think on that for a minute. Think on that and use some discernment when you think about that, because it's okay for you to go into the casino and sit down and gamble and go in and sit down and eat, and you don't have to wear a mask, but the workers in there do. So where's that order coming from? Use some discernment when you make this decision.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka.
Those are all the cards I have.
Okay.
The board received emails from Melissa Gabler, Justine Macluso, Jackie Borsum, Tara Sala, Julia Barron, Christy Bess, Dina Davis, Adriana Benjamin, Elizabeth Eisenhower, Angela Very, Ella Combs, Leslie Plattershorn, Elena Zuderdun, Avery Combs, Ellie Zuderdun, Maxwell Nunya, Tamara Durbin, Tamara Anderson, Brandon Siri, Stacy Hansen, Zendaya Hernandez, Dawn Axness, Danielle Springmeyer, Jenny Snaza, Samantha Lawley, Michelle Villejas, Whitney Coulter, Elise Bozick, Lori Combs, Patty McDonald, Krista Rossi, Victoria Hudgens, Beth Jones, Cindy Anderson, Nicole, Carrie Woodhead, Greg Novak, Jeannie Reynolds, Sarah Smith, Sarah Brock, KJ and RC Castro, Brittany Noble, Lisa Lindsay, Deidre Blanton, Kevin Monaghan, Christine Burr, Mr. and Mrs. Stan Jolliffe, Jessica Breshnahan, Kim Jured, Suzanne Welcome, Scott Callahan, Shannon Sinner, Jesse Kleinder, Amber and Brandon Borden, Jessica Ager, Matt True, Stephanie Overmeyer, Kristen Benty, the Johnsons, Vanessa Nelson, Sarah Cummings, Callan Glins, Amy Pincolini Ford, Ginny Haken, Scott Hernandez, Jennifer Shepard, Christina York, Stephanie Flatt, Zach Woodhead, Tony Smith, Cecilia Mansfield, Scott Edmond, Leslie Pansky, Rachel Fisher, Ashley Thibodeau, Patricia Hernandez, Brittany Bland, Monica Dutchover, Deanna Novatak, Jessica Fate, Allison Raymond, Kyle Davis, Amber Joyner, Ashley Wheeler, Ginger Wegman, Whitney Weed, Angie D'Antoni, Debbie Taylor, Kelly Jimenez, April Stockwell, Marika Moore, Lori Casimir, Chris Jimenez, Ryan Olson, Sarah Elliott, Julia Wegman, Casey Hines, Gonzalo Hernandez, Rochelle Willette, Rochelle Benning, Scott Weed, Alexandra Frankel, Brittany Gomes, Andrea Emnas, Vera Singh, Bree Gonzalez, Katie Silva, Jeremy S., Jill Rogers, Carl and Jody Simmons, Caitlin Duffy, Julian Porter, Miles Stewart, Melissa Fitch, J.J. Stewart, Matt Lipkowitz, Brian Frost, Michelle Spalding, a student, Danielle McIntosh, Tammy Houston, Kim Garman, Amber Hart, Kelly Hughes, Dana Trimble, Kevin Glatzel, Molly Manahan, Alicia Ferraro, a concerned upcoming senior, Joe Lawrence, and Selena LaRue.
Thank you, Ms. Batchelder. So now, and thank you all for all of you who stayed to give your public comment, and for those in the public who emailed those in. We do take those seriously, and we do read those. We absolutely do. Let's go back to the superintendent's recommendation. The first recommendation, I guess, is one of two, I believe. Right, Dr. McNeil? So first superintendent's recommendation, one more time. Give it to us.
That would be the first. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
So this recommendation has to do with keeping the COVID-related mitigation efforts as a standing agenda item going forward from this board meeting. So every 2 weeks you would have this item. If there's no changes to protocols or policies such as that, then the board president has the ability to pull that item, and you wouldn't have to hear that item.
But if there are changes and so on, you know, we followed this protocol most of last fall and all the spring, and then finally we took it off right as we got into the summer. But now we're getting back into it, and as we know, things are happening once again, and so it's incumbent upon us to keep an eye on it. So that being said, I'm looking for the pleasure of the board, and on this agenda item, Trustee Church.
I would just ask that we remove.
Oh, your mic's off. Okay.
Well,
It's on now.
I would just ask that we remove the part about the board president having the authority to remove it. I think that would be a board decision. So I'm in favor of the motion that we leave it on the agenda, but we leave it on the agenda.
Okay, that part is, I guess we could, but that part, I have the authority to remove anything from the agenda, just as the manager of the meeting. It's one of those that's just part of managing the meeting, so it's nothing different than anything else. I would say this: if someone feels really, really strongly, we just gotta have it on there for some particular reason, certainly. But yeah, that's just part of the job of managing the meeting. That's what I would say to that. So.
Well, I thought we have a board governance policy that if two or more people want it,
we do
on an agenda and a specific time and date and place, then it would be on the agenda.
Well, yeah, no, it's not about specific time or place. It just says in a timely manner. But as I just said, if I said, okay, hey, we're going to pull this from the agenda, and then two trustees said, hey, we want something as an agenda item, it could be an agenda item, but it would be, it isn't time specific, but it wasn't an issue before. I mean, it's really up to if the board wants to make that motion, they certainly can, and then that would become the motion. But that's part of the job of running the meeting, in my experience. But it's really if that's what the board wants to do, it's okay.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some other board opinions.
Yeah,
I'm just
it's
one
okay.
member, but the problem is it comes out generally Thursday at 8:57 a.m. You know, as required by OML.
It's required by the Nevada Open Meeting Law. It'll be out by 9 a.m.
And that doesn't give us time to change it. So
it would be on the agenda. It's on the agenda. It doesn't not come out on the agenda. You see, let me make it very clear. As you may recall, for the first half of the year, right after, it was always written on the agenda. So it wouldn't come out and not be there. It was always written on the agenda. Because it's a standing item, because sometimes things move and something may move and you need to leave it on there because something might happen on Monday or even Tuesday during a meeting or something like that. So it's always written on the agenda. It would not be such that the board president, because it would be me to the end of the year, then there'd be another president, right? Would say wouldn't put it on the agenda. That's not what this. That's not in my understanding. That certainly wasn't the way it was in practice before. It was always written on the agenda, and if it were pulled, it would be pulled on the meeting day. That's typically so. It would show up. It wouldn't be that now it's off and you get it. There's nothing we can do. It doesn't work that way. As you may have, maybe you forgot, but that's the way it happened the whole time.
Well, I was just seeking clarification on what I'm seeking clarification on what I thought I heard, but I see another mic on.
Okay. Was there? Trustee Rodriguez?
So is this going under the superintendent's recommendation? Is that going into the grades 3 and 4 in mask, or is this?
No, this is just the recommendation here for it to be a standing agenda item,
Okay.
which would appear regularly on the regular meetings, typically the second and fourth Tuesday.
Right.
It's just for that purpose, but it would be on the agenda. That's the practice we've had in the past. There's no reason, in my opinion, to change that. I mean, in terms of being on the agenda.
With that clarification, I would make a motion to pass.
Okay, well, thank you. We hear the motion to approve superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve a standing board agenda item for updates, discussion, and potential action regarding school operations related to the pandemic. Is there a second? There's a second by Trustee Smith. We can certainly have further discussion if necessary. Trustee Church, anything else on that? Nope. Anyone else? No? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is 7-0. Okay, now we go into superintendent's recommendation number 2, which is that's when we get into more of the details. Trustee Rodriguez, Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board. So JJ is going to go ahead and put up my current recommendation, the superintendent's recommendation, which, as you know, is to follow the governor's directive 045. And as you have heard and as you have seen, I sent that off to you all as well. The governor has sent out a new directive 047. So what I'd like to do is to go into what directive 045 is and what this recommendation is, and then we can switch over to 047 to update you on what that directive would be. So the recommendation that we put out is that it would be optional for students in grades 3 and below to wear face coverings in the building or outside of district buildings. We made that determination on the grade level split because we have heard feedback from our principals and teachers that it was very difficult to manage the age range versus a grade range. It's easier to manage a grade level range than it is for an age range. And so within 045, it is for 9 and below to not have to wear face coverings. We then made the recommendation that it would be then required for grades 4 and above, mandatory for face coverings in grades 4 and above for students. So that's grade 4 through 12. It is a federal law, and it's a federal mandate at this point in time for transportation. So if you've been on a plane recently or your mass transportation, masks are mandatory. And so we have put that into the recommendation that staff and students wear face coverings while on a bus, regardless of vaccination status. And then the recommendation is for it to be required for all staff to continue to wear face coverings inside school or district buildings. So whether you're in a school, whether you're in a central services building, it would be for all staff to wear face coverings. What I'd like for JJ to be able to do at this point in time is to put Directive 047 up on the screen so that you all can see it. What I will read right now is the Nevada Health Response, which the board received today. In line with Emergency Directive 045, the state of Nevada adopts the latest CDC guidance on masks to be effective Friday, July 30th. And within that press release, in an announcement to the media, the CDC recommended that everyone, including fully vaccinated individuals, wear a mask in public indoor settings in counties with substantial or high transmission. And currently those counties are Carson, Churchill, Clark, Douglas, Elko, Esmeralda, Lincoln, Lyon, Mineral, Nye, Washoe, and White Pine. Eureka, Humboldt, and Lander counties are listed as moderate, and Pershing and Story counties are listed as low transmission as of the latest CDC updates. And so within Directive 047, these are constructed to where when the governor is drafting these, you have the whereas language, and so that's a lot of historical perspective. And so, JJ, what I'd like to key in on, if you can move this down to where, on page 2 of the whereas, if you're able to do that.
The other document, huh?
No, this should still be on there. There we go.
There it
Okay.
is, okay.
So if we can key in on the whereas, as far as whereas infectious disease and public health experts advise that wearing a mask or other face covering remains an important and effective measure to reduce the spread of COVID-19. And whereas new variants of the COVID-19 virus have been identified and medical experts have determined that some of these variants are significantly more contagious than previously known variants. And whereas on July 27th, 2021, the CDC released updated guidance that all persons in county with substantial or high transmissions, whether vaccinated or not, continue to wear a mask while in the public indoor spaces. And I just read to the board which those counties are. Whereas CDC's July 27, 2021 updated guidance recommends universal masking in schools for all students and staff regardless of vaccination status and regardless of the level of community transmission, the CDC explained that this is due to the large population of those ineligible for vaccinations and the low level of vaccination rates nationally. You then have, after there's about 4 or 5 other whereases, the actual sections of the new Directive 047, which Section 1 is actually a repeal of 045. The provisions of the previous directives are hereby superseded only by explicit provisions of this directive. Any provisions not addressed by this directive shall remain in force as provided by previous directives or regulations promulgated pursuant to March 12, 2020 declaration of the emergency. So effective immediately, Section 4 of Directive 045 is amended to read as follows. Effective at 12:01 a.m. on the 3rd day following the CDC release of any guidance related to face coverings, individuals not exempted by Directive 024 and 028 or guidance issued by the Nevada Health Response shall be required to cover their nose and mouth with a mask or face covering in a manner consistent with the guidance issued by the CDC and any subsequent guidance issued by the CDC. This section does not apply to participants in certain activities or events, including but not limited to athletes, performers, musicians, to the extent other directives set forth less restrictive face covering requirements for those participants. And I'll remind the board that the board always has the authority to be more restrictive than the current emergency directive. So if you were to go back to 045, the board has the authority to be more restrictive. So for example, the board could say, well, we want grade 3 and below to have universal masking. That's what I mean by more restrictive. You cannot go less restrictive within emergency directive. So as I stated at the very beginning of this item, we are living in real time. And with that, I believe that it is prudent for me to modify my recommendation to the board in conjunction with the recent directive that came out today on 047, and for the board to take the recommendation to follow the governor's current recommendation on the emergency directive of 047. And that basically is universal masking indoors for students and staff regardless of vaccination status. I will also say that we have been in communication just as recently with Monday with superintendents throughout the state, with the State Department of Education and the governor's office. There is not a universal agreement with all superintendents across the district because every school district, every locality, every community is very different. And what the superintendent's asked for is for local control and local flexibility. We now have a directive from the governor for 047 that puts into place universal masking to take place starting July 30th, this Friday. And so with that, that would be my recommendation at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent McNeil. So now we'll bring it here for board discussion, some deliberation before this is an action item. So the district certainly needs direction from the board, and the superintendent's revised recommendation from what we had in our package is that we comply with Governor's Directive 047, which, as she says, requires mask wearing for all people, all persons, I forgot how exactly it said, with a mask or covering your nose and mouth with a mask or face covering in a manner consistent with the guidance issued by the CDC. And so that's a recommendation. So we're here for discussion. I see Trustee Rodriguez.
I do have a question kind of going back to the 3-foot social distance. Can we go back to that a little bit?
Yeah, from based on if social distancing isn't addressed in here, and so from what I'm hearing, if it isn't addressed in here, it stays as it was, and as it was that there was no social distancing. That's just me in my own mind.
Well, it was in the PowerPoint earlier, 3-foot social distancing,
right.
Kind of going back to custodial services. I think this kind of relates to, infectious disease control and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
I just kind of want to go back to that if we're able to.
Okay, Superintendent?
Yeah, I think, so we are on operations and facilities management, hand washing, hygiene, protocols, cleaning.
Yeah, this is a very long PowerPoint. It was with these gentlemen here, so.
Okay.
So if I get the governor's directive, is that going to be in conjunction with 3-foot social distancing, and in part with the 45 custodial services?
Yeah, go to the next slide. It has some more of that too. Other COVID protocols. Maybe that's the one you're looking for. No, the one with the bus on it.
Sorry.
That one. That's maybe that one has face covering and hands cleaning. I mean, that's specific to transportation, but it did. Maybe you're referring. I asked a question on the previous slide. I asked a question about social distancing.
Just had it. I think it's slide number 5. Recommend schools maintain at least 3 feet of physical distance between students and classrooms, combined with indoor mask wearing, who are not fully vaccinated. So.
Oh, right there. Okay.
Because I did see some public comment from educators. So with classrooms, some better than others, and with 3-foot social distancing, there are some concerns I do have. I mean, like, maintaining. Are we going to be doing this along with the governor's mandate?
The other mitigation efforts. I believe I asked a question of Deputy Byersdorf about the 3 feet social distancing. And so maybe you can address that
Sure.
and go a little bit more.
Absolutely, Dr. Tiller. I think when you had asked that question earlier, it was relation to seating charts in schools and classrooms and other activities within school for contact tracing purposes. Trustee Rodriguez, so if contact tracing does need to happen, we know exactly who was in that area and who would need to be excluded. And I said earlier too, when feasible, as much social distancing as possible, but that's not part of our recommendation today. And I would also, I think, remind or just share that when we headed into the previous school year, we had 6 feet of social distancing, if you remember, initially at our middle and high schools. And the reason that we couldn't, the reason why we had to go to the hybrid model is we couldn't fit, we just couldn't get students into buildings at 6 feet and bring all students back at the same time. We had a 3 feet social distancing requirement in place for elementary schools. And some schools that was fine, there was ample room. Other elementary schools, we were barely able to meet that, but we were able to meet that, and that's why we were able to bring all of our elementary students back in the building full-time if that's what their families chose to do.
Does that answer that for you, Trustee Rodriguez? I'm not sure if it does.
Not so much. So, on moving forward with this, is this going to Are we looking to keep the 3 feet social distancing rule K through 12?
No, that is not our recommendation. And I will also say too, when we ended last school year too, we did not have mandatory 3 feet social distancing either. But again, where feasible, where possible, our schools did the very best that they could. And we were still on hybrid at the secondary, so it was a little bit more manageable to do that when you had roughly half the students in the building at any one time.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer that first?
And I'll also just remind that back on June 1st, the local control went into place, and that's actually when the social distancing aspect went away throughout. And the county had their local plan, and we had our plan as well, too. And in order to make sure that we had in-person learning for every student, that was part of the recommendations, is that we wouldn't have the social distancing. But then I'll also say that that's part of the layered mitigation strategies, and that's why that is so important, is the layered mitigation strategies.
Okay, I think that's clear on that. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. I have a number of comments. I'll try and go through them quickly, but I made a lot of notes, paid a lot of attention. Excuse me. To start off, I appreciate all the public comment. To those people that said, thank you for letting me speak, I don't want to chastise you but I want to correct the record. You have a constitutional right to speak. I appreciate your speaking. I want you to speak. And so don't have to thank us. We thank you for being here. I thank you for being here. And for those that said it's your first meeting, I hope it's not your last meeting. And to answer some of the questions on this agenda item, every name that was called represents a failure of the system for those people to be heard. Every name that was called didn't get their constitutional right to speak. And I don't want to get in a sparring match with counsel, because I'm not necessarily talking about what's legal, what's the fine line. I'm just talking about my opinion on what I expect as a trustee. And every name that was called, to me, is disappointing that they didn't have that opportunity. I want you to know that I had nothing to do with the agenda. I get it the same time you do, roughly 4 days, Thursday, about 9 a.m. Mm-hmm. And there's no reason we couldn't have had public comment at the beginning. There's no reason we couldn't have had time certain for this to be heard. And so I apologize myself as an elected trustee. That's not the case, but I have nothing to do with that agenda, and I want people to know that. And so moving on to the real issues, and I have a number of them. You heard all those names that were read into the record. Those represent probably 25% of the emails, because there's essentially 3 or 4 ways you can contact trustees. If you do public comment, that's what was read. All those other ones, hundreds, as people have said, didn't get read into the record, but we got them. And they're mostly opposed to masks. The governor's directive changes everything. As we're sitting here today, we get the email. It changes everything to a degree. I want to remind the fellow trustees that every child polled, and we have some angry people speaking here, and they have a right to be concerned, but every child that's polled recommends a loss of funding for the school district. And that trickles down to other budget crises that we would face. I'm happy to hear that this is subject to change, in the sense that the next meeting, we can address it again. So that's the good news. Now my computer, I just put on I put my elbow on the wrong thing. I also want to clarify for everybody here, some misconceptions, and I'm reading word for word. The CDC recommended that everyone, including fully vaccinated individuals, etc. Then it goes on to say face coverings, not just masks, but face coverings. So I want to be clear on that. Face coverings. As you notice, I'm wearing a shield. I wear hearing aids. If I wear a mask I wore a mask earlier that went around the back, but it keeps falling down. If I crimp the hearing aids, these are expensive hearing aids that the VA gave me at your expense, so I thank you, but I don't want to break them. So that's why I wear the shield. That leads me to a question of, what about religious and medical exemptions? I didn't hear that come up, so I have that question. Moving on, there was a comment about the governor's legality. I share that concern. I chastise all our legislative elected officials for not stepping up to the plate and at least hearing it in a public forum, representing us and making a decision. But it is my opinion that's not something we can address here. It's just not going to happen. We just have to face that reality. So if somebody wants to sue the governor, that's fine, but that's between you and the governor. I think clearly outdoors, you don't have to wear a mask. There was a comment in there, outdoors for physical activity. I'd like to see physical activity taken off because just outdoors. Why muddy the waters? So I do ask my fellow trustees to follow, if they're going to follow the governor's directive, face coverings. We've had debates before about the effectiveness of shields. I argue that this is 100% effective for anything that's incoming. We've had discussion after discussion here from experts. Every expert that says, an email that says, wear masks, somebody else stands up and has one that says don't. So everyone that says masks are good, they stand up and they say masks are bad and they cause diseases. This alleviates one of those concerns among parents, at least to a degree. If you visited the smaller schools, the elementary schools, as I have, it's like herding cats. It's massive disobedience to the mask. Most of them wear the mask with the noses down. We have students with mental disabilities, ADD. It's virtually impossible to herd these cats. So at least, and I know people go, oh, the shield's not as effective. Fine, it's not as effective, but it's authorized. Let's make it authorized. Let's make that clear. I'm almost done. There was a comment about June stats versus July stats. And I found that a little disingenuous, so I looked online. I looked online when I did my homework yesterday, and I looked at the peak. We had 2761 COVID cases in Nevada, and today the stat was 870. So it's still a lot, but it's a fraction of what it was at the peak of COVID. We're not talking about, if you read the newspaper, if you hear what was said today, you think we're back to January 1, and we're not. We're at 870 versus 2761. Death rates are down, hospitalizations are down. It's still a concern. I'm concerned. If one life is important, but you have to look at the big picture. And for everybody that maybe dies from COVID, you've got somebody that committed suicide because of the pressure that we've put on them. I absolutely oppose the idea of mandating a vaccinated employee to wear a mask. If you're vaccinated, if we ever get to that point where the governor's directive is not in place, that should be your option. You don't have to. You can't. And again, nothing stops you from going to school as an employee or a student or an attendee for whatever from wearing an N95 and a shield and goggles and a respirator and a PTE equipment. You can do whatever you want. That's freedom. And whether I wear a helmet when I'm driving my car, because I could get in an accident, that's my choice. I know we have a seatbelt mandate, but there's a certain amount where we got to say the people are responsible for their own decisions and the parents are responsible for their own decisions. So, even we had some great talk that said how we recirculate the air much better than I do at home, much better than you're going to get at Walmart. I mean, to higher than hospital standards. So that's just another reason not to mandate if it's not required by the governor. That's another reason to say, yeah, this is another reason vaccinated people don't have to wear a mask, et cetera. And I realize, again, the governor's mandate changes everything on that. So that kind of covers my concerns. I would maybe like to address the religious medical exemptions, how we deal with that. But I'm begging my trustees to at least throw me a bone and recognize that shields, face coverings, as per the directive, may be an acceptable option. And one of the emails we got was the President of the United States saying, if you've been vaccinated, you can't get COVID. And I'm not sure he was correct, but even the President of the United States says that. So, you know, I guess those are my comments. I'm not sure where we're going to go on it. I appreciate the fact that we're going to hear it again basically every meeting. And I guess at the bare minimum, I'm asking my fellow trustees to at least do for now, the shields are effective. Otherwise, why would you be sitting here in the room with me? I mean, I'm vaccinated. I'll be honest. I'm vaccinated. You know, I made that decision. It was my decision. But I'm sitting here in the room with you, and I'm wearing a shield. So, for medical reasons. So, let's make that at least a part of the option.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments, thoughts? I will say, and just one thing on what you said in reading the emergency directive, we were all emailed it earlier in the day. It does say that the state of Nevada requires the wearing of masks in a manner consistent with current guidance from the CDC, including subsequent guidance issued by the CDC. That's on the actual directive. So
Okay.
I'm not sure where you see that differently.
Sure, I'll find it.
Okay.
I've got the CDC directive.
Okay, we can take other comments while you look for that, though.
Yeah,
So
but
you don't feel
I was referring to the CDC directive, face
Okay.
coverings.
Yeah, I was reading the governor's directive. Okay, other comments, questions, but Dr. Nicolette?
By the way, I found it if you want me to reference it.
Go ahead. Why don't you, since we're chatting?
Pardon?
Yes, yeah, please.
Okay, what I'm reading right now is July 27th, Melanie Delaney, Communications Director, Nevada Health Response. And it's paragraph 1, 2, 3.
That's the other, we were sent two documents. That's the other document we were sent?
Yeah, and,
That's the press release.
but it does say face coverings. So that's just right away. You know, I found that right away. I can probably find out.
Yeah, no, I see it here, but I'm thinking we're probably going to be more tied to the directive than we are the press release. I'm thinking. But something for us to decide, right?
In the directive, I see the word face covering again. I'm just going through it really quick, but I see face covering again.
Okay, well, it's for us to decide.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yep,
So,
it's for us to decide.
A mask or other face coverings.
Okay, again, for us to decide. Okay, we had Dr. Nicolette was waiting first, and then we'll go to Trustee Rodriguez. Your mic's on. You want to come back? You okay?
Are you good? You good? Got it? Okay, thank you for that. I first want to say that I have done copious amounts of reading on this and many subjects around COVID, and I have come to the conclusion that there is a science for everyone. Like many things in life, it's kind of easy to find information or a group of colleagues, friends, and neighbors who see it like you see it. And that's a good thing, because that's what we do as a community. We find our allies, and we grow, and we speak together. This is a little different for me. Again, there is a science out there for everyone. And I will say, from all the 47 studies confirm ineffectiveness masks for COVID, all the way to the CDC, all the way to the American Pediatrics Association, all the way to JAMA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can find something that fits what you believe and how you want to lean. That's what this COVID thing is. For some people, that works for them. I am very troubled with that. And I say that because we are looking at 61 of our most precious gifts on earth, and 8,000 employees, and an entire community of 500,000 people. So how do you make this decision based on science? Discernment. And that's really something to reflect upon, Valerie. Do you discern by your heart? Do you discern by talking to your neighbors and friends? Do you discern by the fact that
you have a 6-year-old in front of you who you're very worried about, and they've got what do you call it? They have some rashes around their face. I don't know if discernment is enough. So we have to rely on each other. I have listened to all of you. I've listened to every word. I tend to listen more heartfelt when people are polite and people are not threatening. I tend to listen a little more comfortably, shame on me, when people are respectful and respect us. I have made copious notes from public comments and from emails that I've been receiving for several weeks now, all of which, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will tell you there's 3 categories, and I really have taken on this as a research project, because when I have to decide, it's got to be based on, Diane, I don't care what you think. What do you know? So there's 3 categories. There is yes masks, no masks. There's the continuum of that. And then there's this other category that I will tell you I'm thinking a lot about. And that is choice. And I will tell you that that's the way I'm leaning. 2 things. There's all these guidelines and all these recommendations and these directives. And when I get up in the morning, when I think about this stuff, I throw all those out the door together. And how do I make sense of them? I listen first to teachers. Then I listen to students. I have absolutely fabulous emails from students that say, no masks, don't make me do it, to students, high school, that have provided research and say, we must wear masks. You must keep us safe. And that runs the gamut with the adults too. So I don't think this gets down to a legal issue. I don't think this gets down to a good person or a bad person issue. I think this comes down to how do we manage whatever we decide. And I don't think there's a perfect decision here. And let's face it, who's got to manage this? First parents, families, when they get their kiddo out the door, and then it's the schools. Imagine, if you will, trying to manage whatever we decide. Because we know that there are people on the continuum. This is truly, I hope, a lose-win situation, and how we win is we don't have people dying because we did everything that we could. And I will say, I really don't know what to do, people. I really do not know what to do. This is a struggle. And I have a great deal of respect for that first round, that you had to do it when it was something brand new. Now at least we're kind of numb to the situation. We've been through it. We'll get through it again because we have to. So thank you for doing it the first round for us and paving the way. And thank you for listening to me. This is really hard. Again, I want to say there is a science for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I will just say for the 3 of us who are here, it's not any easier for me. I don't know about the 2 of us, the other 2 of you who we were here this time a year ago. It's so numb to it. I don't think so. Yeah, seriously, it isn't any easier for me. Other comments? Oh, I'm sorry, you did. Trustee Rodriguez, thank you. Thank you.
In all reality, I couldn't say it better. I do think there is science for everyone, as we've all gotten the same emails. Science for this, masks, science against masks, and pretty much those in the middle. And it's frustrating. And I know we all care about the children, but as one of the 2 parents that do have kids in schools, unfortunately, the governor did come out with a new directive, and it's frustrating because I'm there with you. It's frustrating. I don't know what to do. I will say before the new governor's directive, I would have looked for are there any other way that we can help protect our children and staff without masks? I would deplore to try to do anything to help us all move forward. And I would, if I can make one suggestion, as soon as this governor's directive is done, I would love to visit this ASAP. If we could call upon a special meeting to see if there's anything else we can do to try to move forward as a community. But I would say, unfortunately, that there is a new directive in place, and that kind of goes with Trustee Church. If face shields works, then that can help children learn, speak, and still meets the criteria of protective face covering, then I would like to explore that.
Well, I will just say that, gosh, it was going to be good too, and now I just lost it. I'll come back. Dr. McNeil.
Well, and I'll just remind the board too of when this directive takes effect, and it takes effect this Friday. So it takes effect July 30th. And I spoke with the state superintendent today, and the commitment with the Nevada Department of Education as well as the governor's office is to continue the discussions. Like I said earlier, the district superintendents have asked for local flexibility. And it's very different from here, and it's very different than Churchill, and it's very different than Lyon, and it's very different than Clark. And so those conversations will continue, but I just want to remind the board that this directive does not take effect until this Friday at 12:01 a.m.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. What I was going to say is that's why it's really important that it's always on the agenda, not something that gets pulled off, just to make sure the clarification is there for you, Trustee Church, not something that gets pulled off before the agenda is sent out, that it's always on the agenda so that it can constantly be before us as well. Okay, Trustee Smith.
Thank you very much. I am very intrigued by the option that Trustee Church offered with extending to face coverings. So that's something that I'm definitely thinking of. I do want to say that as I sit here right now, I think I at least acknowledge that at some point our children will not be able to wear masks forever. I am not saying that that point is right now, but I am saying at some point we are going to have to figure out how to bridge from wearing masks to the option of wearing masks. Again, I don't know where that point is, but our children will not be wearing masks forever. So at some point we're going to have to make an uncomfortable decision to move to option and to choice. With that said, some of the things that I have heard and that I've read for people that prefer masks for now or face coverings for now is that there may be a change of thought and maybe some different change of guidance. Again, I can't presume what the CDC or the American Academy of Pediatrics will say, but a lot of that centers around when vaccines become available for children younger than 12. And I really feel like that is going to be perhaps a watershed moment or opportunity, because the reality is we cannot vaccinate all the way down to kindergarten right now. So that's something that I have in my head. The other thing, to kind of carry on to what Trustee Rodriguez was saying, is that today being a blanket action, when does that end? I'm not comfortable with it being like a standing order. I would like to signal in some way that this would be a time-bound decision. Again, I'm just talking out loud here, but I would like the community to know that we would have a guarantee, a promise at some point to review this decision so that it's not just a blanket decision for going forward, knowing that this would stay an actionable thing as information changes. I know those are really a lot of statements. I'm just sharing what's kind of in my head right now, and I look forward to hearing what the other trustees think.
What I would say, and thank you, what I would say is, again, that's why it stays on the agenda every 2 weeks, so it is a regular review. So it isn't here's whatever it is we decide, right? It's this forever or something. That's why it's, instead of let's put it on the agenda, it's always on the agenda. every 2 weeks, so that it's a constant state of reviewing and renewing. When's the time to shift from whatever we have, right? One way or the other. I mean, during the course of last year, we shifted. Sometimes it got a little tighter, right? Sent everybody home for a while. Then sometimes we shifted and we're able to get a little looser. So it just depends on what, but that's the standing 2 weeks allowed that review, because I would agree that we don't want to be in wherever we end up. We don't want to be there forever. But wherever that is, I guess I would imagine, right? You know, unless we go way here or there or whatever. But that piece. So, okay, I saw Trustee Church first. I'll go back to Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It would be really good if JJ or somebody could pull up the governor's directive, and it boils down. It's real simple. It is hereby ordered that. At the very bottom, section 2. If we can pull that up for everybody to read, because that's what we're talking about, and that's what we really can't. That's what we can't get around. Now, that said, it says after it says mouth, nose, mouth, with a mask or face covering.
That's in the second paragraph, by the way. I think JJ kind of has it highlighted to everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there we go. Excellent. You are, JJ, I just cannot say enough good things about. Give her a raise.
Look.
I mean, even the
that's on the
audience.
record. Look, that's on the record. Look, that's on the record.
Even some of our people
Where's
that are highly
Mark?
critical of us recognize what a great job.
Yeah.
So, this probably is for legal to address, as I asked before, the religious exemption, and it's kind of in there. It says, it talks about athletics, performers, musicians, which I thought kind of, in my mind, kind of stupid, because you either cover your face or you don't. Like suddenly they're exempt. Excuse me. But then it says, to the extent other directives set forth less restrictive face covering requirements for those participants. So that's when legal gets the big bucks. If you or somebody can clarify religious exemption, what that means, and what we can or can't do.
I think I would, and I don't know what the answer is. I would imagine it's whatever it has been throughout this piece, right? That was already clarified at some point. The medical or religious, because that has to be allowed for, right? There's nothing in here that shows that it would change from whatever that is, because it has to be allowed for. I just don't know what it is. I just don't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's what we need to know.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I'm going to have to read all the directives.
Well, it says, thank you, Mr. Parks, thank you. What it says then in that, I just asked Superintendent, isn't that in 024 or 028? So it says, other than the exemptions by Directive 024 or 028, that's where it's outlined. So it's spelled out in Directive 024 or 028, and in my opinion, it is what it's always been, so it's no different than now, and it does say except for those things, so it is covered. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
But I'm not the sharpest jack in the box, so what does that say? What can they do? What do we do if somebody says, I have a religious exemption?
It's spelled out in 02. Oh, so
yeah,
you
but
want to know exactly
I don't have it in front of me.
You want to give me a recess? I can read it.
Well, let's have a recess and let's get, in my mind, it doesn't matter, because that's what we got to do anyway, because it's a directive. But if you think that might be helpful for you, then why don't we have a quick recess, 5 minutes? And we'll start with 024, as Mr. Parks pointed out.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that's where we'll start and see where we can find that. So let's go with a quick 5 and see what we can find. All right, everybody. I'm going to turn it over to you in just a moment. All right, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Thank you for your patience. There was some clarification that we got even further on a couple further things, and I think it's important because it might our decision making here on tonight. So when I went to go grab staff, it's like, oh, hey, we're looking at this, and so I'm just going to ask counsel, since we asked you to find out what you could about exemptions and whatnot, and then you can share what else you learned as well. So we have the clarification on the face mask, face shield. Since that was part of our conversation, he found that as well. So let's share all that out here. Then as the board, we make decisions on what we want to do. Counsel?
So with regard, there is no religious exemption in 024. There is an exemption for medical purposes, and a person can be allowed to wear a face shield only if they have a medical condition or disability that prohibits them from removing their mask without assistance. So I think that answers the questions. Oh, face covering is defined in Directive 24 as something that fully covers, I'll just read it, something that fully covers a person's nose and mouth, including without limitation cloth face masks, surgical masks, towels, scarves, and bandanas. The directive shall not be construed to require the public to wear medical grade mask, including mask rated N95, KN95, and their equivalent or better. That's in section 4 of Directive 24. And then if you were to go down and look at section 7, subpart 3, individuals who cannot wear a face covering due to a medical condition or disability, or who are unable to remove a mask without assistance, persons exempted under this provision should wear a non-restrictive alternative such as a face shield. So as Trustee Church says, I wear a face shield because of my hearing aids. That probably would qualify. Persons exempted under this provision shall not be required to produce documentation verifying the condition. So that's what 7.3 of Directive 24 says.
So that gives us clarity. Thank you, Council. That gives us, I think I'm going to repeat it, and then Trustee Church, you jump in if it doesn't get clarity. And so first of all, the clarity that you initially asked for, what does it mean, the medical exemption or the religious exemption? A religious exemption is not spelled out in any of the directives. A medical exemption is, as just stated by Council, and my understanding is that's been the procedure, that's been the protocol anyway within the district.
That's
Superintendent
correct.
McNair?
So in our latest guidance that we had sent out in May, we still have all of the information around the medical exemption. So we've been doing that.
So that continues the same. So that says that, and then we got further as he was looking for that. He found the face coverings, which shed light on that because it was like we're moving someplace where it's, hey, let people wear a shield, right? But it looks like that's actually in violation as of right now. It's like you try to find some middle ground somewhere, right? It sounds like at least as of right now, face coverings were defined based upon what Council just found. So that adds some clarity to those two issues in medical and religious exemptions. And so if a religious exemption comes up, Superintendent, you said you go to NDE for some clarification. If something religious came up that hasn't come up as of yet, but if necessary, you get the clarification on that. Medical has already been in place, has already been happening anyway. And then the face coverings, those are the things I think we've been kind of chatting about going back and forth. Thank you, Council. Trustee Church?
Well, I just want to read back what I heard, and that, especially the last sentence of what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Face mask for medical exemption, but they don't have to say why or produce documentation.
They don't have to produce documentation of their medical condition. Okay, so then so that would mean that, but then they wear something else, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So they come in, they say, I have a medical exemption, I'm wearing a face shield. They have to. They come in, they say, I have a medical exemption, I'm not going to wear anything. Nope, they're out. Mm-hmm. I think I understand that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think so that answers that question from you, right?
It was extremely helpful.
Okay. I see you reach. I see your finger going in, Clerk Manetto. Oh, okay. Okay. So Trustee Rodriguez and then Clerk Manetto.
Just kind of going back to grades 3 and 4. Can we kind of cover that a little bit more? I'm sure age has something to do with that, and it's easier.
The grades, according to, correct me if I'm wrong, according to the latest directive that came out today, because 045 is what gave the.
Okay.
Right, and then the directive that came out today said all people.
All right, so we're talking K-12.
So it's K-12 and staff in terms of inside. Did I?
And including vaccinated staff.
Yes, I think it said regardless of vaccination status or something along those lines.
047 says it to follow the recommendations of the CDC, and so like we've talked before. I have a feeling that the Nevada Department of Education is going to have conversations with the the district superintendents before this takes effect. So I can't stress enough, this does not take effect until July 30th. And it's even stated in there, the reason why is to give districts and businesses an opportunity to get ready for if this takes effect on July 30th.
Per our governor's mandate. So.
Okay. Does that answer that for you, Trustee Rodriguez?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Clerk Manetto. Oh, Council's leaning in, and then we'll go to Clerk Manetto.
Just as a suggestion, because of the influx nature of this and probably the impossibility to get a meeting together by Friday afterward, I would suggest that the board look into possibly adopting some type of motion, whatever it feels comfortable with, and any contingencies that it feels comfortable with, but something along the lines of directing the superintendent to implement Directive 47 with the following exceptions if you want some. The reason why I would suggest that is because this is going to be in flux between now and the time you meet next. And so we might get some mandates that come out by the governor's office that you won't be able to respond to, but the law might require her to do. And so that puts obviously an odd situation. So just food for thought on the possible motion.
Well, thank you.
When the time comes.
Thank you for that, Council. And that's pretty much what we found, the position we found ourselves in before, is to allow the superintendent to do that. And now we can be specific and to not just follow the governor, so to speak, but at that point things were in flux a little bit differently because they were loosening up more and very, very fast. In this case, it will be more restrictive, and the governor's Directive 047 will be very specific. And then that way, as the clarification for it comes out, we'll still be in compliance going forward. Okay. Thank you, Council. Trustee Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. What happens if we said we want choice? What are our ramifications with the state?
Well, good question. I'll look to the superintendent for that. Because I don't see choice in 047. I'm just like, I don't know what to call it. I know that, whatever that is, but I don't see choice in 047.
Yeah, choice is not a word that's been used in the governor's directive. And, you know, as far as what could happen, you know, you're following the governor's directive, and it's pretty delineated out there, and the board has consistently followed the governor's directive. If you didn't follow the governor's directive, I guess I would have to say, you know, what happens if something happens? Because you don't follow the governor's directive.
If I can be so bold as to say, I've been on the board long enough to know that it's not good.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that. It's not good.
And when we follow the governor's directive, whether we like it or not, isn't it kind of like upholding the Constitution of Nevada? I mean, does it not really? Yes, no, sort of?
It's probably along the lines of
because don't we
holding
have
the,
something that says, you know, we have to
it's
follow what he says?
What's the oath that we took? I think there's certainly that expectation that we're going to follow the governor, but yeah. Oh, here's the oath. Here's the oath. What's it say about the state?
It says that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada.
Okay.
And that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding.
Oh, well.
And then I would
There's more of an answer than I thought we were going to get on that one.
Just to also clarify, because I think Trustee Church, or I can't remember if Trustee Church said it or not, but the governor is still under the declaration of the emergency. So the declaration hasn't been removed, and that was put into place on March 12th, 2020. So there still is a direct declaration of an emergency within our state.
Which means that he can come up with the law, come up with it as the law, as the directive, and so on. So.
Yeah, just to add to that, under NRS 414.060 and 414.070, the governor has the authority to make such declarations as necessary to stop what is determined to be a state of emergency or a declaration of a disaster. The legislature has given him this authority, and that's where it rests. If we don't follow the directives as asked, some of the directives indicate at the bottom that there could be prosecution, there could be prosecution by the Attorney General's office, and also he's given all authority of all other governments to enforce whatever regulations they deem necessary. So from a legal perspective, I wouldn't recommend that you ignore the directives of the governor. Plus, just from a practical perspective, there's a funding element that runs through the state, and you really want to get sideways with the Department of Education. You never want to fight with the people that regulate you if you can avoid it. So,
Thank you, Council. I think that answers that for you, Trustee Minerva. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Nicolette?
So, moving on in my own thinking, if I were to say, yeah, we got to follow the directive, as much as I hate the thought, I'm getting in the weeds just for a moment. I'm not looking for answers right now. It's just a wish. It's a hope that we can find ways during the day. You know, there was someone who sent me an email that said, you know, teachers and administrators, they can go into their offices and they can close the door and they can take their mask off for a while, and our children can't. That really struck home with me. So my wish is that we will find a way to provide opportunities for our children to be able to take their masks off. I don't know what that looks like. That's up to the experts, the administrators and the teachers, maybe working with parents, I'm not sure. But I would strongly request, and again hope and pray, that you could find a way to implement something that gives some relief, and the kiddos can see each other's smiles, and however you make that look, that would be a strong request.
Well, find opportunities to go outside. I mean, that creates that, because outside you don't have to wear a mask, right?
And beside that, though.
I'm saying
yes, of course.
That might be an easy way to get there.
Yes.
Is if
That's
you're
one way.
right. Yeah.
Well, one way.
Yeah.
Other ways during the day, for sure.
Okay, Superintendent, you're going to respond to that, and then I'll go to Trustee Church, and then I'll be looking for a motion, a direction, so we can wrap this. Or
So let's go back in history all the way to last year when we had full mask mandate inside and outside. And our schools actually did find a way to have what we used to lovingly called mask breaks. And it was heavily regulated. And we had circles all over the playgrounds. And Kristen can stand here and she's on a mask break, those types of things. So if that's what you're suggesting, I just want to make sure that, we are in compliance with whatever the policy comes out to be.
Yes, let's pretend there's smoke and we're not going outside. We know how that looks, or it's snowing, or it's really windy, or whatever. That we find ways indoors as well. I know this is a heavy lift and it's a burden, and it's easy for me to wish it, but we find ways for children and teachers to be able to have mask breaks.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. That's on the record. Okay. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that it's on the record that, you're right. Trustee Church?
Thank you. That was a great thing. Yeah, I meant to bring that up. I mean, you come in on a Saturday and there's nobody else in the entire building, you still got to wear your mask. And as near as I can tell, that's the directive. And correct me if I'm wrong. That's the directive. We may not agree, but that's the directive, unless I'm reading it wrong. So almost as a motion, I think I'm ready to suggest that we follow a Directive 047 from the governor. And, I mean, that's just clear, just read the directive. But also that we empower the superintendent to make changes as new directives or guidance comes out. And that, and I want to put this in writing because I don't want people to have to go to legal or have to read Directive 20 confused. I'd like to be clear to the people when they read our motion, when the newspaper reports it, that the board recognizes no state allowance for religious exemption. And that, because again, otherwise people are going to claim religion, make it real clear. It just, and that the board recognizes the medical exemption option, or however you want to call it, the medical exemption for those that can't wear masks, that they still must wear face shields or similar in accordance with state directives. And then I'd add one more sentence or paragraph that, to be clear so everybody understands, no mask shall be required in an outdoor environment. How does that sound? I mean, I'm looking for feedback. But I'd like to cover that so that it's clear. What we do tonight is clear. And then when people they shouldn't have to read Directive 26 or 24.
Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam. I like the clarity of that. I think we need to put that the superintendent, as the governor's directives change, clear at the end. Just that way, we're not saying, and you just were saying it, so just make sure that that's at the end where if the directives change, we can change.
Well, I mean, one thing I would say in that, and I hear that, and I hear the wisdom in that. I also remember what happened last time, and there was a lot of concern about the decision not being made by the board. I don't want to put the superintendent in a difficult position. I mean, I'd love to hear from you on that, Dr. McNeil.
And you're going to. and you know, as going through the pandemic, we've had to learn to pivot and to be flexible and to be nimble. And the board meets every 2 weeks. And so the board had made the decision that if there is a change during that time, that the superintendent has the authority. I would prefer to make sure that the board has the authority that if something doesn't change and you now have a standing item, that we would then bring forth a recommendation. So I'm fine having the authority provided, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring that recommendation to the board.
So therefore, we don't necessarily need to say that. I just know that was a difficult position to be in for such big decisions, and we know that we don't run the district. The superintendent and her staff does, certainly, but we also know that we have in the board policy when there are big decisions that impact at such a high level that we expect the board to make those decisions. And I would just think that just based upon what we learned, that's an expectation from the community, and that we live up and hold to that expectation. No indictment on the superintendent, by any means, but, But we got you guys. We went through some things.
Did we have a second?
No, that was not a motion.
That was not a
just
motion.
some conversation.
Thank you.
Just some conversation.
Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Rodriguez.
I know we're on a tough spot, and our lack of better words, our hands are kind of tied. But I like where Trustee Church is going, and I like to also piggyback off of Trustee Nicolette. That especially K through 5, giving kids a chance to have a mask break if we're able. And I mean, we leave that to superintendent, but I would really like to see that as well, especially K through 5. I know there's recess, things like that, but smoky days, snow days.
But being creative. I mean, the teachers are very innovative and creative. So.
But something I like to see that as well.
For me, I think that. And maybe just because I've been just in it maybe a little bit longer, right? Is the medical exemption piece, the religious exemption piece? I think that's inherent in my mind. People know if they have it, but at this point, if you have a medical exemption, what the deal is, because it's not like we started mass last week, and really in the same. So that's just me, because to me, I think that cries out for more. Well, what's the medical exemption? Then what do I need to be? And then it leaves a lot of, okay, but what about this? And then what about this? And then what about this? And it's nothing new. We're not creating a new mask policy, so to speak. It's going back to something that's there. I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with that. I think it might bring more questions than not when again, we're accustomed to it, whether we like it or not. Right? And Lord knows I did not want to go into a new year with any kind of mask, anything. My God, I just can't even believe that we're here, right? But people know what to expect because it is nothing new. And so in my mind, I don't know that we need to point that out. I think I'd rather point out the things such as we're going to encourage our teachers and our school personnel, whatever, to be creative for mask breaks and so on, and that we will adhere to it, Directive 047, and that we already said that we're going to review it every 2 weeks, so that if we have an opportunity to make some changes, we certainly can. That's it. That's just one trustee. That's my opinion. That's what I would prefer. Dr. Nicolette?
I would absolutely agree, because what I worry about, and although I understand the clarification, I think the list then doesn't become long enough, and so it's best that we direct people to what we know and what we've learned, rather than try and make a list that we're going to omit something. Why didn't you tell us, or why didn't you? Not that anybody reads these. I mean, we do. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Everybody reads it. Raise your hand if you.
Oh,
you read
stop.
it. Oh, sorry.
Stop. Okay, so that means we're looking for more. I see, what, you like on, off?
Yeah, just comment, yeah.
I read them.
Good. Thank you. For the record, council reads them. We get that in a minute. JJ, yeah, I know you read them too.
Yeah.
And then just super quick, I know you're going to be making a motion, but super quick, so just as a reminder, so our first day of school is on August 9th, and your first board meeting is August 10th. So if there is a change between now and then and August 10th, then you have that.
We'll be able to move on it pretty quickly, which is good.
No,
to know.
mine's not a motion. I just like having, if you don't provide guidance on that medical and religious, then people are like, don't know. I mean, I didn't know until just now. And I don't think, I can't speak for them, but I'll bet you that half the people here and half the people there didn't know. And it's just a sentence. It just says, for the public to know when they read this, or it's going to be in the paper. Okay, nobody reads the paper. that was a joke. But when people read this, they say, oh, okay, I didn't know that. So that's my options. And again, I can go either way on it, but I just want feedback.
Okay. Well, I shared mine already, so I don't need to be.
Could I ask for another reading then, please, of what your motion might be?
Just on that one sentence, it would simply say, the district recognizes that the state provides no religious exemption, and that medical exemptions under state mandate still require face shields or similar coverings.
Well, part of that is, do we know the state requires no, just because we couldn't find it in a short period of time? Right, but just because we couldn't find it in a short period of time, if we say that, and then there is one.
I thought Mr. Roberto read it exactly into the record.
What did I read into the record?
In terms of the exemptions? When you said you talked about the medical exemption, he didn't mention that means that in my mind that means it may not have been included in the directive. But if someone's like, hey, we have a religious exemption, what do? It's probably not going to be in the directive. It's probably going to be in the, like the administrative regulations. This is how you put it in place. So
I think I have a compromise. Just a sentence. The district will honor medical exemptions as directed by the state.
Or maybe medical and religious? Does that get that back in as well?
Although that kind of implies there are religious. My understanding is there is no religious.
There's none in 024.
It's just none in 024.
I can find any.
How about that? Would that be a good compromise?
And that way it gets them both in, but it doesn't say, and if there are none, then there are none. But if something's come up in this period of time, it's gone to the state, NDE if it's been in school, or otherwise it's gone to the state and they've come up with something, so.
You could say we'll honor medical and impossible religious exemptions.
Okay, that might, even that way it doesn't really nail us to that. So that still gets it in, but it doesn't really nail us to that, right? Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I like the clarification, and yet I feel like, but we already say Governor's Directive, what?
047.
0.47. Which people can then go for about 2 seconds and find it.
But it's not in there. Then it drags them to 24 and 28.
Right, and most of the directives end up doing that, so so it's not repetitive, because then it would be very, very long. So they do that often, just FYI. So.
Well, may I try?
I'm sorry.
May I try a motion?
You can try a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct the district. Is that the right term?
The superintendent.
We direct the superintendent to follow Governor's Directive 047, and that we comply with any state-directed medical or possible religious exemptions as directed, or I think I double said that, that we comply with any medical or possible religious exemptions as directed by state.
Well, if you say state, that's already in there, so you don't have to say it twice.
That no mask shall be required for outdoor activities.
Oh, that's in the directive, though.
It's silent on that.
I think it just says indoors, right? Is that, did I miss it, or did I just assume that?
But it doesn't specifically address outdoors, so I want to make clear to our students and
Yeah,
parents.
no, if it isn't clear, it needs to be clear. I absolutely
Yeah.
agree.
That no mask shall be required for outdoor activities.
Well, and may I add transportation, buses?
That's already in.
That's already-
Yeah, that's already
covered.
federal thing,
Okay.
so.
Oh, and I forgot the last sentence. And that the superintendent shall be empowered to comply or with any subsequent state or federal directives. And then she wanted a sentence in there about to bring it back to the board. How would you want?
I would say I could have negotiated. I could have hung in there with you in negotiation. The last one, I don't even want to say that at all because she already said she's going to bring it back to us.
Oh, so don't even put the superintendent part. We took that out.
Yeah, I mean we didn't, but she's already going to bring it back to us, so we don't need to say we'll let the suit do it, but she's going to bring it to us.
Okay, so all right, then I'll try to rephrase that. So we direct the superintendent to comply with Nevada Governor Directive 047, and that any medical exemption or possible religious exemption as directed by the state, and that no mask shall be required for outdoor activities.
Yeah.
Do you want to put something in there about possible mask breaks?
No, I think, do we want that in there? You want to add, Trustee Calvert?
I'm thinking that possible, either they have a medical condition or they don't. I mean, there's no possible, I don't feel, maybe it is, but I don't think possible should be in there.
Actually said medical condition or possible religious.
Well, actually, it's not medical condition, it's medical exemption.
Medical exemption
So
or
it's not
possible.
the condition, he may have said condition, but he meant exemption.
Yeah, and I put the possible after the medical, not before.
Yeah.
I'm just having an issue with the possible.
Okay.
I just don't feel that is, I mean, that doesn't work for me, I'm sorry.
And that was suggested by the superintendent.
Yeah, and the possible came in because we don't know for sure if the state has religious
Oh, I see what you're
exemptions.
saying. Okay, now, okay.
That was like just in case.
Sorry.
That was clarification as far as if there are possible religious exemptions, and then we would
Okay, I
find
see
out
where- okay,
clarification.
I see where that's coming from. Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to try to restate before we try to get to where they're from. Did you have something, Council? Your lights on?
Yeah, I just was trying to answer the question related to outdoor, right? Okay. So what the directive does address, it says this section does not apply to participants in certain activities or events, including athletics, performers, or musicians. So it is not specific to outdoor. I think it probably was intended to be inferred. So to that end, I don't think it hurts to put the outdoor language in there.
If I may, I just saw where it said, this is right before it says that Nevada's going to go with the CDC. This is one of the whereases. The CDC released updated guidance that all persons in counties with substantial or high transmission, whether vaccinated or not, continue to wear masks while in public indoor spaces.
So indoor.
So it just says, so the directive just says indoor, so it's already in the directive.
So that's exactly why I do want to include the outdoor, so that our staff and teachers, I see some heads nodding, understand.
I mean, I'll go with it. To me, it's redundant. It says we do it in indoor, which means you don't do, but it's all right. It's okay. That is still not enough to lay on the sword for, so it's okay. Okay, so let me try to restate this. Did you have something else you'd like to know?
No, sorry.
Okay, let me try to restate this. Let me know if I don't include something important to you. Okay, that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to adhere to Governor's Emergency Directive 047, right? 047, and adheres to any state medical or possible religious exemptions, right? Honoring any state medical or that's probably better. Honoring any state medical or possible religious exemptions, with the exception of outdoor activities. There was another way you said that. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on.
Not the except, and that no mask shall be required for outside activities.
Okay, and that no mask shall be required for outside activities. Yes, Trustee.
I would like to try to, if we could get something in there with K through 5 for mask breaks.
Oh yeah. Additionally, and I'm just trying to restate. So this is not. And additionally, staff will be encouraged to find creative and innovative ways to provide mask breaks for students whenever possible. Does that cover that?
If I may,
It was your idea, so yes.
I think preschool through 12th grade to be totally.
I just said, I didn't say K2. I said students. I said all
I'm
students.
sorry, I didn't hear it.
That's
Thank
okay, I
you.
said all
I'm good
students.
with that.
That's right, let's not forget the pre-K, that's right, that's your area. I just said all students, because middle school students and high school students need a break too. Right? Yeah, because they don't have recess, but they need a break.
Well, this is kind of more like a white paper than.
Yeah, isn't it? JJ? As discussed earlier, we're going to JJ for just a little, all right.
The Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to adhere to Emergency Directive 047, honoring any state medical or possible religious exemptions, and that no masks shall be required for outside activities, and staff will be encouraged to find innovative ways to allow mask breaks for all students.
Do we catch it? JJ pretty darn good. Okay, so now that was just restated. Whose motion? I guess it's my motion.
That's my motion.
Oh, that's your motion. Okay, let me be sure. It's all right, sure.
Take the heat.
All right, take the motion. All right, who second? Second. Okay, seconded by Trustee Calvert. Okay, we've had enough discussion, so all those in favor, please indicate so. Oh, you what?
The board received emails from.
Oh, more public comment.
Brad.
Okay, thank you.
Was.
That would go back to the general public comment period. It
Yeah.
didn't come in during the normal public comment period. Yeah, because there's a public comment
Okay.
period. We can't treat them different than we would.
Right,
treat
because otherwise
anybody
we
else
should
in
have
the room.
people here if they, yeah, that's true, be consistent. Thank you. That's right, because we're done, thank you. Okay, all right, so we have already, it just seemed like it was yesterday, but we already had public comment on this, so. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. All right, that took a lot of work. Took a lot of work, but we all got there. A lot of good minds working together to get there. No, it's important. It's okay. A lot of good minds working together to get there. So thank you. All right, let the record show it is unanimous. We're on our final board activity in terms of agenda item 3.07. Yeah, this is discussion and possible action to direct the superintendent to enter into a contract with Dr. Thomas L. Alsbury, Balance Governance Solutions, for the facilitation of steps 5 through 7 of the superintendent evaluation process, which includes, this is what includes steps 5 through 7, includes gathering the trustee assessment of performance, compiling the final evaluation report, and facilitating the superintendent evaluation meeting in an amount not to exceed $11,000. Then our chief HR officer is in front of us, Ms. Ellison. Welcome back. You're still here.
I am still here. Thanks for having me. I used to think that the speaker right before lunch was the toughest spot, but turns out it's this one. As a reminder, the board took action on May 21st during the work session to approve the use of an external facilitator, in this case Dr. Ellsbury, in conjunction with other board governance work that's happening, for the superintendent's evaluation process pending the approval of a contract and scope of work by the board. This item is in reference to that contract and scope of work to present the proposal from Dr. Ellsbury. His proposal was included in the attachments for the agenda item, but I will review the components that are included and attempt to answer any questions that you may have. As a reminder, there are 7 steps in the evaluation process, in the approved evaluation process, and I'll just provide a brief overview of each to provide some context for where we are in this process. Step 1 is to identify the goals and metrics that will be used in the superintendent's evaluation report. That was also done during the work session on May 21st. In step 2, periodic reporting of strategic plan metrics occurs, and the reports for the 2021 school year will commence in October of this year. In step 3, we talk about collecting stakeholder feedback, and at that same work session, this board, most of this board, took action to collect feedback from all staff related to this process as we return to school for the upcoming school year. So our Office of Accountability will take the lead on that effort. In step 4, Dr. McNeil will provide all of the performance evidence to be considered as a part of the evaluation. And that's where Dr. Ellsbury's work would commence. So in step 6, he would provide each of the trustees with an evaluation binder, which would include the evaluation document and all of Dr. McNeil's performance evidence. There are 9 standards in the performance evaluation process, and Dr. Ellsbury will work with trustees to provide ratings in each of those standards, to provide narrative to justify the rating and to help make sense of the rating, and to provide a list of suggestions for growth statements that are intended to provide the superintendent with feedback about performance goals and expectations moving forward. As a part of this step in the process, Dr. Ellsbury will work with the group for an hour to really review the contents of that binder and the expectations as a part of this process. And then he'll provide up to 10 hours of individual consultation or one-on-one support with trustees. So you're getting the binders, lots of material in there. He's going to work with you on what that process looks like, and then support you individually if you have questions or need some support throughout the process of compiling your materials. In step 6, Dr. Ellsbury will work to consolidate your feedback and your rankings into a composite evaluation. Excuse me. The suggestions for growth statements will be edited to ensure growth orientation and actionability. So again, an important part of the performance evaluation process is that employees understand where their opportunities for growth are and how best to achieve that growth. And in this step, the master list of suggestions, so each of the trustees produces suggestions for growth statements. That master list is then circulated to the trustees, and you'll each provide individual rankings on each of those growth suggestions, agree, neutral, or disagree. That will determine whether or not those findings or those suggestions will be included in the final report, with anything receiving a ranking of neutral or higher being included as a part of the growth suggestions. And the final step in the process is step 7. That will occur at the first board meeting. Maybe there's only one board meeting in December, but by contract that has to happen by, I believe, December 15th of each year. And Dr. Ellsbury will be here to meet with the board, help facilitate the conversation around the ratings and why those ratings were given, review the suggestions for growth statements, and conduct the performance evaluation. As a part of his proposal, he has delineated on the last page the budget, and each of the components is outlined by step, and the estimate is $11,000 in total expenses for the steps that he's proposed. Any questions?
Okay, I think you went through it.
Yeah.
You went through all of it. Yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Nicola?
thank you. You said by contract, and is that Dr. Ellsbury's contract or a superintendent's contract?
That's a great question. The superintendent's contract requires the performance evaluation.
I will also add, just before I go to you, Trustee Church, that when it says allowing the superintendent to enter in the contract, that's on behalf of the district and the board. It's not, just to make it really clear, it's not like she's going to have a little side contract with her own evaluator, and they're going to work out a little something. Right, that'd be a little sketch. That'd be a little sketch. When I read that out loud, I was like, oh, that sounds a little sketchy.
It's actually in the recommendation on behalf of the board.
Yeah, it's on behalf in the recommendation, but it's just not on the agenda item, so I just wanted to make sure.
I think it's important to clarify, too, that he's not really the evaluator. He's the facilitator of the process.
We're the evaluators.
You all are the evaluators.
That's a
He's
good point,
helping glue it
evaluator
all
as well.
together.
And why we need someone on the outside to do this, because having 7 bosses to do an evaluation on the standards that have been, because we govern ourselves by balanced governance, it would be unwieldy if you left it to us to do. You don't want us doing that by ourselves. So it's and for it to be someone outside, so it doesn't put internal staff in a difficult position to do an evaluation of their boss. So that's the why behind all of that, just FYI. Trustee Church and then Dr. Nicolette, I see you leaning in.
Yeah, thank you. You covered exactly what I was going to cover.
Okay.
Because I've got some definite feedback from the community, and I'm probably going to hear or we're going to hear until we clarified that, some public comment on the superintendent obviously not entering into a contract. And when we talked about that, again, all I see is a proposal. Mm-hmm. I see a scope of work. Mm-hmm. So I guess my question is, at what point do we see the contract, or do we never see the contract? Because again, that would mean the superintendent writes the contract. So
I'm sorry to see what.
So all I saw is a scope of work. I haven't seen a contract as an attachment. So when do we?
Ms. Ellison, she'll-
Yeah, so that would be my question.
Okay.
And then one comment, boy, we had consent items, we had $500,000 million things. 8,500 to 11,000 is what's in here. That's dirt cheap. I mean, that,
oh yeah, for the job, it certainly is.
for what he's doing with
Yep,
his professional background, that is incredible.
Very
Ms. Ellison,
affordable.
if you wouldn't mind addressing that first question. from
Of course.
Trustee Church.
The contract, of course, will be rooted in the scope of work, so the particulars around what is included and the costs. And then we would work with our purchasing department to vet any other contract language to ensure that it's in line with our general contracting policies. But as this contract is less than the threshold, I don't think we would typically bring it back to the board for additional review.
Right, the contract amount that comes to the board typically is $100,000.
Yeah, oh, yeah. But this is different because everybody there works for the superintendent. They don't work for us other than what the chief auditor. So unless you can convince me otherwise, I definitely want this to come back to the board, and I'm not seeing any time frame that would prohibit that.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
I have decided that my comments can wait until the facilitation face-to-face board meeting.
Okay. Okay. So we have the proposal before us to approve and provide direction to the superintendent to enter into a contract. We've had the concerns of our thank you. We have heard the concerns of our colleagues. We do have some public comments, so why don't we take that?
Shannon Coley.
Is Ms. Coley still here? Oh, she left. Okay, we missed her. Yeah.
Bruce Parks.
Mr. Parks, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. I would like to offer the board an opportunity to save a few dollars. Instead of paying Dr. Alsbury $11,000, you just give me 10 and I'll tell you everything you need to know about how to evaluate the superintendent. I listened to Dr. Alsbury give a 30-minute, well, he gave a very good presentation, but the last 30 minutes of his presentation, he pointed out some of the problems with Washoe County School District, specifically the dysfunction of this body. Spent 30 minutes on it. So, here's what I'll give it to you for free. If every action that your superintendent takes is not oriented towards one goal, and that's ensuring that every student that receives a diploma from Washoe County School District has a diploma that's worth the paper it's written on, that she's making sure that there are no students leaving the Washoe County School District that are functionally illiterate. Because right now, that is a condition that exists. How do I know? Because my little sister has to help every one of the Washoe County School District products that comes to her place of business and applies for a job. She has to help them fill out the job application. They can't read it. They don't understand words like chronological. Folks, that's a condition that should never exist. I want to see it rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
John Eppolito.
Welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I have 2 kids left in the district. Personally, I've always liked Superintendent McNeil. Kristen, as you may agree, the community is more divided than ever. Only you are in a position to bring our community together. Please put an end to your hand-picked social justice task force. Stop the critical race theory and English language arts classes in grades K through 5 and focus on educating children. We already have the Nevada Academic Content Standards for social studies. They already have social justice and critical race theory in them. Most people think this is enough. Many people think this is too much. Please, Kristen, it's up to you. Quit dividing the community. You could do that. Stop the task force. Focus on educating children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
Melanie Sutton.
Ms. Sutton, welcome back.
Thank you.
I actually appreciate the discussion. I've been watching the entire time. I just will not wear this longer than I have to. I do appreciate that the choice option, and obviously I think you might have went that direction if the governor didn't come down with the directive he came down today. The governor is only allowed to have no, I guess not.
Ms. Sutton, I'm sorry, this is about the superintendent's evaluation.
Yes, no, I'm
getting it there? Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, no, so I just want to thank you guys.
Okay, and thank you for that.
And also, as far as, well, it's kind of both you, but with the whole, where you said that we've been allowed to have the medical exemption this entire time, well, we haven't. Well, the schools haven't allowed us. So they haven't allowed us to do that. And then as far as like the face shields for medical exemption, well, there are actually, I've talked to a parent outside where I don't know what his condition is, but he can't even wear this. He, it's like autism or something where this affects him as well. So I just wanted to share that with you all. But I do appreciate you all having the discussion that you guys did have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll bring it back here to the board table. And if it's the pleasure of the board, I don't see any more questions. Looking for a motion in regards to the evaluation process, really, the evaluation report and the contract with Dr. Osbury. Is what I wanted to say. Dr. Nicolette?
Happy to undertake that. Thank you very much. Ooh, let me get on the right page, sorry. Very slow right now. You got it right in front of you. Thank you. Oh, you're the best. Teamwork. I move that the Board of Trustees provide approval and direction for the superintendent to enter into a contract on behalf of the Board of Trustees with Dr. Thomas Ellsbury for the facilitation of steps 5 through 7 of the superintendent evaluation process in the amount not to exceed $11,000.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Clerk Manetto. Discussion? Trustee Church?
Just again, I think I want to see the contract. There's no time frame that we shouldn't. It's just public perception, there's no reason we couldn't see the contract before we vote on it.
Well, actually, Trustee Church, with the amount of it, it actually isn't. It would just be an independent contractor agreement. It's not like there's a separate, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Ellison, if you were correct. That's my understanding of it. Just to maybe provide a little more clarity, that might help him. He may still want it, but it may help.
I do believe that is a possibility. I don't know for sure how Dr. Ellsbury has been contracted in the past, so I might defer to my colleagues. But I do
believe it's been an independent
contract.
As he's come to train, I believe it's typically on an independent contract agreement because those dollar amounts are usually pretty small. So
right.
It's really based upon a scope of work and then an independent contract agreement based upon that scope of work. That has been the case in the past. Okay? All right, there's a motion on the floor, then there's a second. We'll be prepared to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is 6-1. Thank you, Ms. Ellison. Thank you to the trustees. We will go down to our student representative is not here, and I don't blame her. She's getting close to her last time for the summer. And but we'll go into our superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. So just to let the board and the public know, we will be doing an update on our superintendent's task force on the August 10th agenda. So I'll be providing the board an update on where we stand for the task force. The applications are out. They are on our website, and they will be on our website, and people will be able to apply until August 27th. So they opened on July 26th, and they'll be open until August 27th. And we're super excited. School starts August 9th, and we are getting things in order. We have our kickoff event this Friday. And also on the 10th agenda, we will also have students that are going to share their experiences on the first day of school, as well as introducing some of our new principals and administrators as well.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Okay, now our closing items, public comment. Do we have any general public comment?
Ruping Sun.
I'm sorry, say again?
Ruping Sun.
Sun.
Bruce Parks.
Mr. Parks?
Y'all getting tired of me yet?
Not yet.
Well, first of all, I would like to ask a question. Don't expect a response. On the consent agenda. Now, I realize that the consent agenda for this meeting was quite extensive, understandably, but there have been many times where the agenda included 15 or more consent agenda items. And if there's comments that I would like to make about, say 10 of them, 15, if they're not pulled off the consent agenda, then I get 3 minutes to speak about 10 items. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's really free speech. In fact, I think it's stifling free speech. And I'm not so sure that it wouldn't be a violation of the open meeting law. I'll take that up with the Attorney General's office. However, we talked a great deal tonight about money, the fact that Washoe County School District actually acts as a welfare agency. We talked about contracts. But the one thing that we didn't talk about here tonight was the mandate that this body operates under. And that mandate is that you turn out a specific product. In other words, students, when they graduate, they're able to function in our society and in our community. Towards that end, we the people, see, in this great country of ours, that's where the power resides. It's not in Washington. It's not in the governor's mansion. It's not even in this board. It's with us. That's the way the Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution, for that specific reason, so that the people maintain the power. And that's the way it should be. Otherwise, we have what's called ruler's law, which is what the current tyrant occupying the governor's mansion would like. See, I understand why y'all went along with that Directive 47. It has to do with money. Well, you have every reason to be afraid, because he has clearly demonstrated that he is a bully and a thug, and he will take revenge on this body if they don't follow his directives. How do I know that? Well, real easy. When the COVID money comes out, all of those counties, the 9 counties I spoke about previously that told him what he can do with his money, they're not following any of his illegal mandates, unconstitutional. They do not carry the weight of law behind them. They do not. He wreaked revenge on those counties by not distributing the funds proportionally to their needs. Those counties that followed him and did exactly what he said, they got the money. So I understand why you caved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Jeff Church.
Mr. Church, welcome.
Thank you.
Why don't you stay, just you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Church. A few things. This is public comment. This is the only way that I can address public comment for things that aren't on the agenda. But I do want to be a fence mender. I want to seek a positive way forward. I want to be very benign in my comments tonight. First comment to make you aware of, I had a great meeting with a lady today from the Challenge Academy at Carlin, Nevada, which is essentially a government state-funded partnership with the state and the National Guard for a high school program. It's actual high school. It's not private. I left the brochure. And again, I didn't meet long enough to form an opinion on it, but I'm thinking about taking a trip out there and having a look at it. But it's definitely something to be aware of, basically for at-risk kids. Number 2, I just want to remind the board and the public that August 7th, the school district is hosting a back-to-school expo at Meadowood Mall from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and correct me if I get any of that wrong. And then finally, I did want to follow up. The superintendent talked about the superintendent task force. People hearing that might not understand. There's a lot of different task forces as I understand it. This is the diversity task force that was set up a few months ago by the direction of the Board of Trustees. So to provide input and diversity, call it whatever you want. Some people say critical race theory. Some people say social justice. We made comments concerning the benchmark education that we're not going to cover. So I just wanted to clarify for the public and for us that we are encouraging anybody and everybody that wants to apply for that task force. That's my understanding of that is what the task force is essentially a diversity task force that will report to the superintendent and then report back to the Board of Trustees. So I've got a minute and 14 seconds left, but I'm done. Thank you.
I think I've asked the superintendent to clarify, because that's not really the depiction of that task force. So do that for Trustee Church and for the record.
Yes, so we do have an equity and diversity task force, separate and distinct from the superintendent's task force, which was directed by the board to discuss and make recommendations to the board on supplemental curriculum materials. It is not the same as our equity and diversity task force. So I want to put that on the record, that this is not a diversity task force. It is actually direction by the board for the superintendent to develop a recommendation or develop a task force. That task force will bring forth recommendations to the board on supplemental curriculum materials in K through 12.
Okay, so there's the clarification on that. All right. All right, everybody, then we are adjourned.
I have more.
Thank you.
I have more.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anyone who's here waiting. I'm so sorry. Miss Bianca, it's probably you. I'm sorry.
James Bentham.
Oh, Mr. Bentham. I'm sorry, sir.
Good evening. James M. Bentham for the record. I'm not sure that we the board, or we the people, always have to follow the governor's directives. I think the law states that he can declare an emergency for 30 days. Earlier, you were given the 47 studies confirm ineffectiveness of masks and 32 confirmed negative effects. Last time I talked, this time I'm going to talk about negative effects. Number 5, use of surgical masks to reduce the incidence of common cold among healthcare workers in Japan. A randomized controlled trial. Of the 8 symptoms recorded daily, subjects in the mask group were significantly more likely to experience headaches during the study period. Today, we've been talking about science for everyone, choice. I believe that the media is responsible for somewhat politicizing the COVID issues. Of course, more papers are going to sell if you're talking about deaths, fear, tragedies, and fewer about treatments. I believe that doctors should have the right to prescribe the medicine that they want for their patients, whether it's hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. On the computer, I went to activepure.com, ActivePure Technology. ActivePure technology products proven to reduce over 99.9% of the virus that causes COVID-19 in the air and on surfaces. Learn more. Scientific proof. ActivePure technology has been proven effective against a broad spectrum of clinically relevant pathogens. Every pathogen has a different level of resistance, which is outlined in the hierarchy of pathogens below. The hierarchy is used to predict the ability of a device or chemical to reduce an emerging pathogen. The founding principles, with some exceptions, is that if you are able to demonstrate effectiveness on higher class pathogens, that it'll protect you against lower ones. ActivePure.com.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome back.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. That meeting where the superintendent's task force was discussed, as I recall, the board gave the okay for the superintendent to create a social justice critical race theory task force. Did the name get changed from social justice to supplemental curriculum? Maybe I missed that. Either way, I'd like to thank the board for 2 things. 1, agreeing to add Infinite Campus as an agenda item on a future agenda. Question, will Protect Nevada children only have 3 minutes per person, or can we have an open and honest discussion about the implications of NIC collecting, storing, and sharing more data on children than anyone ever has in human history? I've been to this rodeo before, and this issue is too important to only hear the sugar-coated Infinite Campus presentation from staff. Parents and children deserve to have an open and honest discussion about the the implications of this database and how it may affect the future of our children. Trustee Rodriguez, you talked about a town hall right around the time you got appointed. This would be a good time for that. Second thing I'd like to thank you all for is the controversy which started with the critical race theory in K-12 English language arts classes, and that's because our private Facebook page went from Protect Nevada Children, went from 1,000 to 1,200 in a short time. Please know I'm getting more calls from people from within the district than I ever have. Some of them have children in district schools. Most are saying, please don't stop doing what you're doing. I got one during this meeting, actually. That was a parent who wants to get more involved. Today it took 8.5 hours to get to the general public comments, and half of the people that wanted to speak already left. All those people got cheated. President Taylor, you've been interrupting people's public comments more than I've seen in the 12 years that I've been intimately involved with this board. Remember, it was not the entire board who decided to remove the initial general public comments from the agenda. It appears it was President Taylor and Superintendent McNeil. Angie and Neil, some people take a day off work to be here. To then interrupt them if they don't get to their agenda item quickly as you think they should is disrespectful to them, especially since the general public comments have been removed from the beginning of the meeting. Entire board, please bring back the initial general public comments. One last thing. Thank you all for your service to our children and our community.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. Mr. Eppolito, I think that you had a question about the agenda item, and Superintendent McNeil actually put, you had a question. She's going to tell you what the actual motion was, so it'll tell you that way you know you don't miss it, okay?
So, Mr. Eppolito, back on June 8th, that's when that discussion happened. So the motion actually was approved that the Board of Trustees provides direction to the superintendent in alignment with the adopted action plan and in meeting the needs of our students, staff, and school communities, move forward with a measured approach to provide supplementary curriculum based on the Nevada academic content standards and involving stakeholders through the establishment of a superintendent's task force, and to be brought back to the Board of Trustees with an update on the progress at a future meeting. That the superintendent's task force include a total of 5 elementary school parents, 1 from each regular trustee district, that the agenda and minutes of the superintendent's task force be posted for the community to review, that the superintendent's task force not consider divisive or political materials proposed by Benchmark, and that the final recommendation on the curriculum be presented to the Board of Trustees for approval. That was the motion.
That was the motion.
Thank you very much. So it started out as a social justice task force and ended up as that. Thank you.
The board also received emails from Ina Haupt, Pablo Nava Duran, Chuck Lanham, Brad Weiss, Melanie Faust, Nicole Hewitt, Krista Rossi, Katiana Taylor, and Scott Benton.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Now we finished with public comment, so now we will adjourn our meeting, and we'll meet here again in 2 weeks on August 10th. And just as a reminder to everyone, it is the second day of school. I will encourage all of my colleagues, for those that can, visit some schools on the first day. It's a.
What?
I have my notes. Was it? Oh, it's not. Oh, we're not recommending trustees. My bad. I'm so used to doing that. It's in here?
No, it's on your one-to-one.
Oh, yeah. Right. Sorry. We didn't get to that. All right. Anyway, so no, don't visit schools on the first day. That's not what I mean. Just wait till the second day. No, I'm kidding. All right, we're adjourned.